Hey, hey, hey. We are live. Hello and hello again on a nice, somewhat gentle Saturday afternoon in August here. I don't know over here in Eastern Washington. It's a little bit not as hot as it's been, which has been scorching. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. I don't know how many we'll get. I know everybody's trying to get the last of their summer out, so I don't blame you guys if you're not able to necessarily tune in today, but we've got some Seahawks talk to go over. Paul Richardson's back. P. Rich, preach. They called him, I think they tried to call him like a flash name for a little while. Forget what it was. Irina, what's up? TJ, how you doing, man? So glad you can catch the stream. Carl, how you doing, guy? I hit you back up on Facebook, man. Check out for my post. Randall McDaniel, what is up? Derek, the Seahawks fan, how you doing, man? Derek says, I think the Paul Richardson signing is a good depth slot wide receiver. I think Paul's actually going to do most of his work, Derek, out on the outside. They didn't put him a lot in the slot here. Now, granted, Tyler Lockett was here for most of the time that Paul Richardson was here as well, but I think that this is more of a look or a move towards the outside. There seems to be some indicators here that Philip Dorsett's got a foot injury, and we hope it's not the dreaded Liz Frank injury, which is a devastating foot injury. It's ended certain guys' careers back in the day. It's come along a little bit as far as modern science is concerned. So it's not a devastating injury like that, but it could definitely hold him up throughout the year now. And that's where you need to be a little bit careful with the injury. And so this is good as far as a replacement. You could even make the argument that Paul Richardson, if he can stay healthy, that's the big what if with him. But if he can, that he is maybe even a little bit of an upgrade over what Philip Dorsett was going to maybe bring to the team. Though Dorsett's not out the door or anything. It's just that this seems to be a signing pushed by that more than anything else. TJ Wilborn, Paul is back and Britt might be back. Yep. Justin Britt's coming back. And I think a lot of the media speculation on this has been right on the button with that, TJ. Of course, you guys know with me on there, I've been saying all along, I think this is going to be Ethan Postek's show to run at the center position from day one. I like BJ Finney's game. The problem with BJ Finney, though, is that he is somewhat more of a pass blocker first and foremost. Not really that people mover you want, or at least this offensive line wants on the offensive line positions. Doesn't matter whether you're left tackle, right tackle, or guard. We want people that can move people off the ball. Finney might struggle a little bit to do that. They might be seeing that in camp just a little bit, and they know what they can get with Justin Britt. He's not going to cost a lot of money at this point, coming off of the ACL injury. So, it would be a good depth sign to bring him back, especially if you're looking at that 1 year, $1 million veteran deal that these guys now are in line to receive. User Hitstick, how you doing, guy? Good to see you in the chat. Okay, Carl, cool. We'll get you hit up here next week on that. Cameron Hughes, how you doing, man? I've checked out a couple of your videos lately. I haven't been able to watch a ton. I've just been running around with like a chicken with my head cut off and moving and trying to work on the next Great Seahawk Moment video, but I've been seeing you doing the work, man. Good stuff. V-Hawk, how you doing? What's up, V-Hawk? Thanks for hopping on in. Divine can't speak today, you guys. Divine Comedy, hola to you. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo está? Barry, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I really do appreciate it, my man. Always coming through with those donos, buddy. Yep. No politics here, man. We're all sports all the time. You know how I roll. I appreciate the donation, though. Thank you so much. Maxwell Stern. How you doing, Maxwell? Derek the Seahawks dono hype. That's right. We got some dono hype going. User Hitstick getting the old band back together. One more album. Going to do our Black album. Oh, Randall McDaniel coming strong with the $24.99 donation, Randall. Man, you got $49.99 last week, $24.99. You're coming strong with those donos. Goodness. Thank you so much, both of you two guys. Barry and Randall, I double salute you. I give you the dual salute. Really do appreciate it. You guys are having a good Saturday. Everybody's staying nice and healthy here. Divine Comedy, nobody's saying a word about the 3-tech. All the hype is for the Leo guys. I think we have a problem there. I don't disagree with you. I think it doesn't have to be an either or for me, Divine. It's a problem that you have to deal with both of these two issues right now as far as this defense goes. And it's going to grow to become more of an issue with the more days that go by. We saw this, a week and a half ago, where there was a big time injury scare where you were losing both Jaron Reed and Poona Ford at the same time for practice. And you were being left with Brian Monet and DeMarcus Christmas as your two defensive tackles at that point. We do not want to ever run into an NFL football game this season with Brian Monet and DeMarcus Christmas as our not just starting defensive tackles getting any real super significant amount of snaps. So there's going to need to be a move made here, Divine. I don't know necessarily why it's taken as long as it has. There's a couple guys out on the market that could probably foot the bill. Obviously, Snacks Harrison is who they want and would probably are seeking above all else, but he seems to want to be flirting with retirement, if not fully into retirement. After that, that doesn't leave you a lot there. But I agree. I think that they're going to bring somebody in. Who knows when it is? I keep thinking, Divine, and I categorize a lot of players, maybe like Snacks is in this category, maybe Clowney's in this category, maybe Darius is in this category, where they look at the COVID situation, the risk that it is, and then they look at training camp and they're free agents and they go, somebody will be able to sign me right before the end of training camp and they'll pay exactly about the same price they would have paid if I signed right now. So why don't I wait? I don't know, and I can't guarantee that it's exactly that going on. Maybe just some of these guys aren't going to be as willing to play this season. But you're right. It's an issue. We've got to deal with it. Whether it's a 3-tech, I would even offer the 1-tech, Divine. We need some more run stuffing too, not just but it's, they're going to have to address it in some way or another here because it's going to get scary as we get closer to the season and there's no moves made. Jose Rodriguez. How you doing, Jose? So good to see you. Mamad. Thank you again, Randall and Barry, for those donos. Really appreciate it. The GOAT 209. Why pay $4 million to Finney when he's going to be a backup? Money could have went to Clowney. The GOAT, we're not in a disagreement here. These would have been some of my initial feelings the second we signed BJ Finney. At the time, I knew that what we had in Posick. I mean, even a guy like Hunt. Well, I don't want to see Hunt out there starting football games, but if Hunt's got to be your backup center as you're waiting for Justin Britt to come back around. If after you release Justin Britt, you bring him back on more of a manageable deal after he gets to see that the market's not really going to be in play for him very much because the NFL market is going to look at Justin Britt. They're not going to view him as highly as he was viewed here in Seattle. They're going to see a guy that's a little bit below league average center. Seattle saw him as something more than that, but that's how the rest of the league saw him. So he would remain on the market. I think this is why he's maybe remained on the market on top of the ACL injury he's coming off of. But it wasn't a move that made a lot of sense to me for that reason either, Goat. You saw it right after the signing. I went and watched a lot of tape of him with the Steelers, and you saw a guy with great feet, could use his hands really well in pass protection, could actually anchor pretty well from the center position, something we saw last year Joey Hunt completely unable to do. So he brought some skill to the game. It's not that he was a just awful, horrible signing, and we didn't give him a lot of money. But again, as I went back to early on here in this stream, you want guys that are pushing guys off the ball because that's what Carroll wants. That's what he wants in his offense. He wants to establish dominance in the run game. You're not going to do that with pass protecting centers first and foremost. We'll see if it changes up on this. We haven't even seen him on the field as of yet, so I think we've got to caution a little bit of our being as down as we are a little bit on the guy. But it could be one of those moves we end up looking back on going, I mean, and if they do sign Justin Britt, there is maybe even a potential chance that they could look to just cut bait on Finney and clear out if they don't like what they're seeing. There's another thing too, where I know he's dealing with a hand injury. So again, I don't want to get too hard on this guy as of yet, but we got to wait and see how that one bears out, especially if it's the difference between us being short a couple million of being able to sign Clowney or not, to your point, Goat. Randall McDaniel says, I want to see what Posick can do. I do too. If you guys get a chance, go back and watch Samuel Gold's breakdown of Ethan Posick when he was coming out of LSU. And he really gets into the down and dirty on the guy and what you're getting in the guy. And I think if you came away and just watched that film just one more time, looking at it from a general manager standpoint, and you're watching this guy and you're seeing his evaluation and looking at him on the tape, I don't know what general manager would be looking at that player on tape at that point going, let's move this guy to guard now. Let's draft that guy. Let's draft him in the second round, and then let's move him to guard. Yeah. Versatility. No. He's a center. He looks like a tried and true center type. Centers always have this sort of just way about him, scrappiness or whatever. And he's a bigger guy. So I guess that's what maybe made them look and get mistaken on the type of player he was. But because he's got that 6'3", 6'4" frame and he's big, but no, he's more of just get him in there as the technician in there as center. Let him get in there and just be cagey and hit guys and double teams. I think he's going to flourish, Randall. I agree. I want to see what he can do. So let's see. Jovan. I think I got it right this time because it's like Jovic, but it's Jovan. What's up, Jovan? Because it's like, yeah, Jovic. Jokic. Jovan. Jokic. There we go. I got it. Took me 2 times, Jovan. I got to just do the Jokic thing that you told me about. That's what helps me like reference it to say it right. But welcome, man. Thank you for hopping on in. Derek, the Seahawks fan, I'm hyped. We are 12 days away. That's right. 12s. We are 12 mere days away. 12 days away. It's Kismet. I got a live stream 12 days away from the start of the season. I didn't even plan that. God planned that. But I'm hyped up, man, too. Very, very hyped up and interested to see how this season's going to play out. We haven't had a lot of sports, and it's going to be fun to watch. We've got a really interesting team out there. There's a lot of different, new philosophies, old philosophies. How are they going to use this new guy? How is this guy going to fit into this new role? There's a lot of kind of new, despite the fact there's a lot of returning here to this team. And so it's got me even a little bit more hyped, Derek, even beyond that because of it. Does the channel have a Facebook page? Randall asks. Yes, I do have a Facebook page. Unfortunately, Randall, I don't manage it very well. So I'm like, at this point, basically posting on there. I can put a few of you guys on to manage it at this point. I wouldn't mind. So if one of you guys wants to be on there and manage it, just hit me up on Facebook. It's the Hawks Nest on Facebook. It's got all my logos and stuff on there. So you guys would probably figure it out pretty quick. It's me, but, you can hit me up too on Brand. I'm Brandon Kane on Facebook. So hit me up as there if you want to mod or whatever, but I'm trying to build up the page on it, Randall. I've just been a little bit slow. I am going to do, you guys, this was requested a little bit, and I want to just play it out this year because I'm having some fun playing Madden right out the gate. I went and got Madden. So I've also, you guys, created a little bit of a Twitch page where I'm going to just get on there from time to time, and I wanted to play out the season. And what I'm going to do is I'm playing Dynasty mode. I'm playing out this year, and I set all the settings in Madden to be like NFL like. So you can't go exact on the minutes of the quarters, but if you go 10-minute quarters, for instance, you can get out to a full game worth of stats almost exactly. So I'm going to play it out. I'll tell you guys as we go through the live stream where you can find me out on that. If you guys want to watch me up on Twitch, we can kind of talk some more NFL over there. But that's what I do in my downtime. I figured it'd give us a chance to talk a little bit more if you guys want to jump over there from time to time. Dom Reed, finally streaming at a reasonable time for me in the UK again. Woo! Well, and Dom, I'm going to be trying to stream a little bit more here. Once I get to Hawaii, maybe we'll get a little bit more where we can get not just on a Saturday, but choose a different time of the week. Because I do get a lot of comments from folks who, God bless them, they did go back in and they are willing to watch live streams after we do the shows. But I know that they'd love to come in and interact, and they just can't sometimes get there at that time, especially for you folks up on the other side of the globe from us. So I'm going to shoot to try to do a different time of the day, a different day entirely, while still maintaining this one. I'm still thinking about it and working out the kinks on that, but we'll get it. Make it rain in the chat. That's right, Randall. Making it rain, buddy. I do appreciate you. Cameron Hughes, I'm premiering every Seahawks game highlights from the 2013 season every Saturday before the games this season. I'm doing what if Peyton Manning signed with the Seahawks in 2012 video. That'd be a great video, Cameron. Cameron, that's an awesome idea for a video. You could the course of history will be changed, and of course, of what Cameron's referring to is Seattle was very much in play for Peyton Manning once he left the Colts. Of course, he was the bell at the ball, right? Every team in the NFL pretty much was saying, Peyton, why don't you come on over here? We'll kick our guy to the curb. You come on in. And Seattle was still not quite the dominant defense they were just about to become. So they couldn't quite get Peyton over because he still couldn't see how the plan was playing out. Whereas with Denver, I'm doing the Super Bowl game right now. So I'm doing a lot of Denver film watching. And with Denver, he had the Demaryius Thomas, Wes Welker was going to come in there, Eric Decker, your archetype possession, big-bodied receiver. And then Julius Thomas, I don't know if he even knew he was getting that when he signed with them, but Julius Thomas turned out to be a good catcher for him too. He went to the exact probably right fit for him, but would have been interesting. I think he might have struggled a little bit, Cameron, with the heavier air at CenturyLink versus the mile-high air. Manning later on in his career was really relying on that thin air up there to get a little bit more juice on his balls, as he was throwing them out. But that's going to be a good video, man. I'll be interested to check that one out. TJ Wilborn says, if Britt comes back, then Finney pickup was a $4 million mistake. You are correct, TJ. And it's also a little bit of, because nothing happens, of course, just in the vacuum of you're signing Britt back. It's the fact you're able to sign Britt back at pennies on the dollar versus, and knowing he's a better, or believing at that point from their standpoint that he's a better player than what you have in Finney. That also could be a part of what's at play there, but yeah, it would be a little bit of a mistake at that point. It's not a lot of money. And certainly I think they can even get out of the contract after this year if they still want to hold on to him for depth and not have a huge amount of, dead money hit at that point. But I get what you're saying. And you guys have a point on this where I don't want to harp on it too hard because it's not a huge amount of money at that point. If you're going to take a couple $1 million risk to lose out, that's not horrible. But you guys also have a point as well. If it turns out to be the big thing that holds up the Clowney signing from happening because you don't have that extra $1, $2, $3 million you put to this Finney signing, then it does become very discouraging. It becomes very discouraging. We don't yet know how that will play out exactly, but yeah, it's not good. Maxwell Stern says, any Clowney news? We really need him right now. I have not been on playing very much video games, Maxwell, so I haven't had a chance to check in with him. What I've heard from sources that have played with him a little bit is that there are other teams definitely making ploys on him. And I don't know that Seattle's won right now. I don't know how active they're being in their pursuit. Which makes me, I guess, let me sum it up for you like this. I'm getting more and more pessimistic of this happening at this point with him. It's drawn on for so long, and I would be expecting right now, for instance, Carroll, if he was a coach trying to bring this guy in and get him sold on the thought of come back in, play for the Super Bowl team, play to be part of this team that's going to be right there as a Super Bowl favorite right now before you sign. Imagine what we could be with you signing. I don't know that those calls are really being made, I mean, maybe they are, but that's the part that's getting me a little bit pessimistic. I truly do as well hope and think we need him as well, Max. The Leo makes, and the reason somebody was mentioning about the Leo here earlier in the chat, the reason why people harp on the Leo is whereas the foundation of this defense is to stop the run, the foundational piece of personnel that makes the rest of this defense operate from Pete Carroll's standpoint is going to be that Leo position. He's the guy that's got to be that game wrecker, and he's got to be explosive and long. And there's certain traits that they exactly look for in that guy. Clowney's got him down to a T. He's Pete Carroll's dream Leo. Again, this just makes it that much more of a head scratcher as to why he's not been signed and brought in at this point. It really does. And especially if it's down to a difference of Seattle can't move off of even upwards of $5 million. They're not willing to. You can't create $5 million of space, which you could tomorrow if you release David Moore and Jacob Hollister. So if it's even down to a sum like that, I'm still not sort of buying into that as a valid reason. I'd almost make a jump of logic at that point to believe that, do you guys not really want him in here? Do you not believe in him as the player as much as potentially we do? I can only start to read into it from that standpoint a little bit if it's really down to that. Randall McDaniel says at this point, is Shoddy what he is as far as an OC? Can he adapt and become more innovative? Anyone you can think of who's adapted in their career? I'm in the minority, but I like him. I don't hate Shoddy. I actually was probably a lot more down on Bevel because I think Bevel was more of a yes man, I think, than maybe Shoddy is with some of the stuff that, and some of that is that I think that Carroll is allowed for the offensive coordinator not to need to be as much of a yes man. I think that's also a little bit of evolution in Carroll's game and probably a little bit of him taking a little bit of relaxing a little bit on some of his restraints of the offense a little bit in the next coordinator he brought in versus what he had with Bevel. Because I think Bevel still isn't like a god-awful coordinator, and I'm not going to hold Bevel to the mat for one single play in a Super Bowl. He's a guy that, had some holes to his game, wasn't the most innovative guy, but I like Shoddy better as you like him as well, too, Randall. Yeah, he could be. I think that the problem here, though, comes down to those same restraints that I've talked about that Carroll's lessened a little bit, relaxed on some. He's not fully let go. He's still holding those reins. He's still got, I hate the fact that Carroll has any input at all on the offensive side of the ball. I don't want him saying anything to my offensive coordinator at this point. You're 70 plus years old, concentrate on the defense, mind your own backyard. Your backyard's been dirty the last couple of years. There's trash all over the place. Nobody's cleaned the grill. There's weeds coming up around the fencing. One of the fence posts is falling backwards. Go to the defense, your backyard, go clean that up, and then you can come back over to the offensive side of the ball, which has actually been reasonably competent the last few years. And then we'll be all right. But he gets his fingers into that offensive cookie jar sometimes. I know he does. I've seen too much mic'd up of Carroll, like even when Bevel was here. I'm watching the Super Bowl, and there's a couple moments where he's talking in the headset, and he's like, let's run this in here. Let's just run this in here. And he's talking to Bevel on it, and it's like, man, the offensive coordinator is there to call the play, my guy. Let him call the plays. Again, you're a defensive coordinator. You're not a genius at both. I'm sorry. I don't see any proof of that. Sorry, I went on a rant there. The GOAT, Joey Hunt, got released and he's not in Seattle anymore. I am aware he's not in Seattle anymore, GOAT. I was saying it from the standpoint of if you didn't sign BJ Finney, because BJ's Finney signing then premeditatedly made you then have to release Hunt. So if you didn't sign Finney, then you could have held Hunt, had Hunt on in a reasonably couple. I don't even think you necessarily would have been held at the end of the day. What you could have done is held on to him through now the training camps as you're waiting for Britt to get back to full speed. Once you knew Britt was back to full speed, then you could release him because he wasn't on a guaranteed deal. So I'm meaning it from the standpoint is that if we existed in a universe where the BJ Finney signing didn't happen as a way to still come back around at the end of the day, then you would have had Posick in as your starter, Britt coming back in off the ACL and coming back to full strength, probably get him in on like a 1 year, $1 million deal is actually what Britt's probably going to make at this point. Then you roll at that point. Then you release Hunt out the gate. But I was just meaning it from that standpoint, the GOAT. Bleed Blue and Green. How you doing, man? Thank you for jumping on in the chat. Happy Saturday, man. It is Sunday it's Sunday in Australia. Well, happy Sunday. Do you think that the Hawks are done looking for pass rush help? Like, are they going to start with who we got, man? I can hear I can hear your desperation in your voice. I get it, man. I get it. They've got to do more. They got to do more for certainly. We still have Clowney out there. I know pretty much 3/4 of my chat absolutely hates Clay Matthews from the bottom depths of their soul, but he still does remain out there. There's not a lot after that point. I did a deep dive. I talked a little bit about this on the last live stream. I started to think, okay, let's say we lose out on Clowney. Matthews doesn't come in here. They just, like you just mentioned, roll with what we got. Go with that cobble it together pass rush approach that I've talked about before, where you're trying to get a mix of guys that are in that 5 to 7 sack range. You're just cobbling it together like a mason, just stacking those bricks. So I operated from the standpoint of thinking, okay, we don't get those two guys. We still have a little bit of cap space. We have the room at that point to make a trade deadline deal. But then you have to operate from the onus of we can't give up the second round pick this year. I don't believe John Snyder has the ability within himself to have given up a first, a second, and third round pick in an upcoming draft. I don't care how crazy the draft's going to be, how chaotic it's going to be. So that means it's got to be a 4th rounder and up, or you got to stack 2 4s on back-to-back drafts, which means giving up more draft assets. What this also means is that this is really going to restrict you on the type of trade deadline deal you're going to be able to make. It means that you're not just going to be able to go in the cupboard and pick whoever you want because you don't have the first or second rounder. Now, sometimes trade deadline deals can be a little cheaper. It doesn't always have to cost you the moon. But when I went through the teams and I went team by team and looked at the pass rushers and looked at teams like, okay, if this team falls off, maybe this guy will be available. There was just not a lot. There is a dearth of pass rushers, even as we get into that trade deadline deal. So here's all I've got. It's a quick list of 5 guys. This is the 5 guys that I could really come up with. Maybe you guys have a few other suggestions. You've got Melvin Ingram, who's unhappy with his contract. He's an 8 sack a year guy, and he's already getting paid. You could bring him on. He'd give you a little bit, but it's, again, not much. And again, he wants a new contract. So you're talking about a 1-year rental on this guy. Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Redskins. They're pretty stacked there at defensive end now with Chase Young in there. Montez Sweat from last year's draft, their first rounder, played pretty well. They maybe like their depth. Maybe they're willing to part with him. He doesn't cause any excitement in me whatsoever. He'd be all right. But a guy's getting older, a guy like Melvin Ingram, where you wonder how much they have left in the tank. Is there really a guy that's going to give you anything from pass rush on that standpoint of it? And then the other guy's a dream scenario. That's Grady Jarrett. You guys already know who he is. The Atlanta Falcons 3 tech, a little undersized. He's all who we thought he was what we hoped in our best case scenario, Poona Ford would turn out to be. And Poona's not quite that. I don't think the Falcons would trade him. They just signed him to a big contract. But if Dan Quinn's going to be sent out of there, if he's going to be sent packing, if they're going to bring in a new scheme, like if they're going to go to 3-4, for instance, with the new coach that they bring in, then Grady Jarrett's not going to be a fit for them on that, and they might look to move him. Probably cost more than even 2 fourth-round picks. But again, I was scratching the bottom of the barrel to come up with this list. So please give me some rope here. The last guy is maybe the guy that would be I'd be most maybe in favor of, or the last two guys would be the most in favor of. The first guy would be Von Miller with the Broncos, whose salary you could afford if you waited a couple games past into the season. The Broncos think they're in it. It's a tough division. Maybe they fall off quickly. You got San Diego, Oakland, Kansas City, all legitimate teams, all guys that could press. So maybe they feel like, we get knocked out to a 1-4, 1-5 start. Let's offload some assets here, continue this rebuild. Von Miller would be the guy that I'd look for Seattle to go out and maybe target. He'd be a pretty damn good Leo end in this defense. Justin Houston's the last guy. Obviously, Indianapolis is going to feel like they're in it. They've got a lot of good players on that team. They're not super uber talented with a lot of high-end guys, but they've got a lot of quality just right across the lane. So they're going to definitely probably be in it in that AFC and unlikely to make any kind of trades like this. But again, I'm operating from the assumption as I was looking and doing this research that these teams fall off, don't meet expectations, something happens. I'm just making that sort of stretch here a little bit with the Colts. So Justin Houston would be that other guy. But that's it. That's all I could really find. Melvin Ingram, Von Miller, Ryan Kerrigan, Grady Jarrett, and Justin Houston. So please go get Jadeveon Clowney. That's where we end out on that. Matt Schleiper asks, why Paul Richardson? Matt, the reason we went and got Paul Richardson is because there appears to be a foot injury with Dorsett. I know many of you, like I probably were thinking out the gate, oh, wait, does this mean that they've heard some news that Gordon's not coming off reinstatement? He's going to remain on the commissioner's suspension list or exemption list, whatever it is at this point. But that's not what this is. That seems to be a whole separate thing of this particular signing, whereas this signing seems to be pushed more or less to me by Philip Dorsett and him seeming to have some foot injury that Carroll was referring to that he's been dealing with for a while. I would mention, it sounds a little bit when they mention it like that to me that if it's not an out and out like fracture or something in there, if he's been really dealing with it for a while, then it could be like that. There's that weird, it's a Liz Frank injury, I think is what they call it. So I think that was driving that, Matt. But I like Paul Richardson. It's just, can he stay healthy? He's not been healthy with the Redskins the last 2 years. He's just played in kind of a handful of games each year for the most part. But he's been okay. He had some flashing moments. You can find some highlights of him with the Redskins. And he's not exactly had the greatest of quarterback play there since he's been around. Bleed Blue and Green. By the way, your show is awesome and your channel is awesome. I'm just going to read that. You guys will just keep reading that on the chat. Should you change your name to Awesome Seahawks Awesomeness? Well, that was actually going to be this. That was the second name on my list. The Hawks Nest went out, but I thought I would be leading a little bit too much of the ego at that point, Bleed Blue and Green. So I had to go with the more, little dignity, little just modesty. But thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Tobias Larson says, if we cut BJ Finney, what would that cost us? He was signed on a 2-year deal worth $9.5 million. What do we owe him? Is this going to happen? Thoughts on Britt? I hope not. Well, you're not off completely on this, Tobias. Yeah, there is a chance that this could be a cutting. I would expect it to probably be kind of expected if Britt's brought in. Finney can play some guard. I will say that. So there is a thought process that maybe you'll hold on to him for a year for his ability to be versatile and play either guard position. Carroll loves his versatility, doesn't he? But I certainly think that it would put him up on that chopping block. You would be, as I think someone else mentioned here, might have been Carl there that was mentioned, you're going to be out $3 to $4 million is approximately what you're out. His base salary doesn't count this year. His base salary doesn't count next year, but the signing bonus money would then be essentially what you're on the hook for. I'm sorry, off the top of my head, I'm not sure what he got paid as a bonus. I wanted to say it was like a $3-4 million deal or $3-4 million signing bonus, which you would be on the hook for, but cumulatively, maybe that's why I think, again, it comes down to they probably keep him for a year, even in that case, for his versatility. He probably doesn't get cut because you don't really save money at that point. If it's a $3 million deal, you're only, maybe it's $2 million you save. If it's down to them, maybe they're doing that because they really feel like that's the difference to get Clowney or something or get another signing done. That would be the only other way I would see that driving that, right? If it's just happening outside of another deal not happening, then he probably remains. But if they're just slicing and dicing the coins right now and trying to create enough of a stack to push into the middle of the table to bring the guy in they're trying to bring in, be that Clowney, be that Snacks, be that whoever, then it would make a little more sense why they're going this route. Joe Biden's son says, let's go Pete Carroll. Yeah, let's go Pete Carroll. I think he's gonna come back, have a little bit of a comeback here this year, because I think he's going to be able to take advantage of the situation and conditions that are at play, Joe Biden's son. So I think this is going to be the one rare point here where Carroll's going to have a kind of a little bit of a mini resurgence with his scheme and with his philosophies, just because of the way the season's going to play out, in my opinion. Barry Saturo says, Hawaii. Yeah, Barry, I'm going to be, I think the next time we might be doing a live stream, I'll be in an extended stay in Western Washington. So I'm due to head out sometime in right around mid-September here. I'm going to be flying out into Maui. So not the next stream, but the stream after, I'll be doing a stream from my my new unit there in Maui to you guys. I'll be on Hawaii time. Hawaii time, bro. Derek, the Seahawks Lightning fan, says, I saw an RT from Seahawks from Adam Schefter just now, and I thought it was going to be a signing, but no, it's Pete Carroll saying vote, laughing my ass off. Yeah, I think he kind of trolled if you guys were looking at Twitter this morning, a bunch of the Seahawks journalists were going, Carroll's calling something. There's going to be something going down. Something big's happening. Oh, he doesn't just call us in for this. It's going to be something, but it would be just like Carroll to say, we got to go vote. But yeah, I've not heard of anything. We've got nothing imminent past the Paul Richardson signing. Looks like it's a go, 100%. Tobias Larson says, what's your Twitch channel name? Going to give you a follow right now. I'm the Seahawks Nest, and it's all, just do it all in one word, capital T, capital S, capital N, the Seahawks Nest on Twitch. So I might be started up actually tonight after stream. I might go over there and start up do the first game of the season. What I'm going to do is I do the 10-minute quarters to get the stats. And then I have, I'm going to sign Josh Gordon, who's a free agent. I'll be signing Paul Richardson, who just signed. And the key with the first year and the way I play it is I don't do any cheesiness. I don't do any Madden cheese, completely play it by the book. And what I try to do at that point is just operate from like Schneider's general manager right now, Carroll's coach. I'm going to play the team just like they would and play the season out. I'm also going to do a simulation too, which I'll eventually probably post to this channel. Might do a whole new YouTube channel for that because I know there's some people who don't like that stuff. But I'm going to simulate the season and see how it goes. I'll tell you this, the Manning people did us no favor with the ratings. We're one rating better than the Atlanta Falcons by their system. I was toying around with it last night. It was like, really, Madden? We're an 81 and the Falcons are an 80. Really? Don Reed says, will Quinn Dunbar or Trey win the starting role at right cornerback? I'll tell you, Dom, our resident cornerback expert, I just poured coffee on my foot. Our cornerback expert / safety expert, D-Mac, the guy I go to talk a lot about this, he was not feeling the press conference of Quinn Dunbar. He was not feeling his energy at all. He was like this. He's down on Dunbar big time right now. Like almost D-Mac's reaction to the whole situation alone had me going, whoa, because D-Mac doesn't usually talk about that with corner, but he's like, man, this guy should be confident. He should be coming in here like he knows what's going on. He should be ready to roll. And he's in there just like, I didn't work out all off season. It's been a really stressful time. And he wasn't feeling it. I still love me some Trey Flowers, Dom. I do. And so I do come back to, again, I just feel like, man, I'd love to see him win that starting role, but Quinn's probably going to take it at the end of the day. And he still might be even a little bit of an upgrade, but you saw Coach Carroll working on him in practice, like literally Coach Carroll having to pull him aside. I've told you guys this before. There's a reason why we've only brought in one cornerback as really a free agent in the last 10 years who didn't come through our system. And the reason for that is because that kick step technique is a little bit harder to learn than people sometimes will let on and let you know. And Kerry Williams, the one guy you brought in, failed at it miserably. It's tough to learn that. You got to unlearn old instincts, you know? You got to like kind of relearn how to play the cornerback position in certain respects. It's not easy. And there's a reason why with like Shaquille Griffin, it took him 3 years to get himself comfortable with it. Larry Williams says, hypothetically, If the Hawks sign Clowney and Gordon, would that put them in the driver's seat for the Super Bowl for the NFC? It absolutely would 100%, Larry. It would. Now, we still would have some depth problems at the defensive tackle position and even some talent problems at the defensive tackle position. But you can get away with doing some other things at that point. For instance, if you need to now get a couple of 3-techs into the game to pass rush because you're light, because Jaron's gassed and Puna's a guy you want to keep for first down territory, first down situations, first and second down run situations. Okay, slide in LJ Collier like they've talked about into defensive tackle. You can move Clowney from time to time at that point into defensive tackle if you're in a pinch and you have to do that. They've got a couple guys now that they can maybe get a little bit away with doing that. That's the one thing that makes me hesitant, but it's hard to, there's no perfect team out there, Larry. There's no team that's going to have no weaknesses whatsoever. And at that point, you've only can really point to the lines maybe a little bit weak. We don't know that though, because I've still argued that you might see some great development with Posick and Damian Lewis. So I'm still, let's reserve judgment on that. But you could say maybe the defensive tackle is a tiny bit weak, but you've got some pass rush at that point. You got the linebackers, you got the secondary. Yeah, that would put them in the driver's seat to me, Larry. Absolutely. TJ Wilborn also realizes on time you say my name wrong. Oh, it's Wilborn. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry, bro. Wilborn. Okay. I know. Once I'll get it right in my mind, I'm gonna get it right. It'll probably take me a couple times to get it exact, TJ, but I'll get it. Wilborn. Like Jason Bourne. I can pronounce that. You're the TJ supremacy. Randall McDaniel, did you see Pete's presser not wanting to talk politics, but he's going to create team unity? Never seen an NFL coach talk that passionately. Not saying I agree or disagree, but his players are going to love it. Yeah, and we'll stay as much as we can away from politics, but it does speak a little to the point of what I talked about in a recent Hawks Nest episode, where I spoke to those people that wanted to see Pete Carroll moved on from this offseason, wanted to see his head on the chopping block. And I just wanted to sort of have those people just tap the brakes a little bit for just a moment, because always remember that with what you gain in the door, you might lose some things out the door. And speaking to this, Pete Carroll's a guy that players want to come to play for. He's a player every year goes to the Pro Bowl. At the Pro Bowl, they vote. Which head coach do you most likely want to play for? I think he's won it 5, 6, 7 times, if not more. He's a guy players gravitate towards. Jadeveon Clowney last year could have played for the Dolphins, could have gotten his big fat contract last year. The deal was on the table, but he said, no, I want to go play for a winner. Dwayne Brown says this guy Pete's an awesome guy to play for. I want to go play up there in Seattle. Get a deal done then. Deal gets done. Jamal Adams did want to play for $3.6 million with the New York Jets. Not this year. Not you guys. Not Adam Gase. Not your attitude and your googly eyes. But he would play for the Seattle Seahawks at $3.6 million. He'd play for Pete Carroll for $3.6 million. That's something you can lose if he walks out that door. And this is the team unity, the motivation, the ability to recruit. Say what you will about his scheme and some of the shortcomings. It's just like I was saying about teams. There's no perfect team. Every team's going to have some weak points. That's the reality of the salary cap era. There's no perfect coach. There's no bulletproof coach. Every coach is going to have little weaknesses. It's just is his strengths enough to overcome it. Tobias Larson says Seahawks first Falcons score prediction. I'm going to go with 35-21, Tobias. I shouldn't do that. 35-28. Seahawks. I'm going to go with that. Iridescence. How you doing, Iridescence? Welcome on into the chat. Tobias says, am I the only one being really hyped about the fact that it looks like we're going to give Blair a bunch of playing time this year? Get my boy on the field. He's electrifying. Yeah, you're not the only one. I'm absolutely hyped that they found this role for him. I didn't care how they did it. I was not into let me explain schematically how Carroll needs to get this done. Carroll, you're an old dog coach. Norton, you're an old dog coach. Figure it out. It's not rocket science here. Get this guy that's got this talent, this ability to hit, this ability to physical, this ability to be an intimidator out there. Get him out on the field. And let's face it, the slot position has moved more and more to these tight ends being pushed out there more than it's those small little Jamison Crowder type guys. They're getting larger and larger. And so it's not always good to have the Ugo Amatis out there. I like having that thought process. I don't think they'll go this route. I feel like once they decide he's their slot starting corner, Ugo's going to just be sitting on the bench. But there's a part of me that likes that week to week. What if you just read the opponent? And if the opponent's got the slot small cornerback that's shifty, gets in and out of his cuts really well, put Ugo out there. And if it's a guy with any kind of size that they like to put in the slot, like a Larry Fitzgerald, bam, put Marquise Blair out there. But I'm absolutely hyped by the potential of Marquise Blair out there. And again, you're just getting a guy, another hitter out in that football field. Once you get to the point where you're starting to stack Adams and Blair and Brooks onto the field, one thing they're going to give you in spades is going to be the ability to just wreck. Like they're going to destroy guys. You're going to see those big time hits you saw from the Legion of Boom era days. You're going to see those like jaw dropping, oh my God, did he just kill that man type plays? And you've got the more you start to add on a defense like that, the more the prevalence of that's just going to pick up, and you're going to see it more and more. And then you start to intimidate teams again. Then you start to be that bully again. Then you start to be a menace like we were back in the day. And that's where then we get back to how within the scheme designs, things start to work a little bit more appropriately as they should, D-Mac is in the house. What's up, D-Mac? I was just telling him, D-Mac, about your Quentin Dunbar take and kind of what you were talking to me about with just your general feeling to him as far as after you're seeing his interview. Just you were kind of getting a little bit down on him as far as you were feeling that energy, man. DVX says, heard some good things about Alton Robinson in training camp. What's your take on him? I'm really encouraged by what I've heard with him. And what we know with Alton Robinson, of course, is that he's a guy who, when you watch his tape last year in Syracuse, uses his hands really well. He doesn't quite have the bend or the dip that Darrell Taylor does, but he uses his hands better than Taylor does. Now he's a bigger guy. It's harder to kind of compare those two guys because they are two different types. But when I say he uses his hands well, he's got a myriad of moves. And that was before he started working with Cliff Averill, the former Seattle Seahawk great, this offseason in Seattle. And you've got to figure Cliff's brought that along. Even if he's brought that along a few inches, maybe we got a guy that can kind of stand out in his first year and give us a little bit of that hopeful production we thought we might get with Darrell Taylor. Because unfortunately with Taylor, my hopes are down here a little bit. The guy had a rod taken out of his leg just a couple months ago. What can we really expect from him as far as production on the football field, already knowing he's getting that and no offseason training camps he's been able to go through? My hopes are now more in Alton. I'm still a little skeptical though, because of the fact at the end of the day, the guy's a 5th round pick for a reason, right? And you do wonder, is he going to be raw? Is he going to be developed enough? But he uses his hands. So I am hopeful. I love what I'm hearing from him, DV. I need some coffee, one sec. Mouth's getting dry. Wow, Dom, I didn't even see your comment there below it, but you just followed that up with exactly what my take was on that. Darrell Taylor, because he says, following up, what's your take on Darrell Taylor's development in camp? And that's my development. His development slowed, and that's being slowed because he's got the injury. But then that was already being slowed with the no mini camps, with the no rookie train. Remember, the rookies get their own little mini camp right at the start, right after the draft. That was gone this year. And they need the coaches tell us, Carroll's told us, they need every step of that development through the process to have any hope of just getting on the field a little bit, of just even making a little flash here or a little flash there. He's not had that time. He's fighting off the injury. He's not been able to train. I got to be honest with you. I wouldn't be shocked if they put him on the PUP list at this point to come back in week 8. That would be, I think, the most likely scenario, Dom, for Darrell Taylor at this point. Tobias says, if we sign Britt, I'm afraid that they will start him over Posick. That's why I really hope they don't sign him. Britt is washed up, good backup, but not a starter. I agree with you completely, Tobias. He's not in that place anymore. Again, to me, I think he had one good season. He got paid. I'm speaking to Britt. And then I think he gave us basically right at league average to below league average play at that point. Now, it looked good to a lot of people because the offensive line has been a crap show for the last few years, almost 5-6 years. So you get a league average guy or a guy just barely below league average, you go, gosh, he's very competent. This guy he's like a Pro Bowler, but he's not. And you can do better than that. And the Seahawks can do better than that. I think that they're going to finally let him roll Tobias with Posick. Remember, even if they bring Britt in, he's coming off of the major injury with the ACL. He probably is not up to full strength quite yet. Maybe he is, but I would doubt it. And he's not been there for this any of the training camp that they've been with so far. So I just don't think he would slide right back in at that point. Posick's at least going to get a chance at center. And that's the thing I've maintained through this whole point. Let's wash away the fact that they put him over at guard for the first few years and all that other stuff. Let's just throw that out the door. Give him a chance at center. Let him roll for a few games. Let's see what we got. And if he gets that, I think he's going to shine. I'm not predicting Pro Bowler, but again, I'm just talking about that league average starter play. Because Dwayne Brown gives you a little bit above league average, and then the rest of the line's been like, eh. So you start stacking positions up that you can get to league average play. Now the offense is going to look real dynamite because Russell's not running for his life every play. You're able to create holes in the running game consistently against every opponent rather than just this opponent here and that opponent there. TJ Wilborn says, sad note, but rest in peace to Black Panther. Wakanda forever. Goodbye to you, Chadwick Boseman. Cancer is the scourge of our lifetime. It is. It takes too many too soon. But man, that was the 2020 has been. It continues to just outpace every other second person as far as the sadness and things that we're dealing with, and just. But man, that was a shocker. Very much a shocker. Oh boy, did I get far back on the chat again. But yeah, rest in peace, Chadwick. Gosh, make sure you guys get your cancer checks. Retta McDaniel, what would you characterize the Hawks offense? Would you characterize the Hawks offense as innovative during Russ's rookie year with zone reads? Can't imagine that formation was in the playbook going into year with Flynn as the presumed starter. I don't know if I go as to say it's innovative. The person that's responsible for its innovation runs in the Shanahan name. I don't know if it was father. I don't know if it was son. As I understand it, Mike Shanahan's son was offensive coordinating underneath him at that time. They looked at a lot of Baylor tape. It was Robert Griffith's rookie year, and they were watching a lot of Baylor tape and realized he was very, very good at running that read option. They understood at the time as well, Robert's not that good at multi-reads. He's not good at running a real complicated offense like the Shanahans were wont to run. So why don't we just incorporate a lot of our motion-based stuff with him then off the read option? They ran it. It was devastating. It was awesome. Coach Carroll watched it, and I was reminded of this going back and watching the Chicago Bear tape when I did the original Great Moment video with Russell Wilson, because they were talking about Carroll watching the tape that week of the Redskins and how they were using Robert Griffin, because he was sitting there going, I got this other quarterback who's pretty mobile and could do some of the similar stuff, I bet. Then they incorporated it. Does that make them the innovators, or does that make them the copiers at that point? Now, I'm not going to try to split hairs here. It was still an awesome move on their part to do it. It went a long way to making that offense a lot more devastating in what it could be. Even though I would say that within 2 to 3 years, the shelf life of the read option had kind of fallen off by that point, and the defenses had figured it out for the most part around the league. But it was, it was at least forward. It was above what they normally do. How about that, Randall? You're pulling. This is pulling teeth, because I hate to call that innovative when, again, somebody else did it before them and then they just copied it, and then they don't necessarily have a history of being really innovative with the other things that they do. Every expert that I hear, whoever speaks about the Seahawks offense, and not just talking heads, but former players that are experts, analysts, guys that do know what they're talking about. Maybe they've got some bias in plays, but it's not a out on a limb take to say that the Seahawks run a very simple offense and defense. It's not. It's the way they've gone about their business in totality. They just say they're going to be better at it than you. And I'm going to start catching up on the chat here. D-Boy, what is up, D-Boy? So good to have my mod in the chat. How you doing, guy? Glad you're making it. We got Perp. That's one Jaharis Clowney. Jaharis Clowney's in the chat. Everyone's saying what's up to Jaharis. Cousin to JD. What's up, Jaharis? We're going to get a little bit of gaming, I think, later on. Random McDaniel says we should keep Finney. He can play guard or center. We need depth. It's a weird off seasons for a guy to come in and play center. I think he'll be okay and contribute at some point. Yeah, my brother was sort of making this point about the team in general, why he's not as worried about some of the talent depravity, talent spots where we're a little deprived of being a pure Leo who would fit as a starter like Clowney, or a 1-tech or a backup 3-tech. And he kind of comes to the point of saying, yeah, but look at the depth across the board on our team. This is going to be the year of depth. This is going to be the year that you need to build to have your teams with backups for backups, because you're going to potentially get decimated at times. And if you don't have those guys that can jump in at that point and just give you at least functional play, you're going to get decimated. You're going to lose the game. And it could be the key of you getting that bye or winning the division. And so that's where I do fall too, as I was sort of thinking this through on the fly, Randall, as we were talking about this, where I come back to, you're not really saving that much money by cutting Finney if you bring Britt in. You're not, because you have that bonus money on this first year. But you could save a little bit more money into next year, as then you've at least eaten 1 year of the bonus money. So the dead money wouldn't be as big going into year 2 if they wanted to do that, or they could hold on to him as well. It's not a huge contract at that point. The only thing I could see him cutting him on, Randall, would be if it's to preclude another signing from happening. They need to create that extra couple million, and they've decided he's the guy to get it done. Oh, Barry, thank you for the $10 donation, man. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I don't see any reason not to have Frank Clark restructured deal for Clowney. Small first-year cap number, 4-year deal. Come on, man. Barry, you know I'm going to be nothing but a yes man on this with you. Any way that it can to get it done, I'd love to see a multi-year deal here with Clowney, because you're going to get the 4 years of the prime of his career. He fits perfectly within the defense. You don't have to worry about Leo at that point. Darrell Taylor can develop at his own speed. You then have between the Alton Robinson, Rasheem Green, LJ Collier trio, you need just one of them then to show out, to turn into that 5-tech up on the other side. Or you could combo it and have LJ play the old Red Bryant role early downs at the 5-tech, and then have, let's say, Alton Robinson come in as a pass rusher on 3rd down like they did with Cliff Averill. You'd have, it would just make everything else flow right. You know, it would. And they've got the cap space to do it. They could create the structure, like you said. Kansas City's got that deal done, and they were still able, as I understand it, to get out of that deal pretty easily after, I think, the 2nd or 3rd year of that deal, even probably the 3rd year. Out of the 3rd year of the deal, they can get out of it with not that big of a dead money hit if they absolutely had to, which there's no reason to think they necessarily have to at that point. I'm sure they're still plenty happy with the deal as it stands. So I appreciate the donation, and I 100% agree with you, Barry. 100% agree with you. Get it done. Jose Rodriguez says, I think Dorsett probably has plantar fasciitis, just my opinion. That's another one. Planners just like the Liz Frank, where it's just one that it's hard to get rid of. It can linger. It doesn't always, you don't always need surgery. I think that's just a rehab one. It's just one that's just, those foot injuries are sometimes just, they linger and they're hard to get rid of, especially if you're training on it. I think with the fasciitis, it's like the only thing to fix it is you have to like get off your feet and just let it rest and let it fix. Randall McDaniel, when is the big cut date? Got to be like a week before the regular season. Anyone on the team you're thinking could get whacked, specifically D-line? Yeah, I still think, Randall, that they're going to bring in another 3-tech here eventually, which will probably push a guy like DeMarcus Christmas back to the practice squad probably. So he's a guy, I don't know if you want me to include practice squad guys or cut guys. Like Parkinson's going to go on the PUP, I think, because he's still not back. Surprise cuts on the D line is kind of a hard one, because I don't see a lot of surprise cuts on the D line. I think everybody basically stays. Like I said, with the exception of Christmas, you're going to have Monet right now. You haven't made another signing. Brian Monet is going to be your backup 1-tech at this point. I don't see them cutting Collier. Taylor Robinson, I think, probably at this point makes the team if we're hearing the camp reports right. Irvin Mayo is going to be there. So I don't see anybody off the top of my head. Maybe I'm not thinking of someone, but not on the D line. I still would maintain, I think that Jacob Hollister eventually gets cut with the $3.2 million. I think David Moore, depending on the health of the receiving core at this point, that $2.1 million salary he's carrying is probably also in the target signs, in the targets of the Seahawks front office to create that space there as well. Those would be the guys on offense. But I don't see a lot of surprise cuts, Randall. The problem is that for those guys that would show out normally, that would be able to be the guys that take that step forward in training camp, show out in the preseason games, and then kick a veteran to the curb because they're doing so well. For that to happen, you got to have the preseason games. You have to have more of the offseason camps to get that really good look at that player so those coaches feel as secure to make that decision. I think more this year, the coaches are going to be safer about their personnel decisions as we move out of training camp. It'll be less the crazy cuts and, whoa, that no one saw that one coming, and more of, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and he wasn't going to make the team. Yeah, okay, I got that one. I just think they're going to, because there's too many other moving parts in this season that they're already dealing with that they don't normally deal with, that just has them probably already a little bit on edge from making those kind of crazy decisions like that. Cameron Hughes says, how are your Photoshop skills? I tried Photoshopping Peyton into a Hawks jersey for the thumbnail, and it looks so bad. Cameron, I'm awful. So I'll give you a little insider trick on this, Cameron. I don't use Photoshop for my editing. I actually use the Adobe Pro Premiere, and then I take a still off the Adobe Pro Premiere. Now, this is probably where I'm doing it like, this is the plumber who comes in and like, puts duct tape around it and all that. It's like the quick fix, but it's an easier way for me to manipulate the pictures and to do the things I want to do for it. Especially if you're looking for Cameron, like, you could do the color changes and all that, use like Ultra Key and stuff like that to change colors on jerseys. That's what I would do, is get a color in the jersey and then use Ultra Key, change like the blue on it to the blue of the Seahawks from his Colts even. That's how I'd go about it. Go to Adobe Pro, type in Ultra Key on your effects. Evergreen, I heard a rumor Clowney won't get signed until after week 1 because he's a vested veteran now. I'm thinking about that, Evergreen. I'm thinking about that. I don't know what that would mean with that, because here's the vested veteran thing. The vested veteran thing has to do with, like, you're on a minimum deal. Like, so you sign Philip Dorsett to the 1 year, $1 million deal. If he plays after week 1, the whole rest of that year's salary is then guaranteed. It's on the books. You got to pay him. If a guy's on a salary, though, if you sign a 1 year, $10 million deal to Jadeveon Clowney, the veteran, I don't think the vested stuff applies to that. It's only for those veteran minimum deals. You can cut him at any point in time at that point outside of the bonus money you've paid him, and you can clear yourself out of any of the bonus money. But it wouldn't make a lot of sense that even be a worry or fear for him to happen, because if it was for injury, there's injury settlements. I don't think that's the reasoning that's there. Dalton V says plantar fasciitis is BS. I had it, ended up tearing it, took a year to heal. Oh, it's the feet injury for me. I don't know why. It's like the nut shot. When you see a guy get hit in the nuts and you just sort of retract a little bit yourself, like you got hit. I feel the pain on that, Dalton. Oh man, the tear, when you say tear on the foot. Oh, and it's still super tight. It's still not right. Oh, the human body sucks. I know exactly what you're talking about. Stuff just sometimes doesn't get completely right. I was once bridge jumping and jumped off the bridge when I was younger and went right down to the bottom of the bridge, and I cut my foot on a bottle on the bottom of the river. And man, it off my feet for a month. And so now I'm just, every time somebody says bottom of my foot, tear, I'm like, Marty MF Williams, Kenny Easley or Earl Thomas all time? Well, this is where I'm going to be a real, the millennials will not like me on this one. And this assessment, by the way, has nothing to do with Thomas's personality. This is simply to do with play on the football field. I understand that the guys in the 80s threw a lot more interceptions. They were a lot less protective of the football, so they gave defenders a lot more of an opportunity to get more interceptions. But when you do look at the two players from a career standpoint, statistics, and you match them up, line them up, Easley's got vastly more interceptions. Easley was more dominant in his prime than Earl Thomas was. So for me, I go with Kenny Easley. But again, I know a lot of you got younger fans out there didn't get to see Easley play like I got to see him play in a little bit in the 80s, and understand the effect that he had in that secondary, the fear that he put in the heart of quarterbacks. Earl did put that same fear in the heart of quarterbacks. He could as well. But just Easley was just a little bit better. I still think Earl Thomas is a Hall of Famer. We're talking about dicing up 2 Hall of Famers at this point. But all that being said, I'm an Easley man. I just go that direction. Anthony Bain says Clowney to Baltimore is the big rumor, and they are considered the faves at this point. Does that give them the best defense in the league if that happens? Yeah, it does give them the best defense in the league if that happens. They're absolutely stacked up at all their positions. They've got everything taken care of. If the rumors out there, Anthony, because everyone's saying they're going to clear $10 million off the Earl Thomas deal, people need to hit the e-brake on that. That's going to be now in contention. That's going to have to go to arbitration. And it's my understanding that that type of situation to go to arbitration is not going to happen quickly, i.e. the Baltimore contract and Thomas remains on the books for this foreseeable future. So they don't just to get to cut Thomas, clear the $10 million off the cap immediately. That's got to go through, as I understand it, because if it comes down to arbitration, then right. And arbitration says, no, Baltimore, this was wrongly cut. You're still owed him this money. Well, now they've already signed Clowney the money and they're already at the cap. Now they're over the cap. That's a league no. You can never be in a position to do that. No team has ever put themselves in a position to do that. So they would have had to have done it by clearing space that they just naturally have. Maybe they're able to do that, but by cutting Thomas this year, they didn't create any space off of the base money of his deal. He was only in the second year of that bonus money time. So all that bonus money accelerated that they paid him, which was $20 million, which should have been $5 million a year. But that meant that $15 million of that sounding bonus accelerated into this year's of this contract, even if you remove off of his base. Still not a savings at that point. But maybe they are the favorite just because he's willing to take such a deal at this point to go to a team like that. But it doesn't, I will say this, Anthony, I'm less and less believing that Seattle's even in on Clowney services at all. I think that they've just kind of I think that they made their play for him and then they just said, okay, we're good. We did what we could. Derek, the Seahawks Lady fan, Maui hype. That's right, Maui, baby. Loving me some Maui. Dalton V says also, Clowney to Baltimore makes sense after cutting Earl, but I'm still hopeful. It does make sense that they'd want to add to the talent, but just once again, I'll say they don't get to just clear that money off the books because they're saying that they're cutting him conduct detrimental to the team. The bonus money still accelerates that they paid him last year. It's $20 million in bonus. With $20 million, it goes over a 4-year period. That means that every year on their cap, it was supposed to be a $5 million hit. You cut him in the second year of that deal. That means 3 years of that bonus money accelerate to $15 million, counting on the cap immediately. Maybe they can make the deal or signing with him outside of that. Maybe they have still a little bit of money rattling around. Let's face it, they're not paying Lamar Jackson, so they could theoretically still find a way to get the ducats to make it move. Jose, I'm glad we're agreeing on this one, man. Easily is the man with it. Anthony Bain, PJ Johnson, probably a cut. Anthony, I don't know if he makes the team. It's between, he's got a little versatility. I think he can play both positions. Maybe he makes the team just because they're so light and they're so light at the position. He just has to make it. He doesn't get me excited though. They're just another guy. They go Jag, just another guy. D-Boy says the Hawks Nest. How's it going? There should be a lot of people coming in the live at 6 p.m. I've been in all that Hawks lives promo in today's live stream. I seen you in there a few days ago. Oh man, thank you. I appreciate the hype, D-Boy. Appreciate you putting in that work. I try to get in as much as I can. I've been running around, but I'm doing great. I'm almost got the move. I've got my place completely cleared out right now. All the couches are gone. Going to get the beds. You're going to be out of here. So we're moving along. I'm making progress, but thank you for hyping up. I appreciate you spreading the word on the channel, man. That's what helps this thing grow. If you guys can too, hit the like button here on the stream, man. That helps the stuff as well. And if you're not subscribed, why aren't you unsubscribed? You guys know like 95% of my audience is not subscribed. You lurkers, subscribe. Randall McDaniel, Lewis will be the best lineman we drafted since Max Unger. I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that, Randall. We are completely of like mind. And I said it at the time we drafted him. I said, look, the rest of this draft is a lot of projection based. Darrell Taylor's not going to get you to his top end next year. Maybe Alton Robinson gives you something out the gate, but you're going to probably need to wait a little bit on that one. Colby Parkinson the same way. Certainly, you guys know I believe that Jordan Brooks is going to be sitting mostly on the bench this season. But this is one guy that we're getting for the here and now. One guy that's going to be a guy that's going to be I think the real deal. I'm not expecting necessarily a Pro Bowler. Maybe he's got that potential in him. But you go watch his tape back in college, see what he did against the Senior Bowl, even against guys like Javon Kinlaw, where he really dominated them. I think this kid's got a bright future in this league. And again, if him and Posick can take that step forward and give us some much better play than what we've had at those two positions, and Ayupati can keep those ankles glued together, and Dwayne Brown can stay on the field, now maybe the offensive line goes from being this horrible weakness, the dredge out there of the league, and start to become an actual strength. And at that point, think about the potential of what our offense can truly accomplish. They've been accomplishing all of this up until this point. Russell's rating and throwing for 35 touchdowns a year. and all the yards they do and being at least mildly effective in the running game. But now imagine what they can do with actually that line functioning like other dominant lines in the league. Not necessarily dominant, but just upper level, let's say. Cameron Hughes says, I don't get the Trey Flowers hate. Cameron Hughes, I think folks are a little bit victim of the now. So they see that last game, they see Devontae Adams smoking him, and they go, this guy's done. He's washed up. And there's a couple plays throughout the season here and there that really probably stick in people's mind. But to me, that's not the way my mind works with it. I go to the Philadelphia Eagles game, the first game, where he's lined up in press coverage and he looks like he's in press. And Carson Wentz reads he's in press. And he's got Diggs over the top, and Diggs looks like he's playing cover 2. And so Wentz thinks he's got a whole shot on the play. But Flowers times the snap perfectly to flip his hips into his bail, into the kick step technique where he's going to get that step back into coverage, because Carson's whole shot doesn't get there because of Trey Flowers' length and his skill to then reverse off of press, because he didn't end up pressing the guy. He went off press and went right to his bail. It's a little bit of that savviness you see in those moments against a very good quarterback like Wentz that makes you go, I wonder he can keep replicating that. He can keep doing that on a football field. So I get where the hate's coming from, because I know people get trapped in the now and in the bright moments of what happens. But it's like, look, Trey, Richard Sherman last year got burned in 2 points in the playoffs, in the Packers game against that same Devontae Adams, and in the Chiefs game, in 2 very key moments, but yet Sherman also had the top rating by Pro Football Focus last year at cornerback. Nobody still liked to throw his way very often. He still gets his interceptions. So I think it's just a grain of salt people need to take with their criticism of Trey, and understanding he's only in his second year. He's a safety convert coming out of college in his second year. In his second year, Shaquille Griffin said he played at a D+ level. Imagine, and then he took off in his third year. Imagine if Trey Flowers can take off in his third year. D-Boy, the Hawks Nest. Sorry, I went down through there. The GOAT says, who do you think is winning the position battle, Blair or Ugo? It looks like Blair, the GOAT. I would like to, as I was speaking about earlier, hope that they would be a little bit more willing to be versatile week to week, a little more like the Patriots do with their defensive scheme, where they'll see how the matchups look. And if they've got the small, shifty guy, they'll be willing to put Ugo out there. And if you get the taller, we're going to put George Kittle the slot 70% of our snaps in this game, then you got Blair in there. We saw this last year in the Baltimore game when they had Blair in there. There was times he was matched up with the tight end. Can't remember if it was in the slot or not, but he showed a very good adeptness at that in covering and that ability. He's very fluid as an athlete. But he's going to win, I think, the battle overall, GOAT. I think day one, he's your starter here out the gate. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says DK Metcalf is going to have a huge year, and coaches are just feeling him, are not just feeling him. And coaches are not just feeling him. Looks like Jamal is outstanding in practice. I don't know what you mean on the second part of that, DK, or Derek. I turned your name into DK, Derek. You're now DK, Derek. That's your new nickname. DK Metcalf's having a huge year, and coaches are now just feeling him. Yeah, I agree with you. DK Metcalf is going to explode this season, and I've been even myself a little conservative in my projections of saying 75 catches, 1,200 yards, 10 to 12 touchdowns. Maybe I need to take that even a step further, because maybe he's ready to really blossom into that type of player. He's got the help around him. Offensive line's a little more improved. Another year of rapport with Russell Wilson. He's got that pretty deep ball. That guy gets deep nice. We could see him really go off. I mean, he's by all accounts in practice, he's tearing it up, doing just what a superstar does in practice, which is just nobody can cover him. So we'll see how it plays out in games, but I'm getting real high. The DK Metcalf hype is real and warranted. Anthony Bay and Dunbar has been overhyped since we traded for him. He should be considered in the same level as a Tre'Davious White. Gilmore, he should not be considered. Sorry, I didn't mean to misread that, Anthony. Dunbar should not be considered in the same level as Tre'Davious White, Stephon Gilmore, Ramsey, Xavier Howard, or Marlon Humphrey. IMO. Yeah, I agree. He's not in that place. He's a guy, again, too, has a lot of injury issues. This is a guy last year we missed more injuries our starters did due to injury than anybody else. It is a little bit disconcerting at times when you see even bringing Paul Richardson in now as you lose Dorsett. If this sort of continues as a trend, this injury situation from last year, we've been good so far during training camp, God willing, but he is not on the same level. He played a lot of man last year, Anthony, with the Redskins, and the Redskins were horrific in zone, horrific in zone last season when they were asked to go out of man. So you start to get a little bit of trepidation because he's coming to the Seahawks zone where we play predominantly zone. There are some indicators from Norton and some of his comments recently where I'm wondering if they're going to be a little more willing to go with man this year at times, knowing what Jamal Adams can do there, understanding that's Dunbar's forte a little bit more. Maybe having dual coverages on either side. Maybe you've got, for instance, Griffin dropping into his bail into cover 3, but then on the other side, you're flipping it. You've got Dunbar running a little more man. Maybe if they're willing to be a little more exotic, that'd be awesome if they were. But I get where you're coming from on that, man. Will Burn, not Will Bourne. Oh my God, TJ, I told you it's going to take me a couple times. Will Burn. I just see that Bourne, and it's the Jason Bourne movies. My name goes to it. I can't help it. Like it's been after 4 films, and it's like. Randall McDaniel, what channels do you listen to for Hawks news? I've heard you mention some guys on here, but I don't know where to find them. Seahawks Mave is okay, but I cannot stand Hawks blogger, whiny bitches. So I obviously like a lot of the Samuel Gold, Brett Collerman, those guys I like to go for more. I guess they do a lot of Seahawks stuff. I think they've got a lot of Seahawks fans who watch their stuff. They do a lot more NFL related stuff. I go all over the place though, Randall. I don't have any certain set people. It's like week to week, I'll go through YouTube searches and look through some stuff. Anything I could find a lot of times with former players talking, I like. I used to be a lot more on 710. I'm completely out. And now it's gotten to be with Rock and Salk. Even their podcast is just getting to the point of almost being, it's getting rougher and rougher to listen to. I do like the national perspective stuff, even the stuff people hate with ESPN and Fox News stuff, just to listen to, again, national perspective and get a kind of a read into that. There's a couple of guys that do like film breakdown stuff. One guy's he's got this weird voice that's like that. A guy named Jackson does some pretty good breakdowns, but I end up just doing general searches and just letting I'll watch a guy does a video once and come back to him here and there and just let him kind of prove it to me. It depends on the player I'm looking for. Sometimes it's other teams' fans that have put it together, but I don't have a tried and true guy that I go to as far as podcasts that I listen to right at the moment. I probably should do more. And if you've got some suggestions, I'm open to them, Randall, but I don't have a lot I listen to with that stuff. There's not a lot, especially locally, man. It's a little lean right now for the Seattle sports fans as far as good people to listen to just talk sports. Seems like a lot of the sports guys get on there locally and they start talking about personal life and my dog snores and it's amazing. You can hear through the whole house and it's like, get to the sports talk sports. But I'll think about it. Maybe I'll have better suggestions in a second there. He cranks. Seattle is still interested. Okay, guys, He cranks our inside source here. Pay attention to what He crank says in the chat. My man plays with JD. JD knows JD. They're tight. If he says they're still in it, they're still in it. That's good to hear. He cranks. There's some sadness in the chat. There's some melancholy because people are having this general feeling, or at least I'm having this general feeling that maybe we just aren't going to get Jay Dizzle back. Jay Dizzle needs to rock the house still, but it seems like he's already half out the door. He's in the doorway. He's got one foot out the door. It feels like maybe. But that's good to hear, man. You provide us a little bit of sunshine. We're still in it, folks. Clowney's still in it. Welcome on the chat too, Heats. Go get it later, maybe. You got to play some new season Fortnite, Heat. It's out of freaking control. Tobias, remember to give the live stream a like. Fellow 12s helps with the exposure. Yes, please do. Great suggestion, Tobias. I appreciate that. Stephanie, what's up, Steph? Oh, no, I know. Sometimes Stephanies don't like that. I shouldn't say that. What's up, brother? Hope all is well. All is absolutely great. I'm getting ready to move to paradise. What could be wrong about that? Though we are still in the middle of a pandemic, so there is that. Joseph Smiley, with an upgrade in the secondary and the extra 1 or 2 seconds, could they get a lot more sacks with the D-line that we have? This is part of, I've created this theory this offseason, Joseph. I call it my cobble it together theory approach as it concerns the defensive line. Where the Seahawks coaches, rather than saying we're going to get a dominant force here and it's going to be a couple of guys to wreck shop and then we'll just kind of fill in the blanks around them, they're looking to take a set of guys in that 5 to 7 sack range and cobble them together to get the building of a pass rush built. I'm a little skeptical, but let's look at the true numbers here. Last year, they had 29 sacks as a team. Bottom of the barrel, I think it was 29th, 30th in the league, something like that, near the end. So A marginal improvement's going to be a pretty major improvement. And when you start stacking it through and you go, okay, Irvin gives you 7 sacks. And if one of the two of Alton Robinson or Taylor Taylor can give you 4 or 5 sacks, maybe LJ Collier gives you 4 sacks, Jaron Reed gives you 5 sacks, Benson Mayowa gives you 6 sacks. You guys can see where I'm going with this. You, to a little bit of, I think, what you're talking about, Joseph, you start to stack those bricks up to get to that building. Because now if you get to the numbers of 45, 46, 47 sacks, you're now in the top 5 of the league. So does it matter how you get there as long as you get there? No. If they get there through that method, it'll work. That'll do, pig. To borrow James Cromwell. That'll do, pig. But that is what it's going to have to take to get to that point, because you can easily then draw it down if a couple of those guys don't click in with their 5 to 7 sack seasons. But they could do it. This is how they're going to go about it, or at least the appearance of how they're going to go about it, the cobble it together approach. And let's not forget, in 2013, the Super Bowl winning season, nobody had over 10 sacks on that team. You had your Clinton McDonald with, I think, 5.5. Averill came in with, I think, 8. Clemens with like 8, I think 6 to 8. Irvin, had a few, I think, in there on that one. That was a cobble it together season, and that worked out pretty well, didn't it? They were able to generate pretty consistent pass rush with that team. So they could be looking at that model and trying to, again, just duplicate those results the same way. But yeah, Joseph, they could get a little. I didn't speak to the second part of your comment on that, Joseph. I'm sorry. I hijacked your comment there. Yeah, the secondary could help them get an extra second or two to get the pass rush. That's why there was the term invented, coverage sacks. And this is, again, something I want to talk about. That's personally, if I'm building a defense, I'm building from the front out. But modern analytics tell us, Pro Football Focus tells us that's not the way to do it, silly. You need to build from the back end up. It's a passing league now. You need guys that can cover on the back end. That's the most important thing. This is how Seattle is built. They're building towards what they're telling us is the way of the future for building your football team, at least defensively, structurally. I'm a little bit pessimistic on this stuff, but that is what they're saying. I can't deny that. So it should give them those extra time to get those extra sacks, Joseph. You are correct. And we've got a damn good secondary right now. It should be able to give them those times, at least from time to time, give them those moments to get those extra sacks. Derek Sanchez, do you think we really need Carlos Hyde? Because I don't think we do. I think we can get by without them. Derek, I think the signing was because they don't feel like Rashad Penny is going to be back up to anywhere near full health until probably around midseason, if he's going to get to full health this year. The signing, I think, was pushed on by that. So I do think we need him because of that. Let's not forget, Derek, over the last 4 or 5 years, almost every season, we've seen our whole running back core decimated. Do you remember the Minnesota Viking game in Minnesota and the freezing elements? DeJuan Harris was our running back in that game. And that was because Thomas Rawls and Marshawn Lynch, and go down the list of running backs that particular season, had been decimated. This running scheme that we run in, inside zone, it seems like it pounds on our running backs pretty hard, maybe harder than even other teams to a degree. At least that seems to be what the results are telling us when you look at the injuries. So it's probably good to have a stable of running backs in play at that point who can carry the load when need be, as guys are going to break down. We know Chris Carson's probably going to break down. 2 of his first 3 seasons have ended due to major injury. We've got Travis Homer. You got DJ Dallas. That's probably not enough behind him at that point if you're waiting on Penny, which I think they are. So it's more the Penny injury, Derek, than anything else. If Penny's healthy, maybe they just ride with what they got. But I think they know he's going to take a little bit of time. James Stoltz. Well said on Pete. Right on point. Oh, that's awesome, Pete. James, I'm glad you agree. I'm one of those people that has been hard on Pete, hard on this scheme, and I think rightfully so on both sides of the ball. But I'm very well aware we have a legendary head coach here, a guy that's probably eventually going to go into both the College Hall of Fame football and NFL Hall of Fame. And there's a very good reason for that. And he's not just lost all that because he suddenly turned 71, 72, 73 years old. He's still got his holes in his game, but he's still got a lot he brings to the table year in and year out. And we do still need to acknowledge that. You bring in Lincoln Riley, you might get the defensive mastermind, but then do you get the motivator week in and week out? Do you get the recruiter that you get right now? We got a guy who can recruit players to come play in Southern Alaska. Believe me, when I was talking to Jadavian, he wasn't necessarily like a guy coming from the South. Seattle wasn't exactly his kind of necessarily city. Necessarily love the city, love the fans, but just he comes from the South. It's just different culture down there and what they got going on. And we're just different culture up in the North. And it's a guy like Carroll, though, that helps create that atmosphere and environment to bring guys like that in that you do potentially lose if he walks out the door, or probably likely lose when he walks out the door. Randall McDaniel says, Bruce Irvin looks bigger, like grown man. I bet he's 250 now. Well, the grown man strength, I can speak to that, is real. Grown man strength is a real thing. And you do just get a little bit, there's nothing wrong with it. We all get a little older, we get a little thicker, and it's musculature. And it's all musculature, there's little pockets of extra, but it's mostly musculature. And he was he was probably a little more wiry. So it's not surprising now as he gets a little older, he's added a little girth. I still don't want him out at defensive end on early downs, taking on a tackle. Do not want that. Keep him over at linebacker, but I love him over at that Sam. I love him at the Sam, Randall. John C., why are you all knocking Finley just because they brought Britt in for a visit? Oh, folks are just trying, I think, John, to try to take it to the next logical, conclusive point where they look at it and they go, why would you want to have 3 centers on this roster? Now, maybe the thinking could be from that standpoint of, well, look, Posic's gone down to injury before. We don't know if we trust that. But again, you just signed BJ Finney, or you're going to have 3 centers on this team. And people are going, you've not carried 3 centers very often in the past. They've usually only stayed at 2. So it's not a wide leap here to say somebody's probably maybe getting cut if they're bringing Britt in. And as we just saw with Paul Richardson, with this kind of guy that's a former Seattle Seahawk, if they're bringing you in, you're more likely than not probably going to get signed. The key with him, of course, is going to be his medicals, though, which we don't have any idea on. Randall McDaniel, I was going to hit you up on Facebook. It's cool. If it's cool, spell out your name. If it's not, no, it's okay. I don't mind people hitting me on Facebook. It's Brandon, 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 Cain, Cain. And then, just look for me in Washington. I've not yet changed my locale. Robert Rowett. I'm butchering people's names today, so I'm sorry if I butcher yours. Do you think our OC, offensive coordinator, will open up the passing game more? I do think that there's going to be enough of this pressure from not only the fans, but Russell Wilson in this circumstance to make the coaches finally be willing to do a little bit more than they've done in the past. And they're going to have, I think, the pass catchers to get it done, especially once you get Josh Gordon back in off suspension. So stack up all those receivers. You got the 2 tight ends. God willing, everybody can stay at least marginally healthy this season. You've got the weapons that they've never had here to really allow the offense to explode in the way it fully can. And let's not forget last year at the beginning of the year when you had Disley in there, when Lockett was running full steam, this was when Russell seemed to be far and away the MVP winner early on in the year last year. It was sort of once things started to break down a bit and the numbers started to fall back at that point that the talk died down a little bit. But yeah, I think they'll buy a little bit more. I never think we're going to get to the point we're going to see Russell up in the 5,000 yard range, but I think Robert, he can get to 40 touchdowns this year. I think he can get a little bit well over 4,000 yards that he's usually been right about 4,000 is where he usually hits. But I think he can get a little bit more. I've always said, if we pass to run 52, 53% run, 47% pass, let's just flip that. 5, 6, 7, 8 more attempts a game to passing. It's not that more significant, but it would allow us to be a little bit more effective, I think, offensively. Anthony Bain says, I don't buy the pass rush hype coming from camp. A lot of coach speak. Only guys I have belief in are Green, Irvin, and Reed. I'd add, Anthony, I do have a little bit of faith in knowing what I get with Mayoa. Again, he's not a guy that's ever going to be like Chris Clemens was, who could push up into the 10, 11 sack range. But he's a guy I think can consistently with enough, he's on a very limited amount of snaps. He's been getting into the 5, 6, 7 sack range over the last few years. I think in our scheme, in our system, he's very familiar with it. I think he can do something similar here. So I might throw him into that group, but I am with you as far as the cobble it together approach is not the optimal approach as far as I'm concerned. I have skepticism as far as it is. They're banking on guys like Collier taking a step forward or getting some kind of production from Darrell Taylor or Alton Robinson. It's again, projecting and hope a little bit rather than known quantity, but it could work. There is talent there. The talent is there to happen. The talent is there for it to happen, but will it be able to really all come together at once? That's the question. D Nugget, aloha, brah. How you doing, brah? Glad to see you in the chat, man. Iridescence, do you think Jordan Brooks should start over KJ Wright? I do not think that Jordan Brooks can start over KJ Wright. Jordan Brooks to me is long-term at the NFL level a middle linebacker. If you are going to have to bring him out onto the football field outside of middle linebacker, then I would put him over at the Sam. He's not getting any snaps at the Sam though. All of his snaps have been over at the will. My opinion right now, and this is one of my Brandon goes out on a limb and makes a prediction, is that if you were to see KJ Wright go down this season, you would actually see Cody Barton slide in as the next man up. That would be my opinion. I think that Jordan Brooks will be the backup middle linebacker this year. I don't think he sees a lot of the football field outside of special teams iridescence. When I went and looked at his film, he just looked like a middle linebacker, pure and simple to me. I know in his junior year, he played essentially what would be the de facto Leo for us. It was in a 3-4, and he's playing an outside linebacker in the 3-4 over the top of essentially the tight end, or when the tight end's gone, he's over the shoulder of the tackle. And he did that okay, but he doesn't set the edge in that role great. There's a reason why I wasn't surprised to hear the Hawk coaches didn't try him even over at the Sam position. So he's never really played Will. Not his college tape didn't show that. I just don't see it happening. It's just about to be like, man, I caught up on the chat. I'm doing so good. I'm so far behind the chat right now. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to go quicker at times, but I just get backed up. I will get your question if you're in the chat. Wait, I'm going to get to it. So bear with me. It's part of this is that I try to get to everybody's question. John C. He should be winning the job. It's been less than 2 months. Posick was drafted here mid-season when you said. So D-Max got his take here, guys. Listen up on this one. It's good stuff. Dunbar's confidence scares me. He doesn't seem too confident about learning the kick step technique. Hawks tackling is hard as well to pick up if you've never been a formed tackler. And D-Mac, of course, is speaking to the fact that this is a wide receiver convert coming out of Florida and Dunbar. So tackling is not exactly what he loves to do either. This is not like Richard Sherman, who really embraced tackling and became better and better and better throughout the years. It's a guy who still sometimes tackles like a wide receiver who's been turned into a cornerback. And that kick step technique thing is a real deal. Thank you for the input on that, D-Mac. John C. mentions the fact that maybe a little bit of the struggles with BJ Finney and coming into camp at this point are that we have a different blocking scheme than Pittsburgh had, and that with Posick, he's got a little bit of a head start on Finney in that respect, playing in the scheme for the last couple of years. And I think, John, it's a valid point. My whole thing with the Posick thing over Finney has been that I think that Posick's a more talented, better player at the end of the day. I think that's the reason why he originally was a second-round pick. And I think that with Finney, you're getting a guy with a high floor. I don't think he's a guy who's going to go in there and he's going to get embarrassed at times like we saw with Joey Hunt last year when he got absolutely steamrolled like a Zamboni, like he was being ran over by a Zamboni. I can't say words today. Zamboni, I think is the word I was trying to say. But it's a valid point, John. You gotta. I'm not horribly down on Finney. It's just the whole thing I was mentioning again is that we tend to keep two centers. We don't tend to have three centers on the roster, even if you've got one of them who can theoretically play a guard position. You've got Phil Haynes coming in as the other guard. Maybe they see him as a backup because the other guard. Maybe that is a potential here. People are just doing a little bit of the math of what Seattle's done historically speaking at the center position with that. D Nugget, Kobe Chadwick, what the hell? Yeah, dude, I know, man. It's crazy. 2020 has been this is a year like nothing else. Anthony Bain says Damian Lewis has been killing it in camp. Dude is going to be a beast. I agree, Anthony. I'm stoked by what we got with this guy. He's a pure scheme fit. He's a very good player. His pass blocking is a lot better than a lot of people gave him credit for when he was first coming out. It's so nice to know you're slapping a guy in on that offensive line that's got an ability to give you something better than what you've had, because that the potential of the offense goes through the roof if this offensive line can get to a functional state. It absolutely does. Ewan Tyrell, hey, afternoon. What's up? What's up, Ewan? How you doing? Thoughts on Brooks, Barton, and Bobby for the linebackers next season? I would say, well, after this year, I still think Barton long-term is your will. Maybe they think long-term they can eventually slide Brooks into the Sam linebacker role. But again, it is telling this year in the training camp. Now, training camp's been truncated. It's smaller. There's not as much time. You can't get a guy working in a lot of different positions. So they're probably trying to simplify things for the rookies a little bit more. But maybe long-term, I would think that they might believe they can put Brooks over at the Sam linebacker role after this year. But if Irvin shows out again this year, why not do another one-year deal with Irvin going into next year if he wants to play another year? I mean, maybe Irvin's done after this season, but that would be more likely to me. I like Barton at the will long-term. I think Barton was out of position at the Sam last year. He should be put at the will. You don't want him over the top of a tight end, having to set the edge. Let him roam in space, use his speed and quickness. I like Barton over at the will. Y2K, how you doing? Welcome on in the chat. Go Hawks. Clara. Hello, Clara. Hello. So Clara says, hello. I hear a couple of injuries on the Niners while in training. Can the Seahawks take the division? Clara, the Seahawks can absolutely take the division, and the Niners are running into a position at the wide receiver position, at least, that's going to quickly move into crisis mode for them if they lose another guy or two. Deebo Samuel's coming off of a foot injury. They lost Hurd, one of their kind of backup wide receivers, to, I think, a torn ACL for the season. He's gone. Of course, Emmanuel Sanders left in free agency to the Saints this offseason. And then now Brandon Ayuk is dealing with the hamstring injury, and those things can tend to kind of linger. That was the guy they were really going to lean on early season. I think they still got Dante Pettis there as a guy that can kind of be a fill-in. Kendall Bourne's over there. So they've got still some guys. They don't pass a lot. This is a very run-centric offense. But they're at early on, they've taken their lumps as far as the injuries go, Claire. And I think also it's something that comes with being the Super Bowl loser and the Super Bowl winner. You played an extra, usually 2-3 extra games than anybody else the prior NFL season. Those other teams got like a month off that you didn't get off to rest your body and recuperate and train. It has an effect. There's a reason why those Super Bowl losers the next year end up having the extra injuries, because those extra games kind of mount onto them a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, Claire, if we see more of that as the year goes on. You know, more injuries pop up for the Niners than they were dealing with last year. I think even Sherman went down with a little bit of something a couple days ago. He's popped up back from it, but he popped back up from the Achilles thing back in the day too, and then the Achilles ended up blowing back out on him later. I don't hope injury on Richard at all, but I think they're going to be dealing with a little bit of wear and tear from last year. Glad you're liking the facial hair, Clara. It's got to be shaved off soon, so I got to go back and I got to go put my face in public. Oh, maybe I can talk my new boss into it. Let me rock the facial hair. Dom Reed says, how exactly do you think Ugo Amadi will be used? I'm hoping he can make more plays like his preseason hit against the Vikings last year. The ideal for me, Dom, would be that you can rotate him and Blair in at the slot corner position based on the matchup that you're dealing with. Because I think Blair might struggle a little bit against the smaller, shiftier guys in the slot. It might not be easy guys, I think 6'1", a little bit longer. I don't know if he can flip his hips with those guys as well in that slot. Typically, guys at 6 foot plus don't operate well in the slot if it's not a bigger guy they're lined up against. With that said, I'd like to see them flip like that. I don't think they'll do it. I think that they'll just stick with Blair, and then Ugo will back him up out of the slot from time to time. Seattle just hasn't shown a tendency in the past to be willing to use players for a position like that. I've thought at times I'd like to see them do something like that with a guy like Ben Burke-Irvin, guys 4.5 speed out there linebacker, former safety. If there's times when you got offenses in passing situations, why not get him on the football field as a de facto coverage linebacker? But they just don't tend to lean in that direction from their philosophy standpoint, Dom. They're going to, if you're in as the starter, you're rolling as that starter. Helmi Sethi, greetings from Germany. Helm. Sorry, Helm. Sethi. I'm just going to call you Sethi and get that right. Hello, Sethi. Welcome in from Germany. So good to have you on in here. Shane Hafner, Niners signing former Bears bust Kevin White shows how desperate San Francisco really is. I love it. Yeah, I love it too, Shane. It's getting dicey for them. They didn't have the deepest group to begin with when these things started to happen and get ravaged a bit. They know they run first, so they didn't think they needed necessarily as deep a wide receiver core. It was funny too, the other night, somebody was in on, I think it was Instagram, and they were posting like a Niners fan was trying to post some mock-up clickbait rumor where they said, Niners are interested in Josh Gordon, ! Question mark. And Josh Gordon came into the chat and he just, all he did is he commented, huh? It was beautiful. Awesome comment, which again, just made me feel warm and fuzzy about Josh coming back to Seattle. And then also doubly awesome because of the fact that Niners want him and there's no way he's going to go there because he's got loyalty, dog. He got loyalty. Randall McDaniel says, with 3 safeties, we play the big nickel. Adams and Blair, a hybrid linebacker, right? Do you think the 2 linebackers would be Bobby and Bruce, Mayoa, Reed, and Puna and Green? If you were going to big nickel, Randall, the way it would look is that you would have, it seems that they're not going to maybe move Adams around as much positionally. He might move around the field more to what he does and where he does it from, but he's going to stay more into the strong safety role. I would think in a big nickel, it's going to be Blair out there at slot, and then you're going to be seeing Bobby Wagner and KJ Wright still once again as your 2 linebackers. Bruce is not a guy that's as good in coverage. The Sam doesn't usually have to be as good in coverage necessarily. It's good to have it when he's awesome in coverage, but it isn't always a component you need as much as him to be able to set the edge on the tight end, for instance. So I don't think that you would do that. You'd have Bruce then in there rushing at this point. Bruce would be on these knowing passing downs. He'd probably be rushing from your Leo, and then we'd probably have Mayoa rushing from the other side. Mayoa or Green would be how I would think they would go about it. Anthony Tobias, based on Madden, he's moving into the slot, which is probably the best slot for him, as strong safety and slot corner are extremely similar. Yeah, it's interesting to see what they can do with Blair in that slot corner role. And the slot corner role is one that is continuing to evolve as we move forward here. You know, it used to be you got your 3rd worst cornerback on the team out there. Then it became a specialist position. Now maybe it becomes more of essentially a safety kind of hybrid role, so you can have more help against the running game, because a lot of teams like to use those 3 wide receiver sets to get the extra linebacker off the field so they can be a little more efficient in running. One less man in the box they got to block, essentially. So maybe this is a way to counter that a little bit. I love the thought of it. Juno White. Hello, Juno. Hey, Brandon. Seems like I'm on time today. You are right on time today. I'm humming. We're rolling like a V8 engine right now. Juno says, how does the wide receiver depth chart look after P-Rich signing? I don't think it changes too much at this point. You're swapping out, to me, Dorsett for P-Rich by the sound of things. We don't have a certainty on the Dorsett injury. We don't know that it's absolutely 100% something that's going to hold him out for a long period of time. This does appear to be the indicators, though. So based on the indicators, P-Rich slides into his slot. They're still keeping, it looks like, David Moore on the team, though I would expect the second that Gordon gets slid onto the roster, the second he's off the commissioner's list and they bring him on board, right about that point in time, I would expect David Moore to be probably released. Probably. No certainty, but I feel pretty good about the depth of where we are right now. And Paul Richardson knows the scheme, knows Russell. They're not going to take a lot of time to get acclimated. It's going to be pretty seamless, I would expect. Just the key with him is if he can stay out of the injury situation. It seems like that little body of his gets beat up and broken down pretty quick. Randall McDaniel says, what's up with the rookie tight end from Stanford? I know he's hurt his foot, but is there any news on when he's practicing? No news on when he's practicing, Randall. He's absolutely 100% going to be a guy who at this point you can expect to start the season out on the PUP, and you'll get him back maybe around week 8, potentially. They may end up just extending it out all year and giving him the red shirt, essentially. But I would expect he's not back for the first probably 3 to 4 weeks of the season. It just makes more sense to put him on the PUP because you buy that extra roster spot at that point rather than having to hold it over if you don't put him on that list. Oh, so thirsty today. Okay. But he's an interesting player, Randall. I'm not selling short on Colby Parkinson. He's still really, especially a red zone threat later on down the road, maybe even this season. He's at Stanford. He was making some plays. In his first year or two, he had some horrible quarterback play too. Can't remember the guy's name, Costanza or something like that, but he was one of the worst quarterbacks I watched last year in football. I was just like, this guy's awful. And he was still making plays. Tobias says, who is our biggest threat in the NFC to go to the Super Bowl? Our worst matchup. I think that our biggest threat in the NFC, and this is going to surprise you guys because this is a sort of a situation that's just developed out of nowhere, frankly. The Cowboys are becoming, to me, the biggest threat in the NFC. And the reason is what I came up with this a couple of years ago. And it's a little personal pet theory of mine. And I call it the feast factor. And that is that for teams to be able to get to the mountaintop of the Super Bowl and to win it, you also need to not have to have gone through landmine field and fire coming down the line from left to right, and you've got to sprint into it. And what I mean by that is that when you're walking every week into a schedule where you're playing a tough opponent week in and week out, it makes it really hard to stack up the wins to the 13, 14 win territory to get the bye week, which we all know here in Seattle, the bye week is very important. Home field advantage is very important for us to get the Super Bowl. But you need to have those lesser opponents you can beat up on. I hate to say it, it's just the truth. You need that so you can get there easier. And my proof of this is look at the Patriots. The feast factor was big on them for 20 years. That AFC East has been horrible, horrible. They got to rest guys, go half speed, know they could still blow them out. Buffalo, Miami, the New York Jets, the can't get rights of the NFL. And they got to operate off that feast factor every year. Just know there's 6 games every year. We're just going to be able to put our hands behind our head and relax. Well, we don't get that. Seattle doesn't get a feast factor. Every game in our division is going to be a battle to the death. Every one of them this year. You know it is. That's just the way this division rolls. And when you look at the other divisions, it's not as much the NFC North, not as much it's a little bit more, I think, in the NFC South. But then I go and I look over at the NFC East, and what do I see? Oh, the feast factor grows. We know Washington ain't going to be nothing. They're not going to be nothing. I'm not buying the Alex Smith coming back to life thing. That leg injury you don't come back from. He was a guy with limited arm strength before. Your arm strength doesn't get better with age. And if you're a guy with limited arm strength in your 20s, you're sure as hell going to have limited arm strength into your 30s. I think Dwayne Haskins is still a year or two away from really getting into being a decent quarterback, though I'm not selling short on that guy. And they've got some pass rush that they can generate, but they're going to be feast factor big on that one. And the Giants feast factor big on that one. And now the one team you'd hope that they could maybe pull them down a little bit, and then as they have the last couple of years to get them to fight it out, is the Eagles. But the Eagles are like losing a lineman by the day. Their defense is already getting older on the other side of the ball. They could end up having the feast factor just as much as the Patriots did a couple of years ago and going 6-0 in that division without even having to break a sweat, while we're over here fighting our tails off just to get the division. They're not our biggest threat, though, to answer the second part of your question, or worst matchup. I think our worst matchup probably remains. I think our worst matchup is Tampa Bay. And the reason I think is because I think Tom Brady understands, if he's got the parts and pieces to do it, how to attack this particular defensive scheme. I think that he can attack it pretty well. He's got the weapons to do it. And defensively, they've got the front seven to stop our running game, force us to pass. We were able to overcome it last year where Russell really lit them up in that secondary. But I think the secondary is going to be a little bit more improved this year. And I think their offense is going to be a lot more improved. So I think they're probably our worst matchup because we do seem to match up well against the Niners. I think we're a tough matchup for the Niners. Cardinals would be my second team, Tobias, as far as tough, worst matchup. They're just a bad matchup for whatever reason. Shane Hafner, signing P. Rich is weird to me. He was Mr. Glass when he played for us. The Skins paid way too much money for him. Yeah, and if he was Mr. Glass for us, then he was a movie Glass for the Washington Redskins. I think he played like 16, 17 games over 2 years for them. So odd for me to see it as well, Shane. But again, they may be feeling like they're going to get Dorsett back at some point. The Gordon signing is going to happen. So maybe Seattle Seahawks front office is looking at this signing through the lens of, if we get him for 8 games, that's all we need. We just need him to get through 8 games, and then we'll have the reserves brought up and be able to handle that. And as Anthony Bain makes the point in his next comment, P. Rich made some big plays for us. Although that catch versus the Texans was a crazy, dude was literally jumped out of the just out jumped the defensive back. Yeah, Paul Richardson, of course, and it'll be one day a great Seahawks moment video I do is on that Texans game a couple years ago in 2017 where Jadeveon Clowney absolutely wrecked the Seahawks offensive line. And it looked like we were down, and Russell threw a prayer up to P-Rich, and Paul Richardson went up and just got it. And he had that Lions game too, where he was basically had just the crazy, like 3 one-handed catches. He just was unstoppable in that game. He had some flashy moments. The guy's a very talented receiver. There's a reason he was a second-round pick. I never thought he was actually as fast as he was sort of sold as being, but he's a guy who's going to improve our wide receiver core. And if you've got to make the pick, let's say between Paul Richardson or David Moore, I'm going with Paul Richardson. Randall McDaniel says, are you pleasantly surprised with the rookies? Brooks at least has the talent, speed, and aggression. Lewis locked down the guard. Robinson, as we discussed, is bringing it. Swain got a shot to make the team. Not really surprised with the rookies, Randall. I mean, one of your 7 is essentially showing out to be a starter. The other guys, there's really no guarantees at this point. To me, I'm a little bit less than pleasantly surprised with the rookie class as we look at it in retrospect. Darrell Taylor having that rod in his leg and knowing you gave up a second and a 3rd round pick to move up in the 2nd round to go get him really makes that price seem a little stiff at this point to go get him at that point. He was really not going to be available with that rod in his leg that he was dealing with later on in the 2nd round. Are you guys sure about that? Again, with the Jordan Brooks pick, I'm not as happy about that because he's not going to be on the football field for us. You're not getting any production on him from him this year. As far as projection goes with him, Randall, yeah, I still like their projection on these guys. It was never about what their long-term development was going to be. It was never that these guys couldn't be good players down the road. I was just a little bit annoyed at the fact that we weren't going to get a lot of returns immediately, which is more of what I was looking for them to do with this draft. Brett Swain's a guy that's more of the toolsy guy to me at this point. I don't think he's a guy that makes the team. His best shot is to get onto the practice squad, which is where I expect him to end out. He's got a couple catches on his highlight tape and film back in college, but when you watch a little of his tape, it's just there's nothing that blows you away about the guy. And he was drafted because he hits those metrics that Seahawks like in the wide receivers. 9-inch hands, 4.4 speed, 35-inch vertical leap, 6-foot height. Go down those 120-inch broad jump. He checked all those boxes off and sitting in the 7th round, so they took him. But he's still, to me, kind of a long shot to really have an effect on the team. I think he's not on that level anymore. Unfortunately, we don't have the room for injury-prone players, says Juno White. And I think she's talking about Paul Richardson. Yeah, he may not be the same player anymore. He did have a couple of catches with the Redskins. I saw on some highlights of them when he made some very Paul Richardson-like catches for them. When he did get in and did play. But granted, he did have a lot of injuries. But again, I would also say he wasn't playing with the best quarterback play as well during that time, nor the best team there in Washington to really show out his skills as much. I think he still will have a little bit of juice in the tank. He's still a relatively young player. He's not an old guy. But he has been beaten up. Those lower leg injuries have been legit. Hawks Nest. Hi, Peter North here. Old adult film star. Huge Hawks fan. Season ticket holder. Awesome to hear, Peter. Welcome aboard. Welcome into the chat, man. I'm jealous you got those season tickets. It'd be awesome to have that. Hopefully you got some good seats. Some good seats. That's the way you got to watch those football games down the lower levels, I feel like now. It's the next time I want to watch one. Randall McDaniel says, continuing on, roomies, Taylor and tight end going to come back. The year wide receiver from LSU has gotten good reviews and is talented. Stephen Sullivan. Realistically, they can make the team and contribute. Yeah, I think Sullivan's another guy that's going to the practice squad, unfortunately. So we'll see on that one too. But he has been getting some good raves there from camp. And another guy that's very intriguing, boy, both Colby Parkinson and Stephen Sullivan, you've got some real tall, big, long guys. I know with Colby, he brings some ball skills to play. If Stephen Sullivan can as well, you got some guys with the genetic makeups that you just can't teach, and there's nothing like Russell's trust throws up to a gigantic giant, being able to just outreach, outjump, go over the top of a defender who's right there in coverage, but just can do nothing about it. Robert Rowett, I'm truly hoping we open the passing game up earlier in games. Russ is good enough to chuck the rock. I am too. I've maintained, Robert, you can increase him by 5, 6, 7 throws a game. do a little bit more up tempo at times, not always just at the end of the halves or into the games. Let him run a little up tempo. Maybe even calls his own plays here or there just to throw the defensive coordinator off. I think it would really keep defenses a little bit more on their toes, make you a little bit less predictable. And that's a little bit of my issue with the offensive times is a little simple. It's a little bit vanilla, a little bit of bread and butter. Let's get a little bit of let's get a little more exotic at times. Too bad we can't see highlights from our rookies like Marquise Blair's hit and DK Metcalf and Jazz Ferguson going off. Yeah, it sucks that they shut down all the video. It's weird how they've gone all spy-like the coaching staffs have around the league with not letting the reporters report or do any filming. I guess they always – I don't know how much you're really tipping your hand in those type of videos. Like what teams are really employing teams to be staring at here's our training camp video of the Seahawks, and you've got like the Cardinal staff member like watching it like that looked like a dig cut. That look like they're running dig cuts. They're running dig cuts. Like, so what? Like they know they know you're going to run those routes. That still doesn't seem like it gives up that much. Seems paranoid, I guess, is what I'm saying. James Stoltz. I'm 62. Watch Kenny Easley. He was a bad man. He was a very bad man, James Stoltz. 17 interceptions in a 2-year period for Kenny Easley. He had other interceptions beyond that, but that was just 10 interceptions in 1 year from the guy. Phenomenal ball skills. He could hit. He could run. He was a complete safety. You guys didn't get a chance to watch him, some of you younger guys, but go back and watch some of the highlights on Kenny. He's one of those guys that could have played in any era. He wasn't just a guy who's good in the early 80s. I think he would have been able to have been playing in any era at all. But I think he's a little bit better than Earl, just a little bit. Good looking honky. James watched it all too. 80s football has the best defenses ever. It's fun watching 80s football. I went back when I did my great Seahawks moment. Good looking honky about the Seahawks Miami Dolphins game. And boy, they hit and they were maiming people in the 80s. I mean, I get why they had to maybe dial some of that stuff back, but there was go back, watch some 80s tape, y'all, and you will see some brutal football being played. It is Mad Max out there at times. D-Nugget, dude, you need to work in the front office on trades and deals. I only wish, D-Nugget, but I've got no background or qualifications, unfortunately, other than talking. I'm sure they would laugh me out the room if I was sitting in front of John Schneider and Carol. TJ will burn. Since when is a fight a reason to cut someone? There has to be something else involved, even though the last time they cut someone was Ray Rice. Yeah, I don't think that the Earl Thomas thing was just because of the fight. There certainly seems to be enough information coming out of this that lends us to believe and understand that Earl was a problem in the background of the locker room. This again points back to a little bit of what we were talking about earlier in this stream of appreciating Pete Carroll's skill, because Pete Carroll, he got all of these personalities to kind of to be who they are, let the play out how you want to play on the field, but also stay within the framework of the team, protect the team. And we don't know what he did in the background to do that. We'll hear about the stories someday in a great book, but Earl seems to have maybe developed some habits coming from Seattle that didn't translate very well over to the Baltimore Ravens as far as his practice habits and the diva-ness that he brought to the stage. Also, I think some of it is just, Seattle and bringing in the players they do. They don't bring in players that need to have a complex understanding of schemes and defense. The Ravens run one of the more complicated defensive schemes in the entire NFL for Seattle, who runs one of the more simple schemes. Earl went to the complete opposite end of the spectrum as far as the team he went to, because I think he went where the money was paid best. And unfortunately, it probably wasn't a good fit for him to go to that complex of a scheme. He still played out okay last year, but probably just not a good fit for him. The GOAT says Deshaun Shedd did good in the preseason, but still got cut. Yeah, he did. He did do pretty good on that. Some of that's the veteran salary. I think they wanted to go a little cheaper at the position at that time. I think it was it was going to cost you, I think, like $1.5 million to hold him onto the roster. And they maybe didn't feel like they're getting enough of a player over the top of the guy behind him who was making $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Sometimes the decisions come down to that, even if you have a marginally better player. D Nugget, light up some Maui Wowie. That's right. I'll be in search of some Maui Wowie. D Nugget says, talk about the Paul Richardson signing. Alan Gates then follows that up with Paul Richardson. Yeah. So we'll rewind this real quick for you guys on this. I know some of you have already heard this, but I'll be quick with it. It seems that Phil Dorsett has some kind of foot injury. Jose Rodriguez was mentioning maybe heard it's plantar fasciitis. And then I was thinking maybe the Liz Frank injury, the dreaded Liz Frank injury there in the foot, which is a really tough one to recover from. We don't know what it is, but it seems to be somewhat serious. Carroll said that he's been dealing with it for a while. So I think that this P-Rich signing is coming about because of the fact that Dorsett's going to be down and out for a little while. So he's coming in to reinforce that up against that. I like the signing from that standpoint. I think Richardson still has a lot of talent. I liked the film that I saw of him with the Redskins. He didn't get a ton of opportunities because of the quarterback play. And of course, he still has that injury issue that has popped up with Washington. It's legit. It's real. I think Seattle's just hoping that they can get this guy for like 8 games. And then, if they've got to bring back Dorsett at that point, you got Josh Gordon in the mix, maybe, God forbid, Antonio Brown comes back into play. So they're just thinking it's a short-term thing here, D-Nugget, I believe. And Alan Gates, it doesn't, because it's in regards to the Dorsett injury, the bringing Paul Richardson in, it doesn't have anything to do with the Josh Gordon deal. I still expect Josh Gordon to be signed with the Seahawks once he comes off the commissioner's exemption list. I think this Paul Richardson signing had to do with Dorsett and them really having some worries about his foot long-term or him needing to sit for a long period of time. D-Nugget says, do the live stream outdoors in beautiful Hawaiian background. I am, D-Nugget. We're going to do some live streams from the beach if I can get enough of an internet connection. I've got a couple of spots picked out that we'll be doing some cool live streams from Maui with you guys with like ocean in the background. And I'm figuring out how to make it all work once I get over there, but it's a great suggestion. I'm absolutely going to do it. Absolutely. Randall McDaniel. Oh my, what about surprise cuts? I was referencing on other teams. Oh, other team surprise cuts. That's a good question, Randall. And it's one I haven't exactly analyzed as of yet. I've got to admit, I've not looked at other teams' cuts to see who might be looking. And this year might be more above and beyond, even more so because of the fact that teams are going to be trying to get out ahead of the salary cap situation moving into next year. If they believe that the cap's going to be at 175 and they're already one of those danger Will Robinson. If they're one of those teams that's up in that place for next year where they might already be over the cap as it sits with their roster right now, they may need to want to start to get ahead of that by creating cap space this year they can roll over into the next off season. Because if you have extra cap space left over this season, you can roll into the next year's cap and increase that 175 up plus what you roll over. Teams may be wanting to do that. And so I probably should have looked a little bit more into that, Randall, to see who teams are looking at and who might be available. Somebody's going to be out there on play. There's always some surprise guys, but I don't have anybody off the top of my head as of yet. And I've not heard of any rumors of anybody being on the outs either. So it'd just be something I'll have to track, but I'll do a little more research for the next live stream, Randall, and see if there's some guys that might be somebody that jumps out there. I would expect some more cuts though, because of that salary cap situation moving into next year. Jose Rodriguez, I would have rather had the Seahawks drafted Randy Moss's son instead of Parkinson. I wasn't big on Thaddeus Moss, Jose, man. I scouted him a lot. And if you take away his last name and the fact he's Randy Moss's son, just remove that aspect. He's a 6'1" tight end. Let's wrap our brains around that one for a second. 6'1" tight end, not overly physical. He's a willing blocker, but he's not going to blow up people at the point of attack. Didn't in college, and certainly he's not at the NFL level. He runs all right routes, but they're not super crisp routes. He's got all right hands, but not great hands. He's a little bit of a body catcher. I felt like even if he didn't have the broken foot issue going on that left him kind of undrafted, I just think that he just didn't have a lot of talent. And it's a funny thing to say about a guy that's Randy Moss's son. He didn't have a lot of talent, but he just didn't have a lot of talent. The GOAT, Paxton Lynch did better than Geno, and he didn't make the team last year. Well, remember the GOAT, though, and let's remember this about positional camp battles, though it's a good point. It's not just about what a guy does in the preseason football games. It's also about how they look in the offseason camps and mini camps. And Paxton Lynch got just raked through the mud by, you heard like people talking about him throwing in practices. It was horrible. Like he'd be throwing it in the ground on a 10-yard route. He'd throw it 2 feet in front of him. You just heard some horrible reviews from him in camp, but then he showed out in the games. So maybe the coaches just didn't know what to make of him. They're like, I guess he's a gamer. But they felt more comfortable with what Geno was showing them, I think, more in practice than what he was showing them in games. Cameron Hughes says Devontae Adams is the best route runner in the league, any corner would have had trouble covering Adams. And Cameron, of course, is speaking to Trey Flowers, and Flowers' issues last year in that game against the Packers and getting torched by Flowers on that one given play that's been kind of shown over and over again. And I agree. It's to be burned by one of the best wide receivers in the NFL is not one of those things where you now need to kick yourself and say, oh, I have no right. I don't belong in this league. Quite the opposite. Stuff happens. You got to take the measure of the tape of the guy like Flowers throughout the whole NFL season and look at his play week in and week out. I thought week in and week out, he was fairly solid. Not perfect, still a guy in development, but solid. Anthony Bain says Cameron Hughes, Devontae Adams is not the best route runner. Both Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper are better. Oh, we got some route running debates on the horn. It's debatable. I think my list, Anthony, might go Keenan Allen might beat out. We got to bring Hopkins into play on this too, Anthony. We're probably leaving him out as well because he's a guy he has to rely on route running. I might put Keenan Allen above Devontae, but I might have Devontae above Amari. But I'm not a big Amari guy, so I don't know. All those guys are great route runners, though. Brian Roberts says, any word on Clowney? It seems like we're still in play for him, Brian, but there's been no word as far as anybody. There's not really any updates that I have to give. I haven't had a chance to get on and play with him online lately. I'm trying to get this move all out and whatnot. But based at least on what I'm hearing from people that do play, that have had a chance to play with him, we had Heat Cranks in here. He's a guy who plays with them all the time. And he said that Seattle is still in play. So they are still in play on his services. We're not out. We're not moving on to other places. We're still there fighting to get it, but there always could be, I've always maintained, you never know when that surprise team jumps into the fray and they're like, there's this depressed asset on the market that we could pluck up at the cheap rate. Let's create the cap space and do it. It'll make our team better. Some team I feel like is eventually going to do that math if the Seahawks don't. Feet injuries are terrible, Randall McDaniel says. When I was hitting puberty, my bones fused together on the ankle bones. Oh. Don't recall exact name, but I had surgeries at 13 and 14 to fix it. Had a hard time walking. Yeah, foot injuries are like low-key just awful. Like they're just, when you don't think about how much you appreciate your feet until you have it happen, then you go, oh. And especially the two we're talking about, like the Liz Frank or the plantar fasciitis. Plantar fasciitis feels like you've got something sticking into the underside, like a knife in the underside of your foot, just going like this, like how it just awful. And it doesn't go away easy either. It's good to hear that you're recovered though, Randall. Sometimes that stuff can linger. Derek, we will see you later, my guy. Cameron Hughes, is 710 that bad? 950 is absolutely horrible. They spend half the time talking about the personal life, cough, Chuck and Buck. Yeah, 710 is not as bad as 950, and 950 is definitely, for years has been, when I was younger, 950 was a lot better. They did not used to be this bad. They used to actually have some guys on there that you'd want to listen to, that knew their stuff pretty good. My issue with 710 is that it's what you mentioned with 950, just more often than not, too often they, number one, they talk about things other than sports, which I never get. If I've got a 3-hour show a day, it's my job to talk about sports. I'm talking about sports. I may touch on my personal life here and there just a bit when it's pertinent, but they'll go into whole segments where they're just talking about, like I said, their dog, and you go, well, why? So it just becomes a little bit where they're not giving you good talk of football talk. And I feel like that sometimes they get a little bit glass half full with everything. They're very rose colored in their view of the teams at times. And that's where you just be real with it, but I can listen to some KG 950, 710, but sometimes it's just, especially lately, it just seems like it's not as good as it's been. TJ says, we also got to remember we got depth in secondary with Flowers and Ugo Blair and even DJ Reed from the Niners. But also Reed is injured, but he's a beast in the return game. Yeah, we've got some, and we do have even, I think Nico Thorpe, you can get in there if you had to for a few snaps. So, and he's another special teams guys too, who I do expect to make the team, even over a guy like Reed. But we do have extra depth this year at cornerback that we've not had in the past. That's true. In fact, we got a lot of depth across the board. There's places where it's a little weak at times, but you'll have wide receiver depth. You'll have running back depth. Linebackers are good. Safeties are good. Corners are good. There are spots where they've really filled out this team where if we do get hit a little bit more, hit again like we did last year with the injury situation, we can kind of stand to take it maybe a little bit more this year. Iridescent said, I've had a friend live on Oahu. I think you'll enjoy it, man. Yep, I think I will too. And I know Maui really well, so I know exactly all I'm getting into with going there. So I'm fully up on, and it's going to be a good time. Robert Rowett says, do you got to pay to have questions answered? No, Robert. I thought I'd answered your question back up here, Robert. Let me see if I missed your question. If I missed your question, I'm sorry. Sometimes the chat updates weird for me. Okay. So here we go, Robert. This is what I missed on you. I'm truly hoping we open up the passing game up earlier in games. No, I thought we touched on that. Okay. We're good. Yeah. I got that. I got that. No, I don't. You can, you don't have to don't know for me to answer questions. I like answering you guys' questions on this, Robert. So fire away. Fire away. Anthony Bain says, should we trade for Corey Davis to replace Dorsett? I think he's in the same situation as Devontae Parker before his breakout year last year. Have always been intrigued by what happened with Corey Davis because he was a high, I think, top 10 first-round pick. And of course, Marcus Mariota seems to be allergic to throwing to wide receivers. So he was kind of not able to really show himself out too much there. But then even once Tannehill got in there as the starter at that point, Tannehill then went to A.J. Brown more than he was going to Corey Davis. So he seems like he just kind of got into a bit of a doghouse there, not really ever able to show out. This is a guy that some people drew comparisons to a guy like Jerry Rice coming out, but just never really capitalized on it. Probably not at this point, Anthony Bain, because I'd like to hold on to our draft picks at this point to pull off a midseason to maybe get another 1 tech or get a 3 tech or a pass rusher, whoever may be available at that point around midseason. I'd rather hold on to those draft assets, understanding we're without a first and a third this year coming into next year's draft as it is, or without a second round or another first rounder next year. So you've got to make your trades very precisely now when you're going out and getting a guy, especially when, as we saw today with a guy like Paul Richardson out on the market, just go and get him instead. That way you don't have to give up draft capital to get that guy. D-Boy says, what are the top 3 teams that you think ET will go to and fit best in? Well, I know that the Cowboys, we've got to put them up at the number 1 list because the guy's been playing footsies with the Cowboys for 4 years. Cowboys seem to be a little bit cold on him. I still think Houston might come in and make a play on him. They need help in the secondary. If Dallas doesn't want him, it's sort of like the scorned lover going to the other person that, I'll go for the second best, and Houston's second best for him at that point. I still think maybe Houston would be in play to look at him. If not Houston, if not Houston, who would the third team be? I definitely don't think it's one of these teams like people said Kansas City or the 49ers. I'm not buying into any of that. I don't have a good team for you at the moment, D-Boy. I got to think about it. Maybe Philadelphia. I don't know. I know they lost out Malcolm. They lost the Malcolm guy out of there last year. Maybe they're not as, their secondary's not been great over recent years. Maybe they would look at him over there. I know they added Darius Slay. That would be an interesting combination. I'll try to think of a better one on that. Randall McDaniel, what would Lewis have been a freshman post-6 last year? No, my brother did this research, Randall. They didn't actually ever play together. I believe that Lewis was a junior college transfer, so he played just a couple of years there at LSU. But was thinking the same thing. Me and my brother were thinking the same thing, like, oh, they probably played together. They probably got some great chemistry already. They probably already know their calls and signals. They don't even need to speak. They have the telepathic thing going because they've had all those practices. Now, not so lucky. Anthony Bain says you should listen to Tom, Jake, and Stacy on ESPN 710. They're a good source for Hawk news. Great suggestion, Anthony. I have listened to them a little bit, and I do like them. I will give them props. They might be the best crew running right now of the crews that are on 710 they do their segments out there. So, and I do like Heaps is coming along. The thing I do like about Heaps is he's not as homerific as some of the others can get. He'll be willing to put the Hawks' feet to the fire. Of course, he's got the little bit of the relationship with Russell, which is nice because Russ is giving him a little bit of tidbits here and there. But good suggestion, man. Matthias 23451. How do you think we improve the D-line at this point? They're probably going to make two signings. One's going to be a pass rusher, one's going to be a defensive tackle. I would expect it to be something along the lines of, it's probably dreaming at this hope that Snacks Harrison wants to come back and play another NFL year. But let's say Marcel Darius and Clowney, or Clay Matthews and even if they want to go old Brandon Mabane or something. They're going to make two more extra moves there, two guys that are a little more legitimate than what they've got. There's not a lot out there. Not a lot to be had out there. That's for sure. No, Kitty, you can't come up here because you kick out the microphone. You kick out the microphone. I can't let you up. Sorry. You end the stream prematurely. So that would be who I would say, but it's very thin. It's very thin. Absolutely like paper thin right now as far as the options out there goes. So I don't have a lot of great suggestions, Matthias, but it's because there's just not a lot of great suggestions to be had. Snacks, Marcel Darius, Clowney, Matthews. It's a pretty far drop off from these guys to the next subset. D-Boy says, did you take down the Super Bowl 48 video? I tried to watch it, but it didn't let me. Did you take down the Super Bowl 48 video? No. Super Bowl 48. Which is the Super Bowl 48 video, D-Boy? Because that's the one isn't that the one I'm working on? I'm working on the Broncos. I haven't done the Broncos Seahawks Super Bowl yet. That's the Great Seahawk Moment video I'm currently working on. I think that's what you meant. If I misunderstood you, I'll check my videos though. Did they take down my video? James says Jake Heaps is okay, but Tom and Stacy are annoying. I'll give it a try with them again. Yeah, they haven't blown me away. I just want them to come in with somebody there who just goes at it, who's got a little bit of an aggressive opinion about it, is willing to come hard, is not so always hedging their bets or sitting on the fence or, well, maybe this could be that way and maybe it could be this way. Like, no, it's to have a take, have a position on something. D-Boy, Cowboys, 49ers. I can't see how the 49ers would do I know Earl played a little bit of strong safety last year, but boy, it's hard for me to picture you putting Jimmy Ward and Earl Thomas out as your starting two secondary, essentially two de facto free safeties out there, and then expecting you to be able to hold up in the running game. They're going to really be trusting their front four and those linebackers at that point. They'll cover like hell if they brought him in, but that's where I don't see the scheme fit with Earl Thomas going to the 49ers. I can't see that. Fat Daddy Stacks. What up, bro? Carlos Hyde is a beast. Willing to bet Hawk fans are going to love him. Yeah, he is awesome. And I've said this before. It's one of those places I'm willing to show where I've been wrong at in the past. But when if you go back and you watch the college tape of Carlos Hyde coming out of Ohio State, and then the guy that was drafted just a couple years after him in Ezekiel Elliott, also coming out of Ohio State, I liked Carlos Hyde's tape a little bit better than I liked Elliott's tape. I thought he was a little bit more shiftier while still exhibiting some of the same kind of power that Elliott had. He's been a pretty good pro throughout his career. He's not always had the best offensive lines or the best quarterback or the best coaches, for that matter, who are guiding him around. But he's a guy who is a legitimate running back in this league, a legitimate upper-level running back in this league. Is he a star? No. But he's going to be very solid for us out there when we've got to trot him out. And certainly an upgrade over probably the backup. I don't know if I'm going to say with Rashad. I think Rashad Pace's been pretty good for us. It's just that he's haven't many opportunities. But Carlos Hyde's going to be a very good player for us. He's going to give us at some point or another a couple of games. We're going to be relying on him with some heavy carries, and I think he's going to come through for us. So great point, Fat Daddy Stacks. D-Boy says, did you watch Pete's speech today on the Seahawks live stream? If so, what do you think about it? You don't have to speak on it if you don't want to. I didn't have a chance to watch on it. I just setting up the stream here today, getting all the stuff kind of put together. So I just didn't quite have the opportunity to check it out, but I'll look at it later. I'll definitely check it out later. TJ Wilborn says Britt might be moved back to guard. Well, I did Wilborn again. Wilburn. TJ, I'll get it, man. Bear with me. No, Kitty, you can't come up. You killed the stream. I'm sorry. You're nice though. You're a nice cat. TJ says that Britt might be moved back to guard. I don't think he would be, just because the reason they moved him to center was because he didn't work out very well at guard. He wasn't a good guard. And the reason he was at guard was because he wasn't a very good tackle. So center was where he eventually landed at the position of being where he was decent at, but he wasn't as decent at guard. So I don't think he would be very good there. I don't think he's got the strength to move guys off the ball for what they want to do in our scheme. Steel Vengeance #1 asks, did Marshawn Lynch retire? Not that I'm aware of. Steel Vengeance. He's still sitting out there. And if our running back position again gets decimated by injury, I would expect Seattle to pick up the bat line, make a call. Commissioner Gordon Schneider, make the call out to him and bring Marshawn back in. I was a little sad. I kind of had hoped this offseason, instead of bringing a guy like Hyde, you brought Marshawn back in, let him be in there as a rotational role behind Carson if something were to happen. I thought he still had some juice in those legs. From what I saw, our offensive line couldn't run block at the end of the year. That wasn't Marshawn Lynch's fault at the end of last season, but doesn't seem like they're going in that direction. Unfortunately, they don't seem to. That's why, with the signing of the Hyde specifically, with the drafting of the DJ Dallas pick as well, they seem to be kind of out on bringing back Marshawn at this point. TJ Wilborn, Britt said he played left tackle in college, and with Seahawks, I remember him at right tackle during the Super Bowl year and at guard and center, but I don't remember him at left tackle. Am I stupid, or did he play left tackle? No, he did not play left tackle when he was here in the NFL. He did play left tackle at Missouri. So you are correct. You are correct there. But no, he was initially just a right tackle for us, I think, for the first year out the gate. Then he went to right guard for a very smidgen amount of time. They realized that was not going to work. And then he went to center. But you're not going to move him out at left tackle in this league. He was not athletic enough to handle the lesser rushers over at right tackle. How is he going to now, less athletic, older, coming off a major leg injury, going to have handled the more athletic guys coming from the blind side? I don't see that being an ability for him to pull that off. Ronald McDaniel says, back to the Flowers hate. Adams had a big day, but it wasn't Willie Flipper Adams type day. Hope you get the reference. Yeah, Flipper Adams is Dolphins? Oh, Flipper. No. Or I get the Flipper reference, but I can't place it, Randall. My old brain, I know where you've gone with that, but I can't place it. Oh, by the way, thank you, Fat Daddy Stacks, for the $7.77 donation. I really appreciate it. I'm glad to give you a place to hang out, man. I love doing this show. I love interacting with you guys. I really do appreciate the donation. Very much so. Very, very much so. I got that Flipper thing's gonna throw me off, Randall. I'm gonna be like, it's on the tip of my tongue. I got to think about it. It'll come back to me. What's up, D-Nugget? Anthony Bain, Riley cited an extension, so I doubt the Seahawks can get him until 2023. Well, if you'll remember actually on this, Anthony, the head coaching contracts that they sign in college don't actually apply to the NFL. A coach could be in the 4th, 5th, 6th year. He can have a 10-year deal ahead of him, still kick out of it and go to the NFL. It's happened many times before. So just because Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma signed a new contract extension, if Coach Carroll retires after this year, he can still come on and coach Seattle if they were interested in him. D-Boy, you are the only mods. I think Jose Rodriguez is in here lurking, but you guys are the only mods. You're my only guns in town right now. You know, our 2.5's right about the time we get our Ravens trolls and our Chief trolls coming on in here to blow up the chat. You know what's happening. Oh, Randall got my snoring dog reference. Nice. Yeah, dude. Salks. I loved Brock and Salk back in the day in the morning. I thought they did a really good show for Seattle. One of the better radio shows in the Seattle morning shows that's been around in my time. It's because we don't have a lot of good shows. It's for 20, 30 years in the city. There's much better talk radio shows in other cities around the country. We're kind of deprived here a little bit. But then he gets on and he starts talking about his dog for 20 minutes in the first part of their podcast, which they do like once a week now. And you're just like, Salk, dude, if you're going to do the podcast, let's just stick to the sports, please, dude. Seahawks, Robert. Alex Aceto, what is up, Alex? Hey, brother. Hello, brother, to yourself. Any word on Josh Gordon? Is Seattle going to get him back? I would expect them to. I think they're just like Josh is, waiting on the commissioner to realize he's got some semblance of a soul inside of him to finally let this man get back out and earn a living. But he has been suspended. I think I read this morning something like 7 times. So it's a sticky situation. I still expect them to release him back from the exemptions list. I don't think this is going to last forever with this. He'll be back. I don't think it's going on forever. So I still expect them to sign him. Oh, we do. TJ, you got Jose as your backup gun. You guys are the 2 guns on the street. He's your rifle up in the tower. It's giving you some cover from the high ground. D-Boy says the Hawks Nest. If it's okay, get back up on the chat. That just means you're taking your time to break down our questions. Oh, it's okay if I get backed up on the chat? Yeah, it happens. I always like to, I just hate the thought of somebody putting in chat who ends up leaving the chat without getting their question answered. I'm sure it happens here and there. John C. Center is the quarterback of the offensive line. I just think it'll take him a little longer, and he's meaning, I think, BJ Finney. He looks slow-minded. John C., did you just call BJ Finney slow-minded? Britt is a natural guard. Familiarity is a key this year. I'm not as convinced that he's a natural guard because he didn't play very well as a natural guard at that position. The worry you have with a guy like moving a guy from tackle to guard, let's not even say the type of player we're looking at, just a random player who's moving from tackle to guard. Your initial instincts and worries are going to be power and ability to move the bigger men off the ball that they're going to be dealing with on the interior side of the line. A guy like Britt's a little bit too slight to take those guys on 1-on-1 a lot of the time. He's better as a combo blocker from the center position. That's why he can kind of get away with that despite being on that inside. I don't think he can hold up at the guard in a guard role. I think if they're bringing him in, I would think BJ Finney would be able to hold up better at guard, and they would put Britt as the backup center than vice versa. Randall McDaniel says, is the lack of camp coverage a Seahawks decision, team by team, or more an NFL mandate? In the past, much more extensive. Is Carroll turning into Chris Peterson? I think the coaches are taking league-wide a little bit of an advantage of the situation where they can say, look, this is weird. We don't have any preseason games. They start coming up with all these like excuses that are kind of BS, but it's just a way for them to be more cloak and dagger. Coaches are always going to be paranoid. If they can take a little bit more of the rope and hide it from you, they're going to do that. And this situation that's going on with the pandemic is going to allow them to be able to do that. And they're doing it. It's a little bit, to me, paranoid driven. It's a little bit, come on guys. But yeah, I think it's more, I'm seeing it league wide. I think the Buffalo Bills fired one of their media staff for posting something. And there was it's definitely been ramped up league wide, not just by Seattle as far as the lockdown on coverage goes. Liquid Swords. That's why they're bringing Britt back. Jake Heaps on ESPN talked about the questionable center position. Posick isn't doing well. He just knows the playbook better than Finney. Could be. I mean, that's let's face it, at the end of the day, I'm very high on my hopes for Posick, but he has not yet jumped into a football game and showed out where you went, whoa, look at Posick out there blocking. So maybe he is potentially struggling there a little bit. But I hope not. I'm hoping he can do better than what he's been and where he's been at. But I do think that this is at least a little bit of an indictment on Finney bringing Britt in. D-Boy says, how do you feel about Brown, ex-Seahawks wide receiver, going to the 49ers? I think that they just released him, D-Boy. He came on for a couple of days, and I think that they almost cut him immediately. So Jerron Brown really wasn't much of a player for us. He's a guy supposed to be sure-handed, wasn't very sure-handed. He's a guy supposed to be that steady veteran presence, but then he had fumbles. He's a guy that just wasn't kind of what we thought we were getting in him. I wasn't expecting the world from the guy, but if you're going to be a guy that's going to just get your moments here or there to make your catches, you need to have a better catch rate than what he had. You need not have any fumbles. You need to be that steady veteran presence, which he wasn't. No, David Moore is still on the Seahawks, D-Boy. Randall McDaniel says the cobble it together is the sum is greater than the whole of the parts, I think is what you're saying, Randall. I don't know how to say the saying. You guys know what that saying is, though. You guys know the words. Yeah, it's that's the theory behind it, is that in the cobble it together, it's the better than the sum, and it could work. Like I mentioned, 2013 is the one you can look at. You don't have to look at some team in another conference, another division 20 years back. 10 years ago, your pass rush was built of Chris Clemens, Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett, Bruce Irvin, Clint McDonald, Brandon McBain, and through those guys, you cobbled together a pretty ferocious pass rush, and none of them got over 10 sacks in that year. It's been done before. Why can't it be done again? Those Giants teams that won the Super Bowl versus Brady kind of had the cobble strategy. I was thinking that the other day too, Randall. They had a fresh rotation. Strahan was a name, but they had a lot of bodies. They did. And I think to your point, by the time they were getting to those Super Bowls, Strahan was sort of dialing back a little bit as far as his productivity goes. And so he was really a sub 10 sack guy at that point. Still very good, but you're right. They used the cobble together approach to put their stuff together and get the thing with them is they could put 4 guys out who were all a threat to rush the passer. And one of them was going to get to the quarterback on any given play. In Seattle, that's essentially what's built into that having everyone solid, no weak links. You don't have any stars, but somebody on a play in and play out is going to get to the quarterback. I'm watching the Seahawks Super Bowl win against the Broncos, and it's not that Cliff Avrill's dominating the game or that Chris Clemens is dominating the game. They're each having their moments, but when one of them doesn't have a moment, the other guy's coming in, or then it's Brandon McBain coming up through the middle, or then it's Michael Bennett creating some pass rush. Everybody's kind of taking their turn to take their swing at just the right moment. It's harder to do it, I think, because you do have to, if a couple of them don't bring anything to bear, now it gets really light and you're really weak. But it could work. Ewan Tyrell says Jerron Brown is very bad. I agree, Ewan. There was nothing about that guy's game that, to me, I didn't see why he should be on the team. I don't know why he was taking at times snaps away from David Moore. I would have rather seen more of David Moore's development at times than Jerron Brown getting those steady veteran snaps. Everyone, please hit the like button. We are the best fans in the NFL and we support each other. So show some love. Yes, please do hit that like button if you are watching. And if you are watching, please do hit the subscribe if you're not already subscribed. We are on the road to 5,000 subscribers. By the way, thank you to everyone. I didn't have a chance to say since we did our last live stream. Just thanks again to all of you guys. We passed 3,000 subs over the last week and a half. So only about 19 months old as a channel, doing pretty doggone good. Liquid Sword says Blair's been killing it in practice and mock games. Can't wait to see him play. I can't wait either. He provides a real thumper out there for you on defense. Your defense in the way it is going to allow a bend but don't break mentality to play out week in and week out. We're always going to give up those extra first downs here and there. But part of the key within that defense and having that bend but don't break is that you make the receivers and running backs pay every play. You're just smacking them in the mouth over and over again. Jamal Adams is that kind of guy. Blair is that type of guy. I think Jordan Brooks will eventually be that type of guy once he sees the football field, and that's where you start to really intimidate teams offensively. You start to make those receivers develop those alligator arms, make them a little bit less willing to go over the middle of the football field. And he's a guy that can do that. He absolutely can do that. He legitimately has upper level ability to hit. He's not just a decent hitter. He's like one of the better probably hitters in the NFL right now. Going to draw some flags too, but yeah, I love the fact they're getting him on the football field. Then we're not going to see this guy on the bench for a second season. You got to get him out on the field. Our defense is better with Marquise Blair on the football field. D-Boy says, how do you think Gordon feels with the Seahawks signing Paul Richardson? I'm sure that he's in talks with Seattle, D-Boy, and I'm sure that he understands in those talks that this is happening because of the Philip Dorsett injury and not because of anything having to do with him. We don't know what they know from the commissioner as far as whether or not he's coming off of the exemption list, whether it's going to happen soon, long in the future, or they're going to have to wait. We don't know any of that stuff. So that being the case, we're going to just have to kind of wait on it, and he's probably just got to let it play out. But this, I'm sure they've told him this is about Dorsett's foot, not about us not wanting to have you come in. I still expect him to be signed with the Seahawks, D-Boy. I'd say there's more of a likelihood at this point that Josh Gordon signs with the Seahawks than even Clowney, even though I still think Clowney likely still comes to Seattle at the end of the day. Randall McDaniel says, I think Carlos Hyde was a great one for us. The Carlos Hyde signing was a great one for us. Depth, depth, depth. Veteran leadership, relatively inexpensive. That's it. I mean, and this is where I always come back to with running backs, why you shouldn't, for instance, pay Chris Carson on a contract extension. You should never pay running backs, and you should never draft running backs highly, because these kind of running backs are always on the market at a nice depressed value that you can go and pluck. There's no reason to overspend in other places because you're going to get it here nice and cheap. And a 1 year, $4 million contract for the guy in the middle of a prime of his career at running back, great value. You'll take that. And again, Hyde fits right into the mold that Pete Carroll likes, because we know Pete Carroll's infatuated with that Marshawn Lynch mold, right? That's his mold now for running back. That's what he wants in all of them to be. Hyde's that way. Carson's that way. And just to the final point, I spoke about this earlier. Our running back room has been decimated year in and year out. Year in and year out, the Eddie Lacy's and the Thomas Rawls and the Mike Davises end up on the shelves. The Chris Carsons, 2 out of his first 3 years. Even last year, we saw this when we were down to Travis Homer, our 7th round pick, starting playoff games for us. You don't want to run back into that again. This kind of guy will give you that. Good, strong, hard runner. I expect him to provide us some valuable carries this season. Liquid Swords says, D-Boy. Oh, you're speaking to D-Boy. Sorry. Randall says, are any teams coming into 2020 with running backs who've had less than 1,000-yard running backs? Coming into 2022 with less than. I know that Tampa Bay is one of those teams. I don't think that they technically signed, of course. So they signed what's his face, who's the old veteran, who's technically had 1,000-yard seasons, but not a lot. The Eagles would be another team. There's a lot of teams that don't have backs that have had 1,000 yards in a year. There's a lot. We could go down the list, man. They're harder and harder to find because it's less backs that crack the 1,000-yard mark. Back in the 2005s, you'd probably have 15 to 20 backs a year that crack 1,000 yards. Now you probably get 10 maybe. But there's a bunch. Who would be another one? Even the Chiefs. Chiefs don't have a back this year with the 1,000-yard back. I might almost go as far as to half the teams in the NFL if I really thought about it. TJ says Parkinson is good. He's at practice because when it shows the part of practice, you can see him. TJ, he does seem to find the camera, doesn't he? Colby likes himself some Colby. He gets in, you see him over there throwing the football up in front of the thing. It's good, but he does seem like he's kind of just still in the stand around mode. They don't have him out there really running routes. He's sort of just throwing the football around, which is part of what leads me to believe that he's going to be it's going to take a little bit longer to get him ready to roll. I think, at least that's what I think. I think he's a week 8 guy. TJ says the Cowboys, bro, that's a good joke. That's Kevin Hart funny. They can't even get more than 8 games, but make the playoffs. Nah, bro. I know, man. This is one of my out on a limb things here. And again, it's built within what's built within this for me. TJ is number one. I think that they killed the draft and did very good in the draft. I like a lot of their picks. I go down the line of their draft choices. Certainly the Gerald McCoy thing hurts. I think Alden Smith can have a bounce back year. I think he's a guy with a lot of talent who can come back into the fray. They lose Travis Frederick, but Tyler Bides that they get out of Wisconsin was one of the better centers in this draft, and he'll do a good job at helping them continue to be able to run the ball. We'll see if I'm off on it, man. I can get where you're coming from, TJ. They haven't made a lot of noise over the last few years, but just to me, they've got enough things in place this year where this might be the year. And again, the big thing for me, TJ, is that they get a really beat up on a weak division. They get a really beat up on that weak division and just kind of just put their hands behind their back and hit the cruise control button and let it roll. But we'll see if I'm wrong on that. Be interesting to see how it plays out. Shervins, what's up, Shervins? Welcome on in the chat. Randall says, I didn't include DJ Dallas in my statement about the 2020 draft class. He's getting a lot more positive reviews. He could be our third down back, more dynamic than Homer. We'll see on the more dynamic than Homer aspect of it, Randall. I think that he could potentially end up being our third down back, but I don't know if it would be because he's more dynamic than Homer. I think Homer's a more dynamic athlete than Dallas is. At least if you go watch the 2 college tape of both at Miami, that's what it showed to me. The thing that helps Dallas and what I think allows him really the quick jump to the front of the line as far as the third down back goes is that you look at the roster, he's really the only guy that fits that makeup. Carlos Hyde and Chris Carson are really first and second down backs. Pretty much the same can be said for Rashad Penny. The only competition he really has is in Homer, but we know with DJ Dallas that he was the best blocking running back in this whole draft. That was his claim to fame. So that helps as far as third down running backs go. And then we also know he's a former wide receiver convert. These 2 aspects to me are the things that really open the door for him to be that third down back. And at this point, I'm expecting him to be that third down back. But I would say I still believe that Travis Homer is a better overall runner, just better in the open field, better, more decisive, understands how to find the hole a little bit better than Dallas does. But Dallas may be a little more tougher runner, a little more of a grinder, a little more in that Marshawn Lynch mold that I was talking about that the coaching staff gravitates towards. Did you guys see Josh Gordon's latest tweet? Lift off in 10, coming soon. I did see that, Joseph. Encouraging to see it. And he's kept his tweets up. Part of the reason I have such confidence in Gordon coming back is that you go look at his Instagram over the last 10 months. I think he stayed in Seattle. I think he's been living in Seattle. He's got himself in his uniform in the Seahawks colors all the time. It's all the indications are that he wants to be back with this team. He wants to be here. And I think that they want to have him back. So it's just the commissioner's thing to me, Joseph, that's holding this horse up. But I think the horse is going to be out galloping out on that open course here shortly. Shervin says, I was in Josh Gordon's Twitch stream 2 weeks ago, and I asked him about coming back to Seattle, and he said he's still working out there and wants to come back. Oh, that's awesome. Josh Gordon's got a Twitch stream. I'm going to have to hook up on that Twitch stream, man. Absolutely have to hook up on that Twitch stream. But that's great to hear. I think he does really want to come back, man. It's all the indicators have been here. I don't think he's just throwing smoke out there. Shervin says, hopefully the Paul Richardson signing doesn't rule that possibility out. I don't think it will, man. I think the signing has to do with Dorsett. He's got a foot injury. I think Richardson's replacing him. Gordon's always been in their plans to come back into the fold at some point. These things didn't preclude each other, so I still expect him back in on it. Liquid Swords, Tom Brady has a losing record against the Seahawks. No, that's with the Pats, but we Brady as well. No, that's with the Pats, but we with Brady as well. He has a losing record against the Seahawks. I think it's liquid. The one thing we have to look at that though is it's called sample size. This isn't like the Seahawks have been playing in the AFC East for 20 years and we've got a lot of data to go off of. There's a set few amount of games that they played up against Brady. The other thing about that I would argue is that, for instance, the game we played in New England last, Brady's defense didn't do him a lot of favors in that game, did it? They give up quite a good amount of yards. CJ Procise went off, had his way with them. I'm trying to think about the last time that would have been then New England played, and then when New England played in Seattle, that was another close game. So there were two very close games. And again, in both of those two games, Brady played against the Seahawks defense. He did cut the defenses up pretty well. He had a lot of yards he threw for at the end of the day, and I don't even need to speak about the Super Bowl. So he knows how to attack the scheme. He does understand the kind of routes that are going to be vulnerable against this scheme. And he's done all right in the past offensively. It's been more his defense that's let him down. I will check out his tweet. I will check out his tweet, Joseph, for sure. Liquid Swords, Rams are our worst matchup. Rams have our number. You're not wrong, Liquid Swords. You're not necessarily wrong. I think the Cardinals will be a tough matchup too. I think that they're right along in that. If I was to do a ranking, it'd be the Niners would be the third on that list. It would probably be the Rams and the Cardinals, and they'd be neck and neck. So I don't know. I might end up agreeing with you on that. It does seem like the Rams just for whatever reason, we just don't. It just is a rough fit for us. Shervin says, what's your level of optimism that we play this season out now that it's 2 weeks away? My level of optimism is 90%. So I think that baseball is going to play out. I think basketball is going to get their stuff finished out. And I think football knows what missteps to try to avoid here. I would expect that they're going to play it out. I really do. I think we're going to see a full season. Anthony Bain says the worst matchup for the Seahawks in the NFC is the Bucs. They are loaded, not to mention Bruce Arians is our worst enemy. How do you cover Gronk and Evans in the red zone? Yeah, they're very deep. I'm glad to hear, Anthony, you're a guy on a lot of people that have come in the chat have been like, oh, the Bucs are overrated. It's all just because of Brady. It says, you guys get off Brady's knob. Come on. But it's because you look at how they've built the team up. And again, it's more that I've gravitated to that front seven: Jason Pierre-Paul, Vita Vea, Shaquille Barrett. I'm missing a name off the list there. That's another really good guy. The front seven with White there, the young dynamic linebacker that they did that was just dominant. I would argue dominant in the game that we played against them. They still got Levante David. They added Antoine Winfield Jr., who was one of my favorite secondary players in this whole last draft, to shore up that secondary. They got some players. The Bucs are legit. The Bucs are very legit. Joseph Smiley, check out this tweet with. I'll have to look up that tweet, Joseph. I do it here on the I do it on my browser, but the YouTube live stream browser gets dodgy when you start bringing up other browsers and stuff. I don't want to have anything get weird with the interruption on the stream, but I will take a look at this. What's the gist of the tweet, Joseph? Stone Age Static. What's up, Stone Age Static? Welcome into the chat. Should we bring back Justin Britt? I think we should bring back Justin Britt if the coaching staff is operating from the knowledge that Britt's going to be an upgrade of either Posick or Finney, the guy they signed from the Steelers. We don't really have any information to go off of because we don't have any preseason games to watch these guys or see how they're playing. We're not being able to be shown any practice footage. So we're really having to try to make any kind of assessments at this point blindly, which is just kind of hard to do. But I would not be surprised to understand that Britt is a better center, should he be at least in a relatively healthy state, than what Finney is and more fits into the scheme of what they want. But I'm open to it, and I don't think he's going to cost more than a 1-year, $1 million deal to bring him back in, which is very cheap and again, it helps round out the depth. So I'd be okay with it, Stone Age. Liquid Swords. DJ Dallas is a star in practice and mock games. This was a good draft. 1 starter, 3 to 4 players with upside. It very well could end up turning out to be that. And he has been very good in the practice. And again, having a guy in that third down role who's a former wide receiver, who's got the ability to pass block for these teams, that the new kind of MO with dealing with Russell Wilson, I noticed last year, you saw it a lot in the Baltimore Ravens game, for instance. They really stack up the boxes. You get the 5-man fronts, the 6-man fronts, and the edge guys will come up field and they sort of play a contain role, allowing then the front guys to then just mess up the inside of the pocket. A lot of one-on-ones at that point. You can't really double up anybody. Having a running back who can come up and fill the hole and take on the blitzer like it looks like DJ can do, very helpful to have, as opposed to just running a running back out there that's just, we don't have any other options that are specific for that role, because it should be a specified role at this point. I always thought the teams that were able to have Darren Sproles in that role for years always had a little bit of a leg up over other teams. And having this guy that just was a specialized player for the specialized role, why not seek out those type of guys? He could really fit into that. I think he could definitely fit into that role, Liquid. And like I said before, then you add on the fact he's a former wide receiver convert as well. So he'll be able to run some of those routes out of the backfield too with some aplomb and have some pretty decent hands. You just can't kind of teach those repetitions that they get that wide receiver position. It's sort of like what we hoped we were getting in CJ Prosise. He's a little bit of a less dynamic athlete, nowhere near as fast, but same kind of prototype you're putting into play. I like to watch NFL. What's up? I like to watch NFL. I think Clowney won't play this year, but he really needs to take that $13 million a year. It's a possibility. It's lurked in the back of my mind. I like to watch NFL. It's something I've thought about a lot too. Thinking, maybe he's just going to look at it and go, I didn't get my long-term contract offer I wanted. They're now offering me a 1-year deal, which is going to give me half in base salary almost than what I thought I was going to get in base salary this year when it all, bore out. Why don't I just wait until next offseason when the COVID situation settles down and I can just roll? Why not just go that route with it? And maybe it is a possibility at this point. He certainly is waiting until the last second. I do think though, I lean back towards, I like to watch NFL, that what I think he is doing is he's taking those things I just said about into factor and thinking about it. But then he's going, you know what I'm going to do? I'll sign their little $13 million a year. I'll sign it. Fine. But I'm not coming in until the last bit of training camp. You're not putting my ass out in the hot summer. No 2-a-days, no padded practices. I'll come in and I'll be ready to play. There's a part of me that thinks that that's what's really going on there. That he is sitting there in that respect doing that. Cameron Hughes says, I really want Stephen Sullivan to make the team because I really think he could have a breakout if our tight end room gets injured like last year. He's an intriguing prospect, Cameron. I think he had the longest arms in the draft. Guy's 6'4", jump, ran well. It's not to me an indictment, the fact that he couldn't get on the field more for LSU. They had 2 starting wide receivers out there. Thaddeus Moss, I know I talked him down, but he was at least a functional college tight end at that level. But, he is a toolsy guy at this point. It's a lot of upside that you're hoping for. I think he's going to take still a little bit of time to develop, but he's the measurables, the size, all that stuff. If he can put it together, he's got the physical makeup that you don't teach and doesn't come just wandering down the track every day. These type of guys built this way. So he's got those intriguing components to his game. And I think he'll go to the practice squad though, Cameron. I think, remember this, the nice thing this year, Cameron, is you used to have only 8 guys you get on the practice squad. This year, they're going to double it to 16. That's a significant number of extra players you can get on the practice squad. And I think that's going to allow them to stick a couple of these wide receivers over there for that reason. The GOAT says, if I was a receiver, I'd like to go to Seattle because Russ extends time for you to get open. I would too. He'd be one of the better you'd think that Russ would be one of the guys you would want to go to if you were a wide receiver in the NFL for that reason. If I don't win on my first route, I get to my second route, I look awesome. I look amazing. And I lost on my first route. He makes you look better for that reason. This is proven out to be the case, I think, as well. We see Antonio Brown sitting back there, and all indicators would be that he wants to come to Seattle. Josh Gordon wants to stay here in Seattle. Tyler has remained. We're seeing Paul Richardson coming back here to Seattle now after his deal with Washington. So there does seem to be an appreciation for playing with Russell as far as wide receivers go. Shervin's asked, any chance that Clowney comes back? He does come. There's a chance he comes back. Seattle could even still be at the head of the line for bringing him back at this point. But it is a fluid situation, Shervin's, and anybody making any kind of certain predictions at this point, even a guy like me that's had some talks with him here and there, I think is they're playing the guessing game. It literally is becoming kind of a 50-50 type situation, I think. And there's a lot of other things, like someone mentioned above, coming into where it could be just, why don't I just sit out this season and wait till next season? Get healthy, get ready to roll, and then I get my multi-year deal. And if it's a 4-year, $11 million on average deal that I sign with a $25 million signing bonus, so be it at that point. You're still losing money from his standpoint, I would argue, and I don't think he would go that route. But yes, there is a chance, a high chance, I would even argue, Shervin's, but could change. Dalton V says, not sure if the media is hyping them up, but it seems like this rookie class is really impressing. And we still haven't even seen Taylor or Parkinson. Yeah, they're definitely doing some hyping. Carroll's certainly doing his share of hyping. Norton's doing his share of hyping. And those guys are always going to be, I think, hype guys when it comes to rookies. I'm going to withdraw a little bit of listening to that to a degree until I see it play out in the football field. It's all well and good to say it. I'm not discounting it or saying it's not real. I kind of want to see it played out. I want to see, show me something on the football field. And we have no preseason games to go off of. So it's going to be interesting right from the jump how this really shows, because I'm a little skeptical. I just feel like Dalton, the fact that they're missing these rookie training camps, the mini camps, the second mini camps, the training camp is being brought down so much smaller than before. And we got no preseason games. That's a lot to lose for these new guys, the new blood coming in. It's hard to overcome that loss and to still come out and show out on the football field against veterans who know the game and know the speed and know what to do. But they are getting rave reviews. You are correct. He Cranks is still in here, so He Cranks is our inside guy with Clowney, you guys. And if he says we're still in it on Clowney, you can rest assured and be at least have a little smile on your face to know we are absolutely still into it. So hopefully He Cranks, you're doing what you can over there to keep him in the fold, man. Keep him in the Seattle fold. Tell him we got the love here for him. Tell him we. I'd play with you guys more, He Cranks, but I think I'm almost doing a disservice at this point because I'm such a horrible Call of Duty Warzone player. So I feel like I get in there and he's like, you're doing better to show us Seattle fans can play. I go in there. It's like, I don't want to play with Seattle fans, this horrible video game player. Dalton V says, plantar fasciitis would be terrible. It doesn't go away. Surgery doesn't always fix it either. Spoken from experience. I ended up fully tearing mine after dealing with it for a while. Yeah, I've heard the same thing about it. It's one of those funky injuries, like a back injury, where it's like you sometimes just can't know how to fix it exactly. And surgery isn't always the silver bullet to get it fixed. So it would be understandable why they would be going to Paul Richardson if this is what is happening with Dorsett. They would know you're not going to get better with this, man. You're going to be dealing with it throughout the year. And we need to hedge up against this. We can't just walk in this offseason and have this, because if Dorsett goes down and you don't get Gordon back at that point, you're David Moore and Ursula, and it's getting light there at the receiving core. Need some water here. Sherman says, I'm so excited to see DK Metcalf develop. I am too. And I've put him in that class of Julio Jones and Calvin Johnson, Shervins, and saying that I see him taking a career trajectory that has the same kind of leaps and jumps that they do. But maybe I'm even being more conservative, too conservative here. Maybe I'm even selling DK's potential short, because all the factors seem to be at play for this guy to be a special, truly once-in-a-generation receiver. He's got the quarterback in his prime who throws the beautiful deep ball that fits with his skill set. He's got the work ethic. He fits perfectly with what we do. And Russell's going to give him those opportunities. They're developing even closer rapport and getting even better chemistry into that second year. And so maybe he is a guy that can launch into that 1,500-yard stratosphere and get the 80 catches and 15 touchdowns a year and then start even pushing even above and beyond that. Do we have even a receiver who maybe down the road, should the offense suddenly, if after this year Carroll retires and the offense starts to open up more, do we have a guy who maybe even can push for that hallowed 2,000 yards receiving mark? Maybe I'm going above and beyond here a little bit, but I think he has that potential. I really do. I think he's got that in his game to take that leap and step. Maybe not 2,000 yards, but certainly to get to the 1,500-yard, 15 touchdown a year capacity and do it for a few years. Absolutely. Joseph Smiley says, does it make sense for Peters to ask money to move from guard to tackles? Joseph Smiley says, does it make sense for Peters, the guard for the Eagles, to ask for more money to move from guard to tackle? And of course, the Eagles are asking Peters to move the longtime tackle for them, who they asked to move to guard. They're asking him to move to tackle because they lost Andre Dillard, their second-round pick from last year out of Washington State at left tackle. Yeah, it makes more sense. Left tackles make more than guards. He was signed to be a guard. He's having to go back out to tackle. There are a lot harder pass rushers to take on at left tackle than I believe he was going to play at, left guard. So, yeah, it makes sense that he would ask for more money for that if they're going to ask him to make that move, especially because I think, Joseph, he's operating off of a one-year deal. I will say from Philadelphia's standpoint, they're going to say, look, we're paying you for a full season, but we both damn well know you're not going to get through a full season. Peters gets hurt every year, so I'm sure they're looking at like you're going to be injured by week 7, so you got to play left tackle for 7 weeks. No, we're not paying you more money, but it makes sense why he would ask for more. AJ Terrell got absolutely tortured and abused by Jamar Chase, but he was still a first-round pick. You just can't look at one game to determine how good someone is. Cut Flowers some slack. Laugh it out loud. I agree, man. You know me, Shervins. I love me some Trey Flowers. And AJ Terrell was drafted really high in this draft. In fact, he was certainly overdrafted by the Atlanta Falcons, I think at 17 overall in the first round. What drove AJ Terrell to be drafted, though, is that if you had the top 10 first-round picks for cornerbacks, or let's just say the top 10 cornerbacks in this draft, and you're looking at those names, of the top 10, maybe 2 of those cornerbacks were zone corners. All the rest were man-on-man guys. And so who did you see AJ Terrell get picked to? The Falcons, who run our very safe scheme, which is very zone-based. So it made a lot of sense why the Falcons kind of overdrafted to take Terrell, knowing the dearth of the position later on. There wasn't going to be that zone corner cover that they needed. And Jamar Chase is probably my favorite receiver right now going into this. Well, we're not going to have a season college football in this next year, but he was probably my favorite receiver coming into this year. I love that guy. I think he's going to be a fantastic NFL wide receiver. To get torched by him on the college level is no indictment on your play. That guy's got a bright future ahead of him. But yes, Trey Flowers could certainly show out this year, take that next step forward in his game. I would not be surprised in the least if we're watching a guy who really shows out this year and gives us some dynamic cornerback play, a lot like what I've said Shaquille Griffin did for us last year in taking his second to third year step in his development. Dad Terrific says, I hear Baltimore is in play for Clowney. I have heard the same thing, Dad Terrific. I know that they potentially could push from their end for him. The one key on this, Dad, that I've heard people talk about that they've got to consider, though, is that Baltimore does not now suddenly get cap space from the Earl Thomas deal. They are going to go back after Earl Thomas for some of that money. They are going to say that they released him because of team issues, and so they can come back and claim some of that cash. But as I understand it, that has to go to an arbitrator now. That's got to go, and it's going to be down the road that situation gets solved, and they don't get that cap space back until the situation's solved. So if they're going to bring him in, it's going to have to be under their cap as it sits right now. I think they may have a little bit of money, a little bit of cap space to move, but I don't know if they have the amount of money to necessarily pay him exactly. Jason Butler says, hey, drafted Carson in fantasy tonight. I'm hoping, laughing out loud. Go Pack, go. Not a bad pick, man. You can never go wrong with the guy that's going to be getting a lot of carries, good and short yardage, so you know he's going to get his share of touchdowns running the ball. He's a guy that it's a meat and potatoes running back pick for you in fantasy, Jason, where 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns. You can find a spot for that on your fantasy team. But that should be a pretty solid pick. As long as he can stay healthy, he should be getting he's ready to roll and he's looking good. So I like it. Like it, Jason. You for Pack fan there. No AJ Dillon, Jason? You didn't go AJ Dillon? His calves didn't get you sold? Jason Hornsby. What's up, Jason? Welcome on in the chat, man. What's up, brother? You think the reason Clowney is not signing with us is because he has some issues with the coaching and staff and maybe wants to move on from Seattle? No, I can absolutely say that that's not the case. He loves the coaching staff. He loves the players. He loves the area. Seattle wasn't necessarily his scene exactly, let's say, you know what I mean? Like we're not exactly the big, those guys coming from the South. It's a new kind of culture up here in Seattle. So that part, I don't know that he loved necessarily as much, but no, he loved the players, loved the coaching staff. It's nothing to do with that. I think it's just him at this point dealing with the fact that his value's been cut down by so much. But Seattle certainly is still in play for him. And I would even offer right now they're the slight front runners, though. It's a little bit like the boat. If you go to a Seattle Mariner game and they put out the racing boats, and then you're watching the racing boats, and the one boat goes ahead, and then the other boat goes ahead, and then this boat goes ahead, and then it's a little bit like that at this point. Picking a leader in the clubhouse here is someone at the last second could nudge forward with their boat and win the race. Baltimore certainly could be that type of team, Jason, but I still think Seattle's in on this, and I think that they are still the lead dog to make this happen. Robert Rowett, I'm sorry about that. It was a long time ago. It was backlogged, and I didn't realize that I truly don't. No worries, man. I do get backlogged, Robert. So I try to stay up on the chat, but you guys are quick on the dial, so sometimes I back up. I just hate to miss a question. I like to try to answer everybody's question here on the chat. You guys got some good questions. Shervins, Jerry Jeudy's route running is dirty. He's going to be one of the best route runners in the league in a few years. I agree. I think he's going to be a very good route runner. I do think he's a little bit limited in his speed. So I don't know what he's going to be able to do over the top. So a lot of what the damage I think he'll do is out of the slot, but that's okay. That's all right. They've got Cortland Sutton there for the outside. They got the kid from Penn State that they also drafted this year, who's a pure outside guy. No problem with him operating on the slot. More the NFL is moving to 3 wide receiver formations more often. So he's still going to get a lot of touches there, Shervins. He was a guy that to me was a very safe pick. I just didn't see star quality with him. That was the place where I was maybe missing the boat. And maybe I'm wrong on this because you're not underselling his route running. His route running is absolutely fantastic and some of the best route running we've seen coming out of college in the last few years. I would not deny that at all. It's a general preference thing for me, I think. Raging Crocodile. What is up, Raging Crocodile? Thank you for hopping on in. Breakout teams in the AFC and NFC. I think the Raiders, Browns, and Dolphins in the AFC. Cards will be better. Dallas, as you mentioned. Let's see, Randall, on the AFC teams. So I'll go a little bit opposite, just to be contrarian, Randall. I'll go a little opposite than you on this. I will go with your Browns pick because I think the Browns did a very good job this offseason. I see the Browns bouncing back this year. I don't think they're going to be dominant, but 10-6, yeah. I think they're a 10-6 team. I'm going to give you the Colts. I know that the Texans have kind of owned that division, but I think the Texans have a few holes. I think the Colts have slowly been building and amassing that team over the last few years. I think the quarterback position has really held them back. I know that Phillip Rivers has eroded a little bit as far as his play has had over the last few years. But I still like that team a lot. I like what they did in the draft and the offseason. They brought up DeForest Buckner. Justin Houston can still rush the passer for them. I'm going to have them as one of my breakout teams as well over there from the AFC. And then from the NFC, like you said, Dallas is one of them. I think the Cardinals are also, you mentioned too. There you go. Yeah, we're usually of like mind, Randall. I think the Cardinals are going to show out this year. I think they're really, I would not be surprised if our division at the end of the year is, something like, the winning of the winner division is 12-4, then it's 11-5, and then it's 10-6. And Cardinals sit there at 10-6. Would not be surprised in the least if it goes that route at all, man. Jose Gallegos. Hope I pronounced that right. What's up, Jacob? I said Jose. It's Jacob. Sorry, my eyes start going crossed here. How you doing, Jacob? Welcome on in the chat. Jose, we got you back. Nice. And my contacts are being weird. Right. What Bryson Veniti? You guys got some mouthful last names. I'll tell you what. What's your stance on Paul Richardson? I prefer Gordon, but we can't be waiting on him. I don't think, Bryson, that this move's actually being made based on Josh Gordon. It's being made, I think, on an injury situation with Philip Dorsett. He's got a foot injury. Somebody's mentioned maybe it's plantar fasciitis. If it's that, then it makes a lot of sense why you'd want to bring in another receiver immediately, because those things are going to tend to linger / maybe hang around all throughout the year. So this is more about the fixing the situation for the Dorsett injury. I still think Gordon comes back into play on this. So one doesn't hold out the other. I expect you're going to get Gordon and probably Paul Richardson on this team both at the same time at some point, Bryson. Randall McDaniel says, prediction on punt returner. Oh, wow. They got to go off Lockett at this point. He got injured last year on the punt return. He's not done a lot in recent years in the punt return game to be as dynamic as he once was. Who would be the guy, though, at that point? David Moore, I guess, is the guy I'm going to have to pick. That's probably about the only way he makes the team at this point, Randall, with that $2.1 million salary. But I can't think of anybody else who's even in play as a punt returner right now, you know? TJ says, I'm still mad we didn't use Penny as a kick return guy. Yeah, I am too. He did that really well at San Diego State. He was a dominant kick returner at San Diego, and they didn't even think to put him in there, which I thought was odd too, especially because they could have got you Lockett off the field. And again, as I spoke about, Lockett was really dynamic in his first year or two here as a punt returner and a kick returner, but it's been slowly going downhill in those phases of his game. Is it blocking? Is it Lockett's not as dynamic? I don't know. Bottom line is the results haven't been great, and they need to do something to maybe fix that, or at least get Lockett off the field so he can concentrate on receiving if he's not going to be as dynamic and you're putting him out there to make him as vulnerable in those moments as you have. Bryson asks, you expect any more moves from the D-line? Glad you didn't leave, Jose. Or sorry, thought you left, Jose. Bryson says, you expect any more moves for the D-line before the season starts? And do you think they have done enough to improve it? Yes, I expect 2 more moves, Bryson, before the start of the year. We're bringing in somebody else to rush the passer off one of the edges on the ends. I'd expect a Leo more likely than not. And I expect them to get another defensive tackle, either a 1-tech or a 3-tech or a guy that can play both. Maybe a Marcel Darius type would be the guy that I would think maybe they're leaning towards. Or Snacks Harrison is, I think, maybe the dream scenario. But one of those two you're going to probably gain. They've got to shore up the defensive line at this point. Reports from camp are that some of the young guys have looked good, but there were also reports of it is a little bit light right now. It's a little bit weak. Randall says, we've talked about Urso in the past couple of weeks and his shortcomings, no pun intended. He's got those T-Rex arms, you know, the 30.5 inch arms on our guy Ursula. I did some research on wide receivers' arms, 30 plus inch arms or plus. Surprisingly, Baldwin had 33 inch arms. Deion Branch, Bob Ingram both had in the 30 inch range. Yeah, and there's a reason why Deion Branch and Bobby Ingram weren't players here with Pete Carroll came here. It's good. I'm glad you went and did the research on that, because this thing I've hit on is they don't make exceptions to the wide receivers in their metrics. When I say Seattle has their set metrics for wide receivers, they don't look past those metrics when they key on a guy to decide if they're going to bring him in. It doesn't matter if he's a free agent or it's in the draft. And those metrics are as follows. You must run 4.4. You must be 6 feet or taller. You must have 9-inch hands. You must jump 120-inch broad jump. You must jump over 35 inches in your vertical leap. There's a couple too with the 3-cone that I'm not bringing into present, but if you go and you look through Seattle's drafts over the last 10 years and the guys that they've concentrated and brought in the draft, all of them have hit those metrics with the exception of a couple, 3 guys. And even those guys hit most of the metrics. It's just a couple of like the arm lengths that they didn't hit. So as you were mentioning, John Urso was one of those guys who you drafted in the 7th round. And the other 2 guys are Golden Tate and Tyler Lockett are the only 2 guys. Everyone else all hits those marks. So they've got their marks that they want as far as receivers. And if you're not in that mold, they're just not going to favor you as much. They might draft a guy like Urso, but if it comes down to him up against another guy like Brett Swain who has those marks, they might lean towards a Brett Swain because they're going to want the measurables at the end of the day, and they're going to trust their ability to develop the player. Mo Money just got my Madden 21 in, and Jamal Adams is a beast. I can speak to that too. Mo Money. I just did my Twitch account here. I'm going to be doing the Seahawks Nest on Twitch. So, but I was playing a little bit the other night. Jamal Adams is a beast on Madden. He's a fumble causing guy waiting to happen. He comes up and he's laying the wood on everyone, even on hits where you don't think he's got the angle to do it. He just comes up, and I forget what badge it is they have. They got some badge, but he just wrecks people. I mean, he's just laying people out. Mo Money says, what's going on with Josh Gordon? Hope we can get him. I think Josh Gordon's in play, Mo Money. I think he's still in play. You just have to wait on the commissioner's office to make their decision on him. They've got to release him off suspension. And all the indicators are that he's going to be released off suspension at some point here soon. We don't know exactly when. I don't know what the holdup is here, but I would expect him to come off of it, Mo Money. I would. Azoz asked, do you think any games will be canceled because of the BLM movement? I don't expect any games to be canceled. If players did cancel it, they're going to have to then deal with potentially the problems with what that could cause with the CBA and owners then, getting crazy about it. So I think it would end up leading to a little bit of those issues. I wouldn't expect it. Azoz also says, I've never told you this, but congrats on 3,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know, last week and a half, we crossed 3,000 subscribers. So if you're one of those folks that did subscribe to the channel, I do appreciate you subscribing. And we're now on the road to 5,000. So if you're not one of those folks that subscribe, please do now subscribe, because we are on the road for 5,000 subscribers. Let's get it. Mo Money says, I think we are going to need another quality tackle. Yeah, I'm worried, Mo, about the backup left tackle role behind Dwayne Brown. I do not trust Cedric Abuja to be the backup left tackle. And as we've seen, Dwayne Brown can get injured. He can get beat up. He can break down. So it would be nice to have something a little bit more behind him. Unfortunately, the problem comes into play, Mo. Where are you going to get that? There's no really left tackles sitting out there on the market available that are nice or that you would feel good about. It is going to be what it is. It is what it is at this point. It is what it is. Azoz says, seeing how terrible Garoppolo is playing in practice and that all their wide receivers are injured, do you think the 49ers will be as good as they were last year? I don't necessarily think they will be if the receiver situation continues to play out as those. It reaches a place, and we've seen it. I remember there was 1 year back when Matt Hasselbeck was here where he lost all of his receivers, and they were bringing guys off the streets that were doing day jobs, and you just couldn't function offensively. And I don't care if they're a running team first and foremost. I don't care if they were able to play a game last year where Garoppolo had 8 pass attempts in the Green Bay game. Teams are going to force them to pass more this year. They're going to lock in on that running game more and more and force him to throw the football down the field. And I think he's very limited, especially throwing outside the numbers, to the sideline routes, to the deep routes. I think Garoppolo is really, really limited in that respect as a passer. He's good over the middle of the field, and he's got a quick release. He's got some elements he brings to his game. But I do think they're going to have a harder time moving the ball. The key is their defense going to be able to hold up? Trent Williams going to make that offensive line more dominant as an upgraded left tackle. There are some things that can be working for them on the plus side too. It's not all necessarily negative for them. Randall says, if we were to sign Clowney, would we know if he's in the building before it's official? I asked because he needs to come in for a COVID testing. We knew about Britt and Paul early. Well, I'm going to make the wild guess, Randall, that if I do find out about this, I may be one of the guys to be able to break this news if this news breaks like that. So my finger will be on that particular pulse as well to let you guys know. I'll tweet it out or whatever if I happen to hear for something. But you're going to hear about it early. If I would guess that they would let this know. They would want the fans to know early. They'd want people to get hyped. There's no reason not to let people know. So we would know very early on, much earlier than before him being actually in the building, and then they let us know. Carl Nerney says, do you have a roster projection? I do not as of yet have the roster projection done, and I guess I probably won't technically because we'll do the next live stream I'll be doing, I think, right before the game. So we'll be doing a live stream before the first game of the season. I'll have a roster projection for you guys on the next live stream. That sound good, Carl? We'll project it out on that. So I'll put one together. I think I can be pretty confident in who I'm picking at this point. MSR Rock, do you think we will beat the Falcons week 1? I do. It's going to be a tough game, though, MSR Rook. The main reason being is that the Falcons, you want to play the Falcons later on in the season, not early on in the season when they're at full health, when Julio's at full health. You want to get them after they've been beaten up. It seems like they always lose a bunch of injuries. They're like the Chargers. They're one of those teams that loses a lot during the year, and they're just so much more reduced in their capacity by the end of the season. So I think they're going to be a really tough matchup. I think they're going to give our defense some fits. I'm going to make the prediction of a 35-28 Seahawks win. I think our offense is going to be able to move the ball on them. I don't think they're going to be able to rush the passer against us very well. I expect us to be able to light up the scoreboard a little bit like we did last season against them to a degree. But boy, last year you had Matt Schaub throwing for almost 400 yards against us. That was brutal. Carl Nerney says, who starts, Trey Flowers or Quentin Dunbar? I'm going to say Trey Flowers starts the year, but Dunbar comes back in. They lean back on the excuse that Dunbar had a limited training camp, no offseason. He's still learning the position. He's still learning the kick step. But I think they're eventually going to let Dunbar get his share of starts. So Flowers to start out, he'll get his first swings at it, and then they'll see where they go from there. Jose Rodriguez says, I hate the rule that says you can't hit the receiver until he comes down with the ball. Yeah, I don't like that either. If you take your head out of the hit, then you should be able to hit him. That's my thing. If I don't hit you in the head, if I don't hit you in the neck area, and it's already hard enough not to do that, but if I keep it clean and I go low, then yeah, I don't think you should. That's the receiver's going to pay the price. You should know better. Bash M, would it be better to match up Trey Flowers against Mike Evans in that Tampa game because of Trey's size? Unfortunately, it would not necessarily be no, because I don't know that Trey is necessarily that much bigger or that it would make that much of a bigger difference over the top of Griffin. As well as we know this from the Richard Sherman days, because this is what they used to tear Richard Sherman up about. The Seattle Seahawks in their system don't move the cornerbacks around to follow players. There's a reason for this. And it has to do with the fact that you're trying to take away the strong side of the formation for the offense, being the passing strong side. A quarterback, when he throws to his right, is going to throw a higher completion percentage, be more accurate. It's an easier throw for a right-handed quarterback to throw to his right than it is to throw to his left. So if you have a team with a receiver, for instance, who's got a true number one receiver like Tampa Bay, I mean, Godwin's pretty good too, but like they want to get their favorable matchup, they'll move that guy over sometimes over to that left side to get you on your second cornerback, but now you're making them play opposite-handed, essentially. They're throwing to their number one wide receiver, but they're throwing it away from the formation the way they'd normally like to do it because they want to go after your lesser cornerback. It's a way, this is why Seattle does that within the scheme a little bit. So, you'll never see them actually travel with a receiver. I see where you're going with that, but I think with both, I think Godwin's even like 6 feet tall. I think it's just better to keep your guys in their positions and let them roll at that point. Carl Neary says, watching Pete's press conference from a few hours ago, he's killing it. I'm going to have to check out this press conference you guys have mentioned a couple times here. I'll be interested to see what he's got to say, man. Very interested to see what he got to say. Michael Simon says, you think we will ever have fans this year? Yeah, Michael, my prediction is that we will have fans this year, but probably not until the playoffs, at least in CenturyLink. It kind of bothers me that they're letting teams around the league have some stadiums allow fans, other stadiums where there won't be fans. To me, it should be that if everybody either gets to have the fans or nobody gets to have the fans. You can pipe in your league, you can pipe in your crowd noise and do all that stupid stuff. Wow, that loud bite. You can do all that stuff as much as you want. So be it. Fine. But all in or all out. None of this, some people get a competitive advantage of having fans, others don't. But I think that it'll probably wait, Michael, until about the playoffs. And then I think they'll probably start to allow teams at that point. Maybe the situation's gotten a little bit more under control, settled down. We're talking 4 or 5 months down the road here at that point. So that'll be my prediction for you, Michael, is playoffs. We'll see fans at that point. I think you'll see some fans in some stadiums throughout the year, though. They seem like they're going to do it, just not in Seattle. We've been one of the places they've been kind of most on lockdown about. MSR Rook says, do you have a season projection for who we beat and who we lose to? I don't have anything broken down officially yet, MSR. I'll add that to my my roster projection for next week. So I'll get both of those two items done for you. I would say that the losses as I was looking on early on this season that I've sort of placed out there for us out the gate, I've got us in the 12-4 role. So I have us losing to Buffalo on the road. I've got us losing to the Cardinals once. I've got us losing to the Niners once. And then I've got to think about what the fourth game was. I've got to go back and look at what my notes were for the fourth loss, MSR Rook. It was outside of our division. So I got to think about I think it was the, one of the NFC South teams we play. I think is what I was looking at, or not NFC South we play. It was AFC. Maybe it was the Cowboys, maybe, that I was looking at with that, because we play the NFC East. So that may be what I would do unofficially. That's my unofficial MSR, but I will get one officially up for you guys next week. But 12-4, those would be my losses right now off the top of my head. Michael Simon, by the way, I'm new subscriber. Oh man, I appreciate you newly subscribing, Michael. Thank you so much. I live in Chicago and I'm a Seahawks fan. That's awesome to hear, man. Well, I will be soon a Seahawks fan living in Maui. So we're all over the place. We've got fans of this channel all over the world, from, Serbia to Ireland to Australia to Spain. So welcome on in, even there for Chicago. It's the Chicago. You from Chicago, Michael? Or are you just over there, living over there for work, or have a significant other that drew you over there? But thank you for subscribing. I really do appreciate that. I like to watch NFL. Clowney is going to just sit out. He needs to take what he can. Clowney's going to sit out. He needs to take what he can, and that's not $15 million. Who do we get if he sits out or doesn't play? I like to watch NFL. The most likely scenario for me, if he does not sign with us, or if he sits out, I would probably point to it being Clay Matthews. It's not a fan favorite here with Seattle with some of his cheap shots that he's taken on Russell over the years, but he would still be probably the next guy that they then take a look at to bring in. If not for him, I don't have a great suggestion. I don't. I went and looked through the available guys that are out there. It's really light. Your better way to go about it at that point almost is roll with what you got and let it go. I mean, it's almost the better way to roll at that point, as sad as that is to say. Like I was going through before, there's a list of 5 guys who may be around midseason. Maybe you could get around midseason. I went through every team in the league to try to see who might have available pass rushers if that team falls off, or if they're in a rebuild mode, or if they thought they were going to be a playoff team that turned out not to be a playoff team. My bet, the best guys I could come up with on my list are Melvin Ingram, Von Miller, Ryan Kerrigan, Grady Jarrett, and Justin Houston. And that was really squinting and trying, like with Grady Jarrett's, or even a guy like Von Miller, that was really trying to squint to make it work. There's just not a lot of guys I like in NFL. There's a dearth of pass rushers out there. So this makes it all the more important to get Clowney. This makes it all the more important to bring him in. There's not an option B, C, D, E, F just sitting right there behind the door. There's a lot of nothing options out there. Michael Simon, is Pete going to listen to Russ about every quarter should be the fourth? Asked Michael Simon. Michael, I hope he does. I hope he takes into account a little bit of what his quarterback's given him his feedback. Russell has, in my opinion, earned the right to be giving this feedback, to come into this offseason and say, we need more superstars. Sure would be nice to have an offense built around me like they have that offense built around Mahomes in Kansas City. I sure would like to play the rest of the game like we played the fourth quarter. He's earned the right to say this stuff. And in my opinion, Pete would be smart to listen to him. I think Russell he's knocked at times for being robotic and all that stuff, but I think Russ could be a lot of things, but he's smart is one of the things above and all else he is. And I think he knows damn well that we're not doing this exactly the right way we could be doing this. There's a better way to be doing this. And the indications are that they are listening to him a little bit. Are they going to jump outside of their skin from what they've been, change their identity, be something that completely else? No, you're not going to see an extreme change here, but could we see a marginal shift? Like I was saying earlier, 5, 6, 7 more attempts a game, a little bit more up-tempo offense at times. Yeah, I think you could see that this year, and I think the offense would be better for it. That's what it was. Flipper Anderson. I got it, Randall, but I couldn't remember it. You know what I mean? I couldn't remember it. It was the Flipper. It's such a unique nickname, Flipper. It was on the tip of my tongue. Willie Flipper Anderson set an NFL record with over 300 yards receiving, was a Monday Night Football game. My point was that Adams had a big game for his Flowers, but it wasn't an all-time game. DK has the same stats on the road. Yeah, I agree. It's a solid point, Randall. You can't take one player. You can't take one game. You can't take one play. You can't take a couple plays from a single game on a player. It's what they call a sample size. And it's not an exhaustive way to look at a player when you have all the snaps from the season. I mean, every game you got in a game, 50 snaps defensively to look at. Why just take one? This is one of the things that drives me crazy about people who make the assessment of Pete Carroll based on the single play in the New England Patriots Super Bowl game at the end of the game. There are so many people that come onto the comment section of my YouTube videos to tell me about should have passed it, shouldn't have run it. That makes him a horrible coach now. He's awful. Really? One play of a head coaching career, none of the stuff I did in college with national titles, going to Super Bowl twice, having a consistent winner for 10 years, all that goes out the door because of one play. Get out of here. Get out of here, So it's a solid point. Luke Scarlett, what is your opinion on Jordan Brooks now? My opinion on Jordan Brooks has not changed, Luke Scarlett. He's a guy who what I told all of you guys. I've said throughout this offseason, this is one of my bold Brandon predictions that continues to play out as I've told you it would play out. I told you guys Ethan Bosick was going to be the starter day one at center. I also told you guys that Brooks is going to sit on the bench for the majority of his rookie year, and that your starters out the gate are going to be KJ Wright at the will, Bruce Irvin at the Sam. Remember when the Seahawks front office was telling us that KJ Wright was going to be moved over to the Sam and Jordan Brooks was going to play the will? Remember that? You guys remember that? Oh, it didn't play out that way, did it? Instead, we got Bruce Irvin at the Sam, KJ at the will, Bobby at the middle linebacker role. Jordan Brooks' long-term future is as a middle linebacker, and he's going to be a damn good middle linebacker long-term. He really is. And I expect Bobby Wagner's probably going to retire a lot earlier than a lot of you probably out there are thinking. But I don't think his best fit is as an outside linebacker, especially when you have the depth and quality we have right now at the outside linebackers positions. That's what he's really up against. It's not like we just have a bunch of Jags there at the linebacker core at that position. You got the Cody Bartons, the Ben Curvins, you got those guys stacked up. He's kind of up against it. So while he's got speed, he can thump. He's great in the run game. He's just going to have to, I think, wait his chance, Luke. I think he's going to have to wait his chance. Michael Simon says, do you go after Hauschka again? As I understand it, you don't save a significant amount of money by cutting Jason Myers this year. You do by cutting him next year. Is Hauschka a significant upgrade over Myers at this point? Maybe not significant, maybe marginal. But is it going to create an increased cost at the kicking position by bringing Hauschka in and having to release Myers? Yes, probably. Does that make it willing? Am I willing to do that at this point, as I need to bring in an extra defensive tackle, as I need to bring in another pass rusher? No, I'm not willing to do that. I'm going to need every last ducat, every last dollar in that bank needs to go to those positions at this point. So if we could have saved money on cutting Myers, Michael, I might be willing to do that. You just don't get to cut it. You just don't save any money. TJ says, Paul Rich had his best year with us, his best year with his last year with us, 700 yards, and still didn't get to re-sign. Plus, he's a beast at the playoffs. Lions game with that PI pass interference, that one hand was amazing. Yeah, if you guys folks haven't gone back and checked it out, go back and check out Paul Richardson's Detroit Lions playoff game with Seahawks a couple years ago, because you might have forgotten about it. Watch a couple of those catches in the game, and you'll get excited again about Paul Richardson coming back if you go back and watch it. But yeah, he had his best. He was finally putting it together in that final year. The Redskins went out and put a huge dollar amount on the table. They paid him a huge amount. I mean, they give him a big time contract. Because look, I've said this in the past. If you're the Washington Redskins, if you're the Buffalo Bills, you're going to have to overpay for free agents when you bring them in. This is why Greg Olsen ended up costing a $7 million deal this offseason, is because you were competing for his services with the Redskins and with Buffalo. And so it got into a little bit of a bidding war. So having him back, he's a good talent. He's a great talent. Probably an upgrade if he's healthy over even Dorsett, and definitely an upgrade over what we've got in a guy like even David Moore. D-Mac, what's up, man? Getting that hankering to play, man. I'm going to be getting that hankering to play tonight. Jose Rodriguez says, I don't leave until you're done. That's great to hear, Jose. I appreciate you, my mod. It's Fred Swain, not Brett Swain. Oh, okay. I think I'm thinking of a baseball player. There was a guy named Brett Swain that was a baseball player. Fred Swain. But see, that's how little I think of him, Jose. I can't even remember his name. Very Hairy Larry. Nice. What's up, Very Hairy Larry? Good to see you in the chat. Beef Blitz. I love your name, Beef Blitz. That's an awesome name. What's up, Beef Blitz? Randall McDaniel, I meant, are we the only team who've had two running backs who've had more than 1,000 yards in 2019? Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you on that, Randall. Let me check my database here. Yes, you are correct in that. You are correct. Nobody else. Yep. Nobody else had 2,000-yard backs. So, and there was an advanced running back metric stat that came out. I don't know if it was advanced football stats. I forget who it was. I wish I could remember. They did come out. They had the top 10 running backs last year by their value. This is going to take into account broken tackles and yards gained over yards expected, given how the play was blocked on a given play. And both Chris Carson and Hyde were in the top 10 of the entire NFL last year in that advanced metric. Kind of interesting. Carl Nearney, the Falcons are at 10 a.m. Yep, it is a 10 a.m. game. Iridescence. It's really nice to have your stream on in the background while I edit. That's awesome. I love to hear you're doing it while you're editing, man. Gives me something to think about and further questions to ask. I love it. I appreciate you, Iridescence. Hopefully the work's going good here on a Saturday. TJ, Griffin said in March that he wants to travel with the He wants to travel with the wide receiver now that he's not... Said in March that he wants to travel with the wide receivers. Okay, so I'm sorry. Shaquille Griffin said in March he wants to travel with wide receivers, not just stay at his left cornerback position role. Do you think John and Pete said no, or he just doesn't want to do it? I think he does want to probably do it, TJ, but I think that Pete would say no to that. If Pete's not going to let Richard Sherman travel, then why would Pete let Shaquille Griffin travel? I'm sure Sherman was in his ear for years saying, let me do it, let me do it, let me do it. So, no, I just don't think at the end of the day, what Pete will tell Shaq, and this is what he got Sherman to understand as well, it's in the best interest of the team. The defense plays at its best when the cornerback stays at his one position and doesn't move around. Maybe it's better for the personal, shows the excellence of that given player, but it's not what's best for how the team operates and is going to stop offenses. So I just don't think they'll go that route with it, TJ. I don't think he moves. Beef Blitz says we really need that number one veteran pass rusher. Fingers crossed Clowney gives in. I agree with you, Beef Blitz. I agree with you wholeheartedly, man. It's that element that's missing. It's why I push so hard for Clowney, because once you push in Clowney, now Darrell Taylor moves into the backup Leo role. He can get through that injury and the rod being taken out of his leg, and he can kind of come along at his own speed. Now you flip Rasheem Green, Alton Robinson, LJ Collier back over that left end position. Let them all fight it out for who's going to be that starter. Now Bruce Irvin and Maioa get to have the rotational snaps fit into place, as opposed to now you got to have them taking like starter snaps. You can just have them worked in. It keeps everybody fresh, get your talent upgraded on that defensive line. It kills a lot of birds with one stone, in my opinion, essentially. And it's very much right now, as far as I'm concerned, the key to the season, as far as if the key to the season is getting to the Super Bowl and winning it. I think we can get to the playoffs. We can be one of the upper level playoff contenders. But winning that Super Bowl, to me, houses on us bringing in that veteran pass rusher, as you've mentioned, Beef. And the best player to do that at this point, the most ideal player to do that at this point, is Jadeveon Clowney. D-Boy says, do you think Flowers and Blair has stepped their game up because of Adams being a good leader, or do you think it's just because of the offseason and being competitive? I think it's just players take time to develop, D-Boy. I really do. Flowers being a guy who you've got to give him the extra time to develop, because he was a center coming out of college, who you're now not only changing positions to cornerback, you're having him switch to cornerback in a very specific cornerback role, the kick step technique, bail coverage, zone coverage. It's a lot to kind of pick up and adapt into your game. So his development was going to be a little bit more slowed because of that. But with a guy like Blair, he's coming into his second year. Carroll's told us the guys take their biggest step forward as far as their production and play on the football field into year two. So I think that's just what he's doing. And I think he's just comfortable in his role because of that. But I also think Adams is a good leader too. And I think that that's going to help out in other ways. I just think in this specific realm for these two players, it's not necessarily been Adams' leadership for here. I think that'll come in and be beneficial at other areas of the time, other times of the season, and maybe even for other players. I like to watch NFL says, wait, you're saying we sweep the Rams? I do indeed. I like to watch NFL. I think this is the year the Rams and their go for broke mentality that they displayed over the last couple of years, and they're trading their first round picks, and they're pushing the cap money up to the end point. Now they finally have Jared Goff on the books, and he's off his rookie deal. They're not making that savings anymore. They're paying Aaron Donald top of the cap money. I think they've lost a little bit of talent. It's even the little secondary guys that you start to lose, like the Littleton at linebacker this last year. They start to lose enough, and they just can't maintain that same level of play. I think this is the year that they kind of get hit to bear up against this division, essentially, because I think the division, they're going to sit at 4 wins, 3, 4, 5 wins at the most, because I think the division's going to beat up on them a little bit. So yeah, I think the Rams, we sweep the Rams this year for the first time in a couple of years. Michael, you're there for work. I hope it's good work. Those are some cold, blustery winters you get there in Chicago. DirecTV is a godsend for you, isn't it, Michael? That's the thing that the one downside to me, I'm going to Maui, and in Maui, when you're staying in these condo units or whatever, you can't have DirecTV. So it's not allowed. So I'm gonna have to be like watching all of my games in the NFL. I'm gonna get the not the ticket, but the Game Pass, so that I can watch it later on, come from my own home and stuff. But DirecTV is awesome. I like to watch NFL. How do we watch Seahawks games, since I live in Pennsylvania and it only shows games against our random NFL team? Well, I do believe you can go to the NFL ticket and buy I don't know if they offer, I like to watch NFL, the direct, I don't think that you can get the direct NFL path without purchasing the NFL ticket itself. The only other thing that you can do is what I'm going to do, which is the Game Pass. The crappy part about that is that the game doesn't become available until like a couple hours after the final game of a Sunday. So you can't actually watch it live. You have to watch it after it's already been played. But it's really weird to me that the NFL hasn't been more offering of a subscription service just to watch a given NFL team live, from the comfort of your own home, because there's so many people living in so many different areas, but they just don't do it, unfortunately. So I don't know if the NFL ticket offers that. I think you have to buy the whole service, whole hog, if you go that route. Jason Hornsby asks, any chance in hell we could maybe pick up Yannick Ngakoue? Probably not at this point, Jason. He's going to be on a $17 million deal. You don't have $17 million in cap space right now. You'd have to clear some guys off the books to get to that point. You could maybe get right up to that spot. Like, it would be very, very close, but it would probably be just too hard a load to bear to get up to that area of things. If it's halfway into the year now and half of his salary's off the books, maybe at that point you could then make it work then, because you don't have to pay for a whole season of his salary then. But it's that franchise tag just makes it too hard. $17 million is a big chunk of change. On top of the fact, I don't know what they would take as far as draft pick compensation, because you don't have a first or third round pick to give up. You're not going to give up that second round pick in this draft to get him at this point. Are they going to take 2 4th round picks for Yannick Ngakoue? I don't think they would. Team 12s, I'm in Lake Chelan right now. Oh, it's got to be beautiful over there. This is the time of year Lake Chelan shines. The only time of the year Lake Chelan shines. Got to be beautiful over there. Texan Football Houston. What's up, Texan Football Houston? How you doing? Seahawks. M. Webb. Seahawks are overpowered in Madden, and only team I've lost to is the Seahawks. Only team I've lost to is the Seahawks. Jamal and Bobby are so nasty together. Do you play M. Webb? Do you play on the online mode, or are you doing the Dynasty? I'm doing Dynasty mode on Twitch. So I'm going to do just a whole season Dynasty mode, 10-minute quarters. I'm going to try to do a realism thing with our Hawks this year, see how it plays out. M. Webb says, if Marquise Blair is actually good, our secondary will be ridiculous. Yeah, it will be ridiculous at that point, because you're stacked up on the edges of the corners. Your safety position is great. You will be very, 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 very tough to throw on, I would think. And it's got everything you want in a secondary. They can take the ball away. They could be violent. They could play press. They can play man. They've got the size. They get the length. They would have it all if he slots in like they're saying he slots in. And there's a lot of Marquise Blair hype right now with him working out of the slot in training camp. He can do that with what you already have in the secondary as it is, what you're already rolling out there. My goodness. Best secondary in the NFL by far at that point. Hold on here, guys. I'm going to be right back. I got to make a little bit more coffee and use the bathroom. So bear with me. We will be right back. Just hold on. Sorry about that, folks. TJ says, Flowers versus Adams, that's a bad idea. Adams is a great wide receiver, and Flowers is a second-year corner. Is a second-year cornerback. Does people really think that was going to be a sunshine and rainbows for Flowers? Hell no. He will be a good cornerback. I love your faith, TJ, and I share it. We're in the same boat in that respect where I see Trey Flowers taking a step forward. I don't look as getting roasted by Devontae Adams as the huge deal. You're getting roasted by a top 3, top 4 wide receiver in this league. Some of it, too, was that he didn't have safety help over the top on a couple of those plays that I wondered about. But even if you're going to get, every great cornerback is going to get roasted, right? DK Metcalf roasted Jalen Ramsey in the Rams game at St. Louis last year. Does that make Jalen Ramsey a bad corner? Does that mean that he's not? No, it's you're going to get taken sometimes at cornerback. You got to have that short-term memory and be able to move on and be able to take just get beyond it. I think he can. And Trey Flowers, again, I come back to, he's a guy who showed a great adeptness to being a good tackler. He's a good blitzer. He had 3 interceptions last year alone. If you look at Shaquille Griffin for his entire career, he's had 3 interceptions through his whole career. Trey Flowers had 3 interceptions in his first year alone. And there wasn't cheap picks or cheap interceptions. It was like I was talking about earlier in the Philadelphia Eagle game, where he's literally disguising press coverage pre-snap, dropping into his bail cover 3. Carson Wentz thinks he has a whole shot. Shaquille, with his length and his anticipation skills, gets in front of the ball and gets an interception. That was a play that showed moxie. And again, it's something that he can continue to replicate as we move forward. That's not just a one-off thing that he showed there. That's a skill that can be duplicated. So I too share your optimism there, man. I really do. Word to the wise, don't eat jalapeno chips if you're then going to need to try to talk. Oh my goodness. But I like Trey Flowers' upside still. I think folks sold him a little short. People are victims of the moment, though. The last few they see is him getting taken by Devontae Adams on the outside, and they go, "Oh, this guy's not. We got to get something else better." But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Dunbar's not won that other secondary role yet. He's late to camp. He says he hasn't worked out a lot this offseason because he's been stressed out. It's no signed, sealed, delivered thing here that Dunbar is going to be that starter day one out there, or even throughout the year. You may have an uphill battle. I like to watch NFL. I recently bought WWE Network. Is there an NFL network? I wish there was, man. They should sell it separately. It's weird to the NFL that they turn down money, but it's a place that they're losing money to me because so many people are cutting the cord. They don't want the regular cable service. They're happy with Amazon Prime and Netflix. They don't want the other stuff. So let them just buy it separately. I don't know why they don't do it either. D-Boy says, a few live stream ago when I brought up Paul Richardson, he wasn't too fond on the Hawks Nest. The main thing that I have as far as bringing him in, D-Boy, if you're going to bring him in a couple weeks ago, you're bringing him in because you weren't going to bring in then Josh Gordon because Dorsett was fine and dandy by all accounts at that point. You're bringing him in to fill in for Dorsett. It's a little bit of a different equation for me, at that point. I like that better. I know that Russell has a better rapport with Paul because he's thrown with him for years. And I know Paul, if he's healthy, is probably a better overall player than what Dorsett has, or at least when he's at his upside, it's been better than what Dorsett's upside has been. But being that there is that injury, I'm not against it now with the injury as him coming in and filling in. But Paul is a guy that just can't stay healthy, D-Boy. You look at him with the first 2 years in Washington, can't stay healthy. He was with us, couldn't really stay healthy. Is he going to get healthier as he's getting older now? Probably not. But again, through the lens of he's filling in for Dorsett while Dorsett can get back to health. We only need him for 8 games. Still got Josh Gordon coming back in off the back burner. I'm okay with it then. I can make it work in my mind at that point. TJ says, I think the people who talk shit about Flowers never played football or never played against the best wide receiver while changing positions. Yeah, I think you touch on the thing, TJ, that was really annoying to me about some of the criticism of Flowers was folks just looking at one play and not really looking at the player as a whole, not looking at the situation as a whole or who he was going up against in that position and situation, and just sort of taking it as this sort of one-off thing that they make their assessment on. You can't. Football already has so many reduced snaps and plays versus other sports with basketball, which is back and forth and up and down. So you get a lot of data to go off of, or baseball with 162 games, or basketball with its 72, 82 games. Football, you got 16 games. You only got so much data to go off of game by game by game, with each side getting 50 snaps approximately on either side of the ball. So you gotta utilize all that data in its totality. Don't just take a nice little sliver of that data, because you're already operating off essentially sample size as it is. And I think people would be smarter to do that when it comes to Flowers. He's got a lot of upside, and he could still be a really good cornerback. And from a physical size and the type of player he is exactly what we want in this defense. A guy that can cover, tackle, hit, run, can pick off the ball when he has the opportunity to do so. This is what you want in this defense. Beeflet says, at this point, I look at it like this. We got to get help in the pass rush. The O-line, we got to get help in the pass rush. The O-line doesn't collapse, and we might have an opportunity to squeak a Super Bowl appearance. Yeah, I think that O-line not collapsing is a big thing. You're right. You're right on the button there. That's going to have to do a lot with health. I think the talent's going to be there for it not to be a collapsible state just on talent alone. To me, the pass rush is the part that's more of the key at this point. I think you could ride dirty right now with your offensive line and get to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl. I don't know if we can ride dirty right now on that defensive line and where our pass rush is, and that's enough to get us to the Super Bowl, if that makes sense. I think that's a little lighter, and that's a little more worrisome of a spot for me, Beef Blitz. But I get where your concerns are on both of those places. When I came into this offseason, for those of you that didn't follow the stream, the two places I wanted to see Seattle go after was go after the defensive line and rebuild it, not tweak it, not bring in a couple of one-year flyer players, rebuild it. And then I wanted to see him take the offensive line and try to re-inject as much talent on that offensive line as they could. I wanted that to be priority one, priority two. Didn't really play out that way. We went for the bargain basement dollar store offensive lineman, and the pass rush, we did the one-year deal thing that I didn't want to really see necessarily. So they didn't go the route that I wanted them to go with it in that respect. They rebuilt their secondary. They went after linebacking core. They got another running back in here. They had a different way of going about it, Beef Blitz. We'll see if it's successful. But again, I do know where you're coming from in looking and pointing to that. TJ Wilborn says also Flowers had King at safety. I think it was Hill, but Hill's not any better, TJ. And yeah, he had Hill in that game over the top. And I'm not a fan of Delano Hill, just like I'm not a fan of Tedrick Thompson. They were both two players who these guys should not be on the football field at any point in time, in my opinion. Garrett Edwards. What's up, Garrett? I'm on my way from Blaine, Washington, back to Spokane, Washington. You're supposed to keep me awake for the drive, so you better stay alive for 4.5 more hours. I don't have 4.5 more hours in me, my guy. After 4 hours, the voice starts to go for sure. But you drive safe. I'll do my best. Seahawks Breseño. What's up, Seahawks Breseño? How you doing? Good to have you in the chat. Robert Yates, your test is successful. You are in the chat. Welcome. Girl, I was a wide receiver and would burn Flowers, laughing my ass off. Oh yeah? Would you use would you use an inside release or would you use a shock release, TJ? What you looking for on that? TJ says Russ threw 5 interceptions against the Packers. That doesn't mean he's trash. Very true. Very true. And Jermaine Kearse kind of sold them on like 2 or 3 of those. It's a good point. Robert Yates, please do not smack so much. Oh, I'm sorry, man. My voice is getting dry, man. Let me get my coffee and I'll not smack as much. Okay. I apologize about that, Robert. I get into the fourth hour of the stream and the voice starts to get a little dry and the lips get dry, and I'm trying to keep the moisture there so I can keep speaking and talking. So sorry about that, but I will try not to smack so much. I appreciate you jumping on in the chat though. I did turn up my microphone a little bit today, so it might be a little bit louder than normal and picking up a little bit normal. I wasn't sure if it was a little bit low. I've had comments from folks saying that the mic would be low at times they couldn't hear. So I might lower back down so we can get a little less on the smacks. Maxwell Stern, who do you think gets wide receiver number 3? Well, at this point, it's going to be Paul Richardson's probably the lead dog to get there. You're going to still have Lockett in the slot at that point, and then you're going to put Paul Richardson and DK on the outside. Lockett, of course, was the most effective slot wide receiver in all the NFL last year. At least the stats tell us or bear that out. So I don't think they're going to move him off of there. I didn't think that they were going to move him off of there, even bringing in Dorsett, who played only the slot with the Patriots last year. I think they were going to bounce Dorsett a little bit back and forth there. But with Paul Richardson back into the fray, that now puts Paul's really an outside guy specifically. DK is an outside guy, I think, specifically. Though they've hinted that they want to move DK a little bit inside at times. It'll be interesting if they will utilize him a little bit more in the slot in that role at that point. But those would be the 3 guys as this shakes out that I would expect. And it seems like with Dorsett, he probably goes on the PUP at this point. If this foot injury is like what we're hearing it is, which is plantar fasciitis. MWeb, is it me or are the Seahawks the only team that makes sense for Clowney? Like seriously, where else would he rather go? Titans, Steelers, laughing out loud. Well, there's some other teams that would definitely make sense for him in Webb. I mean, he can play in a multitude of different schemes. With the Texans, he was in a 3-4. He played the spinner role a lot, coming up and rushing from the defensive tackle position as a stand-up pass rusher. He can play in anything. So he's opened up at that point to a lot of different teams in the league. Now he wants to go play for a winner. I truly believe him when he says that. I don't think he's just saying that to up his reputation to make everybody think he's a great guy. So when you got the Ravens would be in play on that. They could use another edge pass rusher. Since Terrell Suggs left there, they haven't been as necessarily dynamic. They got Calais Campbell in there, and Judon's a good as a blitzing kind of edge rush guy, but they could use another guy. The Titans, he played under the head coach was the defensive coordinator, or at least the linebackers coach, I think it was, for the Titans when Clowney was there last time. So they're very familiar with each other. Could be a fit there as well between those 2 guys. You know, as far as him just knowing how to use Clowney and Clowney wanting to go to a team that knows how to use him right this year so that he can get all of the sacks possible. Now, if I was talking to Jadeveon, though, I'd say, well, but if you look at the Titans, they haven't really done very good utilizing edge rushers since that new coach has been there. They brought in Cameron Wake, and Cameron Wake was never really able to have the same kind of success that he had with the Dolphins when he was brought over there. They had the guy that played for years with the Washington Redskins as a pass rusher that they brought over, and he never really showed out too much with them either. That would be the one thing that I might counter Jadeveon on with that team and say, maybe not as good. But there are a couple of teams that would be potential fits in Webb for his services. There would, because he can play in either scheme. He's not just locked into being a 4-3 guy. I will say at the end of the day, though, you are correct. We, to me, are his best fit. We are the place that's best suited for him to show out and get the stats that he needs to get this year to then go get the contract he really wants to go get paid. D-Boy says, I'm typing and cooking steaks on the barbecue. Man, you're making me hungry, D-Boy. I think I'm going to need to order a pizza tonight or something. No worries. Carl says, I would just take a 5-yard slant every time because he plays 15 yards off the ball every time, then just run around his bad angle. Laugh, man. I'm just kidding. I like the guy. Well, and hey, Shaq plays that 15 yards off coverage too, man. They love themselves playing off coverage in this game. I'll try to be better about it, Robert. I know it's been I've heard myself on replays, hear myself smack at times. So the key is just keeping myself drinking so I don't let my lips get chapped. TJ says and then I just did it. TJ says put DK at tight end or running back, beast mode 2.0. I always wondered about, you go to that 3 tight end set that we do, or we'll go 3 tight ends with a 1 wide, and if you had like Tyler as the one wide, and then you brought DK as the joker tight end, essentially the Hollister role, the move tight end a little bit, or the H-back. I wondered why they wouldn't maybe give that a look out. Maybe it just wouldn't work with him in that point, but man, he's got the size to do it, doesn't he, TJ? Ethan, sorry if you've already answered this. I don't mind, man. I don't mind answering a question if we answered before. Is it looking like Trey is going to get the start over Dunbar week 1? I think that those are, we're making a little bit of a stretch on this at this point, Ethan, because we don't have the preseason games to go off of. Even the training camp video has been cut down by a good amount this offseason. So we really don't have a lot of information to go off of. We can only go off of the reporters' accounts that he's starting. Dunbar isn't. Dunbar's been late to camp because of the legal situations he was dealing with. So those indicators would seem to point to the fact that, yeah, Flowers is going to probably be your day one starter. I think Dunbar eventually will get his way into the starting lineup eventually, because they're going to be intrigued by what he maybe can bring to the table versus what Flowers brings to the table. But I think week 1, Atlanta Falcons, yeah, I think we're looking at I think we're definitely looking at Trey Flowers as your starter at that point. Joseph Smiley says, how come we don't have black uniforms? The main reason seems to be the NFL has some heavy-duty restrictions upon allowing alternate uniforms. I mean, I can't speak to black uniforms specifically, but we can't even get our 80s uniforms, Joseph. There's a huge contingent of us fans who'd love to see Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner in the 80s gear with the silver helmets and all that. But the NFL has its share of rules that prohibit those teams from having more, I think, than like 3 jerseys a season. So until they relax those rules a little bit, we're not going to see some expanded jerseys. But I think it would be kind of cool. I think the NBA is taking it a little bit in an extreme direction with some of all of their different. It's like every other night you can have a different jersey on a team. That sometimes gets a little bit too much. You know, I think you should have some set stuff. But if it's something that you're doing for a jersey that's like vintage, then why not? I don't know why they put restrictions on that. TJ Wilborn. Well, I'm going to keep going Wilborn. It's stuck in my head. TJ Wilburn. Sullivan would be better for that. He's a tight end and a wide receiver. I'd agree. I think he's more slotted into that tight end role. That seems to be where Carroll's pointed him to being too, TJ. So he might be better for that spot. You know, he might be better to be fitted there rather than like a DK, or maybe you'd want DK to be that single wide receiver out wide in those 3 tight end sets. And then Sullivan's your 3rd tight end at that point. I'm very intrigued by Sullivan. He's got like 37-inch arms. His knuckles literally drag on the ground when he walks. They're that long. I mean, that long. It's not the whole knuckle. It's just the tips of his fingers. He has to do like a shoulder shrug to keep him up off the ground. We got a lot of bikers here. Yeah, I keep doing that thing, Robert. I'm trying to not do it, man. Iridescence. So since COVID, how many players are on the final roster again? I understand that there's going to be, I thought it's 55-man roster this year with the new CBA. They were expanding it 2 more players. It used to be 53, but I was playing Madden the other night, and they had it at 53 players. So I don't know if Madden's wrong on that, and they've just not updated it to the new CBA. But it was 53 players before. I got to look into that and see if that was actually updated in the new CBA or if that was BS. The new collective bargaining agreement was supposed to allot for that. Luke says, do you think we are going to play more nickel this year? 100%, Luke. 100%. I had the stats. In fact, I still got it here saved on my I keep doing it, Robert. Now it's in my head. I have it on my saved Twitter here about our base defense last year. I thought it was kind of interesting. If I can get to it, slow but sure. I'm probably not going to get to it here. Oh no, here we go. So this is according to PFS. Your percentage of snaps in base defense last year in 2019, Seattle led the entire NFL in base defense. This is 3 linebackers out on the football field. They were in that 69% of the time. That's an absurd number. Absurd number. And to show you how absurd it is, the second place team, the team that came right behind us, was the Arizona Cardinals in our own division. You want to know what they were at? 38%. So it was almost half of what you was the second place team. That's not innovation at that point. That's not you being forward thinking. That's you being stupid, because there's a reason the rest of the league doesn't run base like that. So it didn't work last year. We were one of the worst leagues in the defense, running that base defense out as often as we were. I think the indications are, Luke, that we're going to be a lot more back into that nickel role. We did it a couple of years ago when we had Justin Coleman here, a decent slot guy who went and got paid big time by the Lions. We played 70% of our snaps in nickel. So we essentially flipped that base stat in those years. I would expect them to say it again. TJ, I can't not say your name. I want to say Bourne. So I gotta, it's become a tick now. I just have to, I can't stop myself. Luke Scarlett says, what do you think about Seattle Seahawks signing Antonio Brown? I think it's still on the table, Luke. I think the fact that he had a suspension when he did, and that came down and cut him out for the first 8 games of the year, it actually kind of subtly helped Seattle's situation out to potentially eventually sign him. Because if he came off suspension instantaneously, that meant that all those teams out there that were kind of kicking the tires on him went, okay, we get him for a full year. No more suspension. We got him all the way through. Now, if they sign him, they'd have to hold him onto the roster through the first full 8 weeks. I'm expecting the teams around the league not to have a lot of cap space by that point when he comes back. And they've been the front runner here throughout the offseason. He's worked out with Geno Smith. He's worked out with Russell Wilson. He's mentioned a couple of times about wanting to come here. Russell's mentioned about wanting him to come here. There's definitely a big flirtation, a courting going on here. I know a lot of Seahawks fans aren't happy by this. They don't like Antonio, don't want him seeing him on the team. But I think that there's a decent likelihood mid-season you could see him acquired by the Seahawks at that point. But no matter what you think about him as a player and what he could do to the locker room, on the field itself, he probably would significantly improve what you got going on. Maybe not significantly, but at least to maybe improve what you have. All right. Joseph Smiley says, any chance we don't sign Adams to an extension? What do you hear? No, we'll sign Jamal Adams to an extension, Joseph. The key to the Jamal Adams deal was this. Jamal Adams had and this is the New York media that essentially reported this, but Jamal Adams had a fork in his road when it came to his contract situation with the Jets, and they decided they didn't want to pay him. And his fork went like this. The Jets said, okay, Jamal, we're not paying you. You're mad about that. You want to trade. Fine, great, good. Here's your 2 options. You can be traded to any team in the league. You can go get paid, but you might go to a crap team in a horrible city. Or you can be open to going to a winner like you're telling us you want to be on a winner, because I'm sure Adams in his negotiations were saying, you guys got to break the bank for me. You got to make me the highest new paid safety on the market because you're making me play with trash. This organization's not going anywhere. This team's not going anywhere. If I got to use up my prime years of my career playing in that, then you better damn well pay me. But he chose the other fork in the path. He didn't choose to get paid. This is a lot like the Clowney deal last year. He said, no, okay. He goes, I'll listen to what you guys got to say. And they go, okay, great. If you're willing to go to a winner, you play this year on the $3.6 million salary you're owed. That's it. Nothing more. Zip, zero. You can maybe get paid after this year, but this year you play on the 1 year, $3.6 million deal. And you can go to a winner. Or you go to a loser and you get paid. Those are your 2 options. It was a pretty inventive approach by the Jets general manager because it widened the amount of teams in play to potentially then trade for Jamal Adams. So smart on both accounts, smart on both the player to choose a good team to go to, smart on the general manager to allow for that player to have sort of those 2 options. So he is playing this year, essentially, Joseph, on that 1 year, $3.6 million deal. And as I had spoke about in my Hawksnest episode, I think as the next players get signed, Budda Baker is at $14.75 million per on the new deal he signed, setting the new market. The next 2 guys after that are going to be Derwin James and Minkah Fitzpatrick. I'd expect both of those 2 guys to sign 2 new contracts before Jamal Adams signs his contract. So this will marginally continue to push that average rate up, right? Because the next man up, who's the next best safety, is going to break the market. So 14.75 will then go up to 15.5, and 15.5 will then go up into 16.5. At which point I would expect Jamal Adams to probably settle in somewhere around the range of 17 to 18 million per, and he would sign that new deal next year. And so you're really going to end up getting Jamal Adams at a discounted rate when you really factor in that first year at 3.6 million and then those other years as they come into play. But I think after this season, he's going to have to show out for a year, Joseph. And I expect him to. I expect him to fully show out this year. So don't worry, we don't have to sign him quite yet. Juicy asks, are they having fans this year? I have front lower tickets to a Giants and Bengals game in November. Bengals game? Oh, you must. I was going to say, I don't think the Seahawks play the Bengals this year. Uh, I don't know. It seems there's going to be different places that have different settings in place. And then there's some places, Juicy, that are going to have fans, but then there's only a certain amount of fans that'll come into the stadium. Is that going to be a lottery system? If you allow 10,000 fans in and you got 50,000 tickets sold, are they going to do like lottery balls like the NBA and you get a ball, you get to jump into the stadium and watch it then? I don't know how they're going to do that. But yeah, it seems like they're going to try to get some fans in at some point. I'd probably maintain we're not going to see them until later on in the year. I do not live in Seattle. Are you asking Derek? Or are you asking me, Juicy? I think you're asking Derek. I live right now in Spokane, but I'm going to be living in Maui in a couple weeks. I'm moving to Maui in a couple weeks. Antonio Brown, TJ says Antonio Brown, DK, Tyler, and Gordon on the field all at the same time. Yeah, good luck covering that. Good luck covering that. I mean, who's going to be the fourth cornerback who draws that short straw? You would think that you would be deadly. How is anybody going to stop your offense at that point? How? I mean, I think it's a realistic question to ask. You're up against it with that amount of firepower on the football field, and TJ, it gives you a hedge against the potential of an injury. One guy falls down, you got another guy up, and you're still stacked. Even another guy falls down, you're still stacked. You still got some juice there to roll. So it would be pretty nice. And again, you're able to get two of those guys on a cheaper deal because of the circumstances at play. Josh Gordon because of the suspension situation, and the same thing true for AB. Juicy, I'm a Giants fan. That's why I was asking. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's you're probably in the same boat we are, Juicy, in Seattle, in that we're really at somewhat of the epicenters for where the virus was at its most strongest. And so the governors are kind of being the most hardcore about the situation in that respect, which would lead me to believe that it's going to be harder to get fans in the stadiums of those particular cities. So you're probably going to end up having to wait until the playoffs. And unfortunately for you being a Giants fan, I'm not taking shots here, man. I'm not taking shots, Juicy. I love you. But it's probably not going to be fans in the stadium this year for the Giants. But we'll see. Maybe they start to calm this, man. It is a lot of ticket revenue that these owners are losing by not having fans in the stadium. It's a lot of hit to the wallet. Insanity Mixes says, I think signing him now is smart, or will he want more as the market goes up? Are you talking about Antonio Brown, Insanity Mixes? Can you, you're talking about, I think Jamal Adams. No, I would argue that it's smarter not to sign him this year. It's smarter not to put him on a contract extension, because if you go on an extension right now, Insanity Mixes, you will, and I might be misunderstanding you might be talking about Antonio Brown. Just tell me in the chat who you mean on that, because I don't quite know who you mean on that. If you're talking about Antonio Brown, or if you're talking about Jamal Adams, who I was just speaking about with his contract extension. TJ says, is that the owner's decision to not have fans? I do believe it is the owner's decision to not have fans, but they're all taking their direction, it seems like, from the governors based on what I've heard. So, and there's going to be some of this is going to be the liability aspect of things, where you're going to want the owner, you're going to want the state government okaying something so that you can probably reduce the liability if, say, a fan gets sick and comes back and tries to sue you. But I believe that's the way that it's, I could be wrong on that, but I think that's the way that pecking order is going down. Insanity Mixes says, I wish we had picked up AB or Josh Gordon, but Paul Richardson was a good player for us when he wasn't injured. And Insanity, I'm sure you're new on the chat here. The signing of Paul Richardson's more for Dorsett than is for Josh Gordon or Antonio Brown even. So this doesn't keep you from being able to sign either of those two guys. This is because Dorsett's got a foot injury and is probably going to be out for a while. You're bringing in Richardson to give yourself a hedge in that situation. So it doesn't still push you out on those two guys. Still a chance there. The second, how you doing the second? Joseph Smiley says, what made you move to Maui? I have a couple different reasons I'm moving to Maui. I've got a job opportunity there that's coming up for me right now. And in the middle of this pandemic, the job stuff's been a little bit weird this last year for me personally. I also have my mom lives out in Maui. So I'm just going out kind of to help her out a little bit too. She's got some stuff she needs some help with. So gotta be a good son and help out the moms. Always help out your moms. But and I love it out there too. It's a beautiful area. I like living out there. It's so separate from the mainland. It's like a whole new country out there. It's kind of a nice little change up from what we get on the mainland. TJ says that's how the Broncos in 2013 was so damn good on offense, because they had 5 really good wide receivers. Really was. And then going back and watching the film, I can see that, because so much of what they did on film, TJ, is they ran the spread concepts, where they're going to bring all 4 of those, 3 or 4 of those guys are going to be out on the football field at once a high propensity amount of the time. And then they're just going to attack the mismatch. They're going to go after your weak link. And I think Russell can do this really well. And that's what it really comes down to for me, is that you're talking about bringing a guy like Josh Gordon, and it's like, ooh, Josh Gordon against the 3rd best cornerback on an opposition's team. Good luck. Antonio Brown against the 4th best cornerback on the opposition's team. Good luck. That's where I start to salivate. The second says, finally, that Grumman's troll isn't here. Yeah, we haven't had any, no trolling today. It's been a very, very cordial little affair here today on the stream. It's been nice. Very nice. Liking it. Sorry, Insanity Mixes. So you're talking about Jamal Adams. Okay, let's go through the logic on this one, Jamal, Insanity, because I know where you're coming from on this. I get where you're coming from completely. Why I think I would be hesitant to do it, why I wouldn't want to do it. If you sign Jamal Adams to an extension right now, you're going to sign him to probably somewhere in the realm of $30 million new money, bonus money. On this cap this year, it's probably going to cost you about $10, $11, $12 million. So this means essentially you sign Jamal Adams to a new deal. You really aren't going to have the money to go out there and get another pass rusher. And you're doing it at that point for the expediency. I can't say the word right now. You're essentially doing it then so you don't have to pay more later down the road, but there's no real worry about necessarily having to pay later down the road. There's only 2 other guys who are going to come up for new contracts ahead of Jamal Adams. And with the safety market depressed as it is, neither of those 2 guys are going to push the $20 million mark. For the reasons of Derwin James has got the injury concerns, and then for Minkah Fitzpatrick, he's only got a half of season of really prime play he's given you so far. So they're not going to push the $20 million mark. That means they'll be in that next man up, like I was saying to you, where Budda Baker just pushed the mark to 14.75. Next guy will push it up to 15.15 on average. Next guy after that will push it up to 16.5, and then Jamal into the 17 to 18 range. Which, what you got to do with this, Insanity, is factor in the first year of the deal. At that point, then you sign him to the 4-year, $17 million deal, right? But then you're getting the first year deal on the 1-year, $3.6 million. So it turns out to be about a 5-year, on average deal of about $15 million per season, which is pretty good steal for a guy when you're getting a potential Hall of Fame player in the middle of his prime. So that's why you want to hold off on doing that extension. And it was part of the agreement through this whole process that he would wait to get the extension until after the season if he wanted to go play for a winner. Chris Gow, how's it going, Chris? Welcome on in the chat. How you doing? I am doing phenomenally. Having a great Saturday. Luke says, is there any decent edge rushers other than Clowney and Clay Matthews? Not that I found, Luke. Not that I found. Everybody has been basically plucked up that's got any value. You'd have to make it through a trade at this point. You could maybe bring in some guys that are just again, if you want to bring in just a guy that's a whatever, but you're not bringing any kind of talent in at that point. It's a far drop off. The efficiency of pass rush, all that stuff. You're not bringing in an upgrade, which would lead me to believe, Chris, that's where I go back to going at that point. You almost just roll with what you got because there isn't the significant upgrade out there on the market to go pluck. So again, we come back around again and again on this train. It winds its way around the tracks, but we always end up back arriving to the thought process that Clowney is what we need to be doing here. Clowney is where you need to go with this. He's the one to make this is the one you need to make the move on. The second asks, how far you got the Seahawks going? I got them right now 12-4 and winning the division. Because I'm a homer, I'm going to say that they win the Super Bowl, but if we don't get that extra pass rusher, I don't know if we can get to the Super Bowl. I think that could be a difference of us getting there, or maybe we get to the Super Bowl. I don't know if we could win it at that point. I think we need one more pass rusher to make this thing work. I do, the second. But I think that we are the division favorite at this point. I look at the Niners. I think coming off the Super Bowl loss, historically, those teams really struggled the next year. Yeah, they've added a couple guys. They've also lost a couple guys. And then you look at their wide receiver core and where it's going to be, where week 1 right now, they're really going to be light for the first few weeks at their wide receiver position and could be light throughout the season. So when they're trying to sign Jerron Brown, they're in a little bit of trouble. And Sandy Mixes says, oh, that makes sense. It's between him and Dorsett. So the window for AB or Josh can still be in place. 100% in Sandy Mixes. It seems that what we're hearing off of reports in Sandy is that Philip Dorsett's got a foot injury. Could be Jose Rodriguez was mentioning it. Could be something like plantar fasciitis, which tends to linger and is very hard to fix. Really, the only way to fix it is to stay off of it. And even that, it takes a while. So this is more about his injury and whether he's even going to be able to be ready to be out on the football field early on this year with that injury. But yeah, it doesn't hold you back from still going out and getting those other guys. Joseph Smiley says, do you think Paul Richardson will take the number 10 jersey? If so, what would that mean about Josh? It's a good question, Joseph. And probably it's a good indicator to us if the Seahawks know that Josh is coming back to the team this year, if Richardson ends up in a different jersey number, if that is the case as he comes in. So that'll be something to monitor. But if he gets the number 10 jersey, I don't think if he doesn't get the number 10 jersey, I think it is an indicator that Josh is probably coming back into the fold and they know it. But if he doesn't get it, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not, because it just means that it's still a situation that, is probably up in the air as it is. It's probably up in the air. Oh, lips back in here. Joseph Smiley, says, the reason I asked about Maui is because I'm thinking of moving there myself. It's not a place for everybody, Joseph. It's a beautiful place. You live in paradise. You're near a beach. There's a lot of upside to it. The weather is amazing. The downside is you're going to get island fever. It's a small place. There's not a lot to do. It's not like it's a madhouse of activities and things to do. It's a very low key, laid back life over there. But it's beautiful. It's fun living there. Everyone's in a really good mood because it's paradise. What's not to like when everybody's in a good mood all the time? And it's just a different flavor from the mainland. TJ then says, who could stop that difficult Bronco attack? Nobody. Oh, wait. We did in Super Bowl 48. So we are just the best defense in history. I'm good with that, TJ. I'm good with that, man. That sounds fine by me, man. That sounds right. Sounds about right. It's part of what I'm doing with the next Great Seahawk Moment video I'm doing, which is going to be the Seahawks Super Bowl win over the Broncos. And the angle I'm taking from it is the angle that this Seahawks Super Bowl team separated itself from other Super Bowl winners, being that a lot of Super Bowl winners can kind of all run together. They all kind of blend into one. You're like, oh yeah, the Eagles did win a Super Bowl that one year. They did have that one thing with the deal. And oh yeah, the Colts did win. The Colts did beat the Bears in that one Super Bowl year. There's not something that separates them or makes them special. But my argument is with the Legion of Boom, they're one of those collection of certain set teams that come along that actually do separate themselves from the Super Bowl pack, that are one of those true better teams. And one of my arguments for this within the video is that the greatness of the team you are as a Super Bowl winner is sometimes based upon the size of the dragon you slay. And the Broncos were considered as big a dragon to slay as any other could have been considered up against the LOB. They were the true test. So it's kind of the angle I'm trying to go at with my next Great Seahawk Moment video. Daniel W says, we just signed Paul Richardson back. I don't like it, man. Let our young guys work and get a chance. Also, if we don't sign Josh Gordon, 99% chance he goes to the 49ers, who are decimated at wide receiver. All right, Daniel, let's unpack this one we'll unpack this one. Okay. First off, when you talk about the let young guys work, let's look at the young guys we're talking about. Stephen Sullivan, Swain, John Ursua, David Moore. To me, I'm not going to stop from signing Paul Richardson because I need to see the development of those guys instead. And if Paul's going to give me better production this year than those guys' eventual development, I'm going with Paul Richardson over those guys. Those are the only really young receivers on the roster you could say need development. And I'd argue with a guy like David Moore, he's gotten a lot of snaps and he's really kind of just showed you he is what he is. He's a big play, deep wide receiver, not the most dynamic route runner, carrying a $2.1 million salary cap hit this year. Is kind of a guy that's on track to maybe be released if he's not showing out here in camp. The last part of this I just want to mention, Daniel, is the fact that this Paul Richardson signing has nothing to do with Josh Gordon or Josh Gordon returning to Seattle. It has to do with Philip Dorsett. He has a foot injury. Could be plantar fasciitis. We don't know. What we do know is that Carroll told us he's been dealing with it for a long time. And so he's probably going to be dealing with it for a while moving forward. This is a move to fix us up against the Dorsett injury, and that's what it is alone. Nothing to do with Gordon. Doesn't preclude you from signing Gordon or even Antonio Brown. This is the move to flop out Dorsett, at least for a short period of time. Chris Cow says, thoughts on AB? Do we still have a shot? Chris, we do have a shot. We have more of a shot. The fact that he's put on suspension and a team couldn't bring him in for training camp this offseason and have him in there on the team and let him have a full season of play where they were going to get him at a cheaper rate because of all of his issues that he's had in the background. Now, instead, it's week 8. You don't get him through training camp. He's just got to come into a team and roll right out the gate. What better team is there in place to do that for than Seattle for him? He knows what he's got in Russell. He's worked out with Russell. He's worked out with even Geno, our backup. He's got familiarity there. This seems like still the most natural fit for him when he does eventually come off of suspension. So yes, I do think that we have a shot, and more than having a shot, I think that we're even a little bit of the lead dog here, Chris, for his services. And I'm okay with bringing him on the team in that capacity. I bring Antonio Brown on for an 8-week period for my Super Bowl run. I got to just get this guy toeing the line for an 8 simple, small weeks. Is he incapable of doing that? Maybe. Maybe he also understands this is his last chance. There are no more, you messed up, you'll get another shot somewhere else. This is the, you mess up here, you're done with the NFL forever. No more money, no more millions, no more other contract. That can snap guys into toe the line real fast. So I'm okay with it if they do it, and I think it's likely to happen. Insanity says that makes sense about Jamal, great player. Yeah, and it's not to say, Insanity, I don't love him as a player. It's just about why the value of this trade worked out, why it was. Why Seattle had to give up the 2 first-round picks and the 3rd rounder in addition, Insanity, had to do with the fact that the Jets knew we were getting the 24-year-old Jamal Adams season for $3.6 million. The Jets were aware of that. And this isn't like Budda Baker. Budda Baker's the same age as Jamal Adams. Budda Baker's getting paid this year. You know what I mean? It's you got to look at every situation for the specifics of that situation. And that 1 year, $3.6 million is a big part of this deal. It's a big chip of the deal. It can't be just discounted or glossed over. You know, to me, it's worth paying attention to. So, yeah, I'm glad. I'm okay with them waiting. I don't think it's going to make any difference in the end. Insanity too. I think even if you signed him right now, let's say you signed him right now, Insanity said, okay, we love your play this training camp. We're just going to sign you. Okay, you sign him, and like I said, you're not able to now get that pass rusher. But then, what is the great discount you're getting here? He signs for $16 million per season. He's not going to sign for less than what Budda Baker just signed for. And I'm projecting you out to sign him at $17 million in a year from now, even 18. That's only $2 million more. That's not a lot of signing. That's not a lot of savings, especially considering it would also keep you from maybe getting that extra pass rusher. Yeah, I don't think Josh Gordon's going to the Niners, though. I know that they're decimated and they could use him and they would want him. I don't think that that's where he slides in at if he doesn't go to Seattle. And we've not really heard of any other team really being in play for Gordon's services either. Big Kid Gaming says Melo is popping off. Is he? Carmelo picking the Blazers, putting him up on his shoulders. The second says, you think we should get Logan Ryan? No, I don't think it would be a good fit. The second, I think he wants to get paid money. I'm not going to pay a 32-year-old cornerback, which is I think what his current age is. I think he's a guy best suited for the 3-4 scheme and to be moved all around a 3-4 scheme, playing every kind of position from safety to slot cornerback. He would be probably the best slot corner we have on the team at that point. It's just the cost would be too much. If I'm going to go for a pass rusher or a slot cornerback at this point, I'm going pass rusher instead. And we only have so much money left. You know, there's only so much to go spend to go get that. TJ says, this reminds me of Super Bowl 48. We lost, then brought in a D-line, then boom, Super Bowl win. Yeah, you brought in the Cliff Averill and the Michael Bennett after the 2012 season because you needed more pass rushers. And indeed, it did help you get the victory, man. It was, somebody could say that maybe the difference. Certainly, Averill had a huge effect in that Super Bowl 48 win. Big Kid Gaming says, do you think Russ will win the MVP? Hard to see him winning the MVP, Big Kid, when they don't even give him a vote every year. And that's when he's having MVP seasons. I mean, he went mid-season, he was the MVP frontrunner, and then he goes to not even getting a single vote by the end of the year. I feel like there's a little bit of an East Coast bias here. I don't feel like they watch a lot of our games. They just consider us to be in Southern Alaska, or whatever the reasons are at this point. I don't even really care what it is, the reasoning. It's silly. He should have had an MVP vote by this point. Derek Carr's had 6 MVP votes so far in his career. But I think that's going to hold him back. I do think this will be the year he at least gets MVP votes. How about that? So at least start to get it. Maybe that's a step in the right direction. Jonathan Salazar says, do you think Russ has another Super Bowl sin with Seattle in his future? Win. Sorry, Jonathan. I think you meant win. Yes, I think Seattle wins another Super Bowl with Russell Wilson at the helm. I think he's too good of a player to not eventually, even if you just luck into a situation at some point or another, I think you do it. I think he wins another one. I don't think he retires to just one Super Bowl win. I don't know if they'll get a lot past that, but at least one more. Babs and the Wrecking Crew. What's up, Babs? If he makes it to one, they'll win the ring for his role in the Brady legacy story. So sure, he'll get one more. If he makes it to the one, they'll rig the game for his role in the Brady legacy story. Okay, sorry, Babs. I was reading comprehension, struggling a little bit. Man, maybe. I don't care. We got our game in 2005 rigged against us. We're due a rigging. We're due a rigging back in our favor, and I wouldn't apologize for it in the least. So I'll take the rigs, Babs. I'll take it. Jadon, if we traded for him, how well do you think Reuben Foster could play at defensive end? I thought Reuben Foster was the middle linebacker, Jadon. Isn't Reuben Foster middle linebacker for the Redskins? Or maybe I'm thinking of a different Reuben Foster. Insanity makes his 2013 Seahawks one of the best rosters of all time. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it. One of the best all-time teams. There's not a lot of teams separate themselves from the Super Bowl pack of the last 40 years. You got the 85 Bears, I think, and I'll go outside dynasties. I'm talking one-offs here. Dynasties are certainly more memorable because they win multiple titles, but you've got your Bears, you've got your Ravens team in the early 2000s. Even I'd maybe argue that Buccaneers team was pretty dominant defensively, but then Seattle's that next team up that's just impressive in all that they were from start to finish, top to bottom. Devin says, John Ursula, what do you think? I want him to have a shot. He's got a shot. It's an uphill battle, Devin. The thing that does help him is if this Philip Dorsett injury has occurred, that's one less guy who was up ahead of him in the slot role, because you have Lockett, then it was going to be Dorsett, then it was going to be him as the third guy to have an opportunity there in the slot. And he is a slot guy. This guy's 5'9" with 30.5-inch arms, not limited speed. You're not putting him out on the outside and letting him work out there. So that being the case, he's got a chance. I still expect him, Devin, to end up on the practice squad when things are all said and done. I think he's even fighting through a little bit of an injury thing right now, so he's a little bit behind it. Doesn't have the preseason games to really play it out. But if we need him ever to play in the slot, I'm confident of him playing in the slot. I like his skill there. He's a good player. I just don't think you can move him out into a lot of other positions. He's a little limited in what he can do on a football field. TJ, that's right. I think at the time there's been a younger Super Bowl team since then, but they were at the time tied for the youngest Super Bowl team in history. That Seahawks team was, with, by the way, the third oldest head coach to ever win the Super Bowl. I thought that was an interesting combination when I was looking into it. Joseph says, what does it mean that the Hawks brought in 5 defensive ends for a tryout and no Clowney? I don't think it means anything as regards to Clowney, Joseph. I think it just means that maybe they don't like necessarily the development that they're seeing out of a guy like LJ Collier, or, they don't have much in Darrell Taylor. I mean, we're light there right now. We are light. And like I was saying, after you get past Clowney and Matthews, it is a drop off out there at defensive end. So they're just trying to kick some tires and see what they can find. They bring guys in for tryouts all the time. Seattle's one of the more active teams for bringing guys in, even when they have rosters set, Joseph. So I wouldn't read too much into that. Chris says, I completely agree regarding AB. I keep salivating at the thought of Lockett, Metcalf, AB, and Flash all together. Yeah, it's like the ends justify the means for me on that one, Chris. I'll take the little bit of the locker room hit. I'll trust my leaders in the locker room to keep them in line. And let's face it. Let's look at it from this standpoint. Let's say AB comes in 3 weeks in, he goes off the rails. We can't cut him then. He's not getting a guaranteed contract coming here. He'll get a 1-year, $3 million deal for the rest of the year. He steps out of line, then you cut him, nothing lost. You didn't give up a draft pick for him. You get the rest of the salary back for the rest of the season. It's very little risk, very little overhead. D-Boy says, will Alton Robinson save or help the Seahawks pass rush? I'm hoping he'll help it, but I remain skeptical, D-Boy, that he's going to be able to give us much this year. I think he's eventually going to be a pretty good rusher in this league and give us some juice. I just don't think it's going to come right out the box like that, especially with no preseason games for him to really kind of show out and give us something. But I like him still. I still like the long-term future of the guy. That's right, Daniel. You add in with those wide receivers that Chris is talking about and being stacked there, you've still got Disley and Greg Olsen at the tight end position as well. You know, you're putting it together now. You are, I mean, it's strong, deep. You should be putting up 30 points a game with one hand covered over your eye. You know, it's legitimately the best passing and receiving core in the league. It's not by a wide margin, not even close. Not even Kansas City's even in the realm at that point. The second says, I feel like Jordan Brooks is going to be really good. I do too, the second, but I think he's going to be really good at the middle linebacker. The middle linebacker position is, I think, where eventually. I don't think he's going to be really good for us as an outside linebacker. So I still like his upside, but just not this season. Jose Rodriguez says the suspension does not start until he signs. No, Jose, it does start. It starts right now. It's not after he signs. It starts right now. So you don't have to sign for the suspension to take place. He is suspended for the first 8 games. He can sign still right now, but does not have an effect on the other, Jose. What an entertaining run a playoff run would be, though. Oh, it'd be. You're talking to Daniel. Sorry, Chris. The second says Dak winning MVP. I mean, TB12 winning MVP. The second, Tyler Lockett, first round game. Yeah, I'm still going. We are going to wrap it up here, boy. We got 4.5 hours in, so let's pop in our last of our questions here because my stomach's growling. My voice is getting. Yeah, so I was right, Daniel. Reuben Foster is a middle linebacker. I was wondering what he meant by defensive end. I mean, yep. The suspension starts immediately. You don't have to be signed with a team for the suspension to start, as Daniel's talking about. DJ says, were you as shocked as were you as shocked as me that we blew out the Broncos in 48? Yeah, I wasn't expecting a Broncos blowout because I felt like coming into the game knowing that Seattle played so much cover 1, cover 3, simple as they were, as dominant as they were, they really hadn't faced a quarterback like Peyton Manning throughout the year who could kind of cut and slice and dice and be patient, just wasn't as needing to hit the big play. He was going to be willing to hit you on the shorter routes. I thought that was going to give us problems going into that game a lot more than it did. That team was just so locked in, so keyed in, playing at the height of their heights, at the fullness of their powers, that it was just overwhelming for that Bronco offense. They just did not have an answer, but it blew me away. I was shocked, TJ. I was not expecting a blowout in that Super Bowl win. Daniel W. says AB has a court hearing on the 15th for his final court case. If that goes well, he can actually apply for reinstatement earlier than the 8-game ban. That's interesting to hear, Daniel. That would be awesome to hear if that is the case and he's able to get up ahead of it. I didn't know that was the case. I thought the 8-game was just there and in. TJ says if we had AB and Gordon, then that should be illegal. It would be. It's a little like should be illegal. I mean, you feel like this is a little like stealing when you got that much talent out there with the wide receiver core. I mean, that's insane. That's insane if we were able to pull that off. Yeah, we will cut him like we cut that rookie who thought he could break COVID rules. No chill. That's right. I don't think Brown came in here and you said, look, Antonio, here's the story of a guy named Antonio. And if he steps out of line, Pete Carroll will cut him quick. Toot, toot. Don't mouth off to our quarterback or you will get no touches. So I would expect that if he came in and he started making waves, Seattle would not allow that to rest for very long, and he'd be on the out skis. So yeah, solid point, man. Solid point. Dante Castellano. Do you see Travis Homer or DJ Dallas getting more snaps right away? I think it'll come down to the third down running back role, Dante, and that being that there's a need for a person to slide into that role. Carlos Hyde, Rashad Penny, Chris Carson, none of those guys fit the mold of what you really want in the third down running back. Guy who can pass protect, the guy who's good with his hands out of the backfield. Homer's got a little bit of that to his game. Dallas has a lot of that to his game. The big claim to fame with Dallas coming out of the draft was he was the best pass protecting running back in the entire draft. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that that was like something that people highlighted in running backs, but it is awesome nonetheless. He's bringing that to the table, and he's a wide receiver convert at the running back position, which should help him in the route running that you sometimes ask that third down running back to utilize. These are the things that I think gives him a little bit of edge over Homer. And if I was making a prediction right now, I would say Dallas makes the roster. Homer goes back onto the practice squad for another season. Remember, Travis Homer was very young too, by the way. He was 20 years old when he came onto the team. So he still has enough time here to still continue to develop. Michael Simon says, Pro Football Focus has the defense at 32. What do you think? Well, it's odd that they would have us held at 32 because this is the same analytics staff that tells us you want to build your defense from the outside in. You want to build for safeties and corners first and then get your big dogs up front, which is what we've done. You think they would love that, Michael. But to hear that they're that against it is interesting. They're looking at our pass rush. They're looking at our inability to stop the run, which is something we don't talk a lot about. But do we know we're going to be better at stopping the run than we were last year, where we gave up 4.9 yards per carry? Clowney made us better against the run. Losing him, you're now worse. Al Woods was pretty good against the run. Losing him, you're now a little bit worse with that third tackle coming in off the bench in the rotation. They've not improved a unit that gave up 4.9 yards per carry last year. So I get where PFF is coming from. I don't think that they're going to be at 32. I'd probably put us more at like 22, but that's still an improvement over what we were last season, Michael. But it's understandable where they're coming from. They've got a leg. They got somewhat of a leg to stand on with this. Yeah, Jose, I'm sure on this. His suspension starts immediately. As soon as it came down, he didn't have to sign with the team. It started immediately. Chris, all these questions about offense and defense. What about special teams? What's your thoughts on it? Do we need to improve it? I think I'd love to see it improved. I don't think that there's any place to improve it. I'm hoping Dixon can come back and continue to recapture a little bit of that first year form. Myers is a league average kicker. It is what it is. You can't get out of that contract this year. You got to wait till next year. I'd prefer to see the kicking game looked at like we did with the punting game, where you take an individual draft and you say, we're going to take the best kicker in this draft. Why? Because I think we play a lot of close games by the nature of the way we play football games, and it's better to have a good, great, awesome special teams unit that can really get the job done. Our kicking unit has really not been good since Hauske left. I would say even when Hauske here, it wasn't at its best because he couldn't kick anything past 50 yards. So I would certainly like to see some improvements there, but there's none to be made. I don't see anything really happening with the special teams unit. Lockett has never been the same on kickoff or punt return since his first couple of years. Whoever we put in to replace him in that position has not done that well either. It just doesn't seem to be as much of a strength as it once was for this football team. It just seems to be like a league average unit, which again, I think they should strive to make it more than that because of the fact you play in so many close games. You don't blow teams out. You tend to be right up in there into the fourth quarter. So having guys that can hit all their field goals, you having punting units that can flip the field position game, very beneficial to teams like that. Have a good one, TJ. D-Boy, if you had to trade Lockett for another wide receiver, who would it be? It has to be around the same skill. I don't know, man. Who would I be looking at? That's a good question. Can I say Terry McLaurin, or is he considered far and a vast away better than Lockett, D-Boy? As I really like me some Terry McLaurin quite a bit. I think that would be my answer off the top of my head. I think Terry would work great with Russell. Dante, anytime, man. Anytime. Appreciate you. Daniel W., I do think DJ Dallas will make an impact on this team, but I do feel bad if we cut Travis for him because they are friends and Travis helped him keep up to speed on the playbook during COVID. And I agree with you, Daniel. The one thing is with us, I think Travis has a firm spot on the practice squad if that comes down like that. I don't think he's just getting released to the streets. I think that they look at his age, they look at a little bit of his contributions last year, and they still want to see what they can maybe, if there's some upside there to Homer's game. So he still ends up making the roster, just not exactly active roster-wise. So Joseph Smiley, if we get Clowney, Flash, and AB, the league should just FedEx us the trophy. I'm good with that. I agree. It puts you far and away as a front runners if you're having all three of those guys. I don't see how you can't say that you're not a Super Bowl favorite at that point with the amount of talent that you're throwing out there. That's incredible. Before I go, that's BS. Even last year, we were not 32 on defense. The Dolphins is the worst. At least we get 55 points against us back to back. Yeah, I don't know how they get to 32nd, TJ. I wouldn't say, I can't see how you can look at this team and say that they're 32nd defense. Again, too, Pro Football Focus tells you that you're supposed to build from the outside in, which is what the Seattle Seahawks have done this offseason. This is fitting to the schematics of what they tell us to do. You think they would be more in love with it rather than hating on it. Chris Gallo would say Stephon Diggs for Lockett. About the same type of player on that side. That's fair. Yeah, like you said, that's fair. It's fair. Ben Puente Morales, do you think Blair will be a good nickel corner? And if so, do you think we'll put in our scheme instead of 3 linebackers? Yeah, I do think he's going to be a good slot cornerback. I got to see a little bit of game film on him because I haven't seen him do it much. That's the one thing with it. Did do a little bit, I think, last year with Baltimore to a degree, but I think it's in his game. I want to get him on the football field by any means necessary, Ben. That's where I stand on this. By any means necessary, get him on the football field. This does that, then great. Do it. But yeah, I like him in this role. It certainly means you're not going to have the 3 linebackers on the field at the 70% rate that you did last season. Those days are done. So you can feel good to know that they're done with the base defense experiment, I would expect in totality. But I'm very intrigued and I'm hopeful of him. Bringing him and Adams onto the field at once now, you're getting 2 real pure hitters on the football field that you haven't had over the last couple of years. You get back to maybe now intimidating some of those offenses. 12th man, RC and Hobbies. What's up? What's up, my guy? I'm a newer subscriber, but I've been a long-time Hawks fan. 2005 was the first season I really started watching football. Seattle about to be dangerous this year. Let's fucking go, Seahawks. Let's go, my guy. Thank you for your subscription. I appreciate you jumping aboard the Hawks Nest train. 2005 would have been a fun season to come along with, though. That was a brutal end for you, my guy. That was the most fixed sporting event that I've ever been a part of watching or seen in my life, that 2005 Super Bowl loss to the Steelers. But appreciate you having on board. I think we are going to be dangerous this year. They've taken the right steps. I'd like to see a few final twists of the turns here, twist of the screws in place, hammer a few extra nails in with the pass rush, defensive tackle, like maybe another wide receiver, etc. But we're right in position to go back out there and really push for that Super Bowl win. We came really close last year. I mean, let's not forget that half yard with San Francisco, the half extra yard they gave him the first down for in the Packers game with Jimmy Graham on 3rd down. We were very close last year, and I think we've certainly upgraded our team off of what we were last season. All right, TJ, I salute you, man. Thank you for jumping on in the chat. And 12th man, I'm sorry, we are going to kind of wrap this up here a little bit. Anybody else give me your last couple questions here, and then we will close this up shop. I got to get me some dinner. Got D-Boy over here getting me hungry with his steaks on the grill. My goodness, man. Goodness. That's good you still held on to 12 man, because there were some times watching that, from my standpoint, when I was watching a 12 man, the guy goes back to the 80s, early 80s as a Seahawks fan. And so here's finally that moment after 25 years of watching the horrific football, the dead period, the dead zone of the 90s when we were just god awful and blackout games, couldn't even watch them on television. There was no direct TV back then. So then you get to 2005, you finally have the team that's far and away the best team in the league. They deserve to win that Super Bowl, and they steal it from us. They took it. I'll always be bitter about it. But God bless you for hanging on past that. We eventually got rewarded with a Super Bowl victory a couple years later. So it all ended up working out. Crazy Loner. Blair is a beast. Get that man on the field. That's what it comes down to, Crazy Loner. That's what I don't care if it's going to be a slot. I don't care if you move the guy to linebacker. I don't care what you do with him. Find a way to get him and Adams both on the field at once. Get them both on the field at once. You don't want that talent sitting on the bench again for another season. Get him out there. Get him laying licks. Let him be an impactful player like I think he potentially could be for us. I'll be on soon on likes. That sounds good, 12th man. And I'm going to start trying to get these on a little bit more sooner. We are going to be 2 weeks out on this one. But I'm going to try to get these more consistently as I can. I got this move and all this other stuff going on. So it's just been like wild world of spinning tornadoes and stuff. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you for subscribing and hopping in. If you guys did like this live stream, please do hit that like button. All these things help this channel grow because it gets the algorithm notifying that this guy's good. You should send this to other people out. If you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. We're on the road to 5,000, though I do want to thank all my subscribers out there, and this includes you, 12th Man RC. Just past 3,000 subscribers. We're only 19 months old as far as this channel, and your guys' support has been awesome with that. Thank you so much for your subscriptions and hanging on here with me. I know I don't always get the most consistent content out because I'm busy as hell, but I'm driving. I'm working every day on the channel, working to always get the new stuff out. So rest assured, even if I don't got a new video up every other week or whatnot, there's something good around the corner coming. All right, we'll wrap up here. Last couple of questions, and then we'll call it a day. Crazy Loner says a 3 safety look with Adams in the box, Blair at safety. That's originally Crazy what I was kind of hoping they would go to, as opposed to going to the Blair at the slot and then keeping Adams in the strong safety role, which is where they seem to be going with it at. I like the thought more of bringing Adams down in that linebacker role where he played a lot of snaps at linebacker for the Jets last season, especially in like playing the will, or even if you had a dime defense out there, he'd play essentially the Bobby Wagner middle linebacker role. I think that could be kind of interesting. I don't know. 12th says, I hate the Steelers with a passion because of that game. I know. I will forever hate the Steelers because of that game too. I will. Same boat. Same, man. Completely the same. DJ, I rewatched the Super Bowl. We would have had around 21. So 24-21. It's okay, because we would have lost by 3, but fuck the Steelers. No, we would have won, TJ. I watched that. Someday I will do a breakdown. You got to go into the depths on that game and watch every play to understand the effect the Steelers, the officials were having. And keep in mind too, they were calling the game straight up, but it was once offensively, we drove into the Steelers side of their field that they started calling those flags. They were choosing to do it at very, very specific times. And so no, I think that I think we win that game if the officials don't fix that game. I think we absolutely win it. Elfrina Nosi. I'm hoping I pronounced that right. If I butchered that, I'm sorry. Thanks for all you do. The lengthy post, really in depth, and give everyone a chance. Appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thanks for the kind comments. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Elfrina. Hope I did it. I sometimes get the names right, but most of the time I butcher them. Thank you, Joseph Smiley. I appreciate you hopping on in. Crazy Loner. Thanks for the new sub, Crazy Loner. I appreciate you, man. We're on 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every other Saturday. So not this Saturday, but the Saturday after. And then I'll probably be doing live streams post-game during the season, I think, is when I'm going to settle on for that. So we will be getting a little bit more streams up and running, I think, when it's all said and done. But I appreciate you hanging in here with me. And I do appreciate the new sub as well. I'm catching the tail end of this, but do you think they will move on from Moore and maybe Hollister to make room to bring someone in? Elfrina, you're absolutely on the button of where my thought process is on this. I look at that $3.2 million that Hollister's carrying on the books right now. I look at that $2.1 million that David Moore is carrying on the books right now, and I say that's almost $5.5 million there. Is that the difference between bringing in a Clowney or not? Versus we already have a little bit of cap space, that little bit of extra brings them in. I get that little tickle that maybe it's so, especially getting a guy like Luke Wilson in here, who's a known component, a veteran. He's only going to cost you $1 million. You save $2 million on that deal at that point. Between those two on the offset, I would expect it to happen in both of those. And same thing with David Moore, with having a guy like Gordon coming back in, having a guy like Paul Richardson in here. You can go young with a couple of other receivers and cheap. I don't think there's a reason at that point to have to hold on to the $2.1 million of David Moore and what he costs at that point, when he's probably not going to see the field that very often for a team that's a run-centric, run-first team. Yeah, 12th man's right. We would have had more than 2 or 3 more touchdowns. We were one of the highest scoring offenses in the league at the time. There's so many plays you can go back to that game, from the Dale Jackson offensive pass interference penalty that stopped the first touchdown that we would have scored in that game, to the holding penalty that they called on Lockett later on in the game when we were about to score again, which was happened at the same time. He's been doing that block all game on that guy, and that guy jumped off of sides 2 straight plays back to back. There's the interception that Matt Hasselbeck threw where he tackled the guy, and they called it an illegal blocking foul on Matt Hasselbeck on a tackle. It was absolutely just ridiculous. It was beyond the pale. That's why they created that phrase, beyond the pale, was for that kind of game. It was beyond the pale. Yeah, we just got screwed in that game. No one will ever convince me that game wasn't fixed, or we wouldn't have won it if not for the officials. The officials themselves came back a year later and said, "Yeah, we messed that game up." You know, when do the officials ever admit they were wrong about anything? Anything? I love it, 12 man. Fuck the Steelers. I feel you. Our people. Yovan. Did I get it right? Jokic? Yovan. Yovan, you hung in there with us, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging on in there. I didn't get a question from you. I hope I didn't miss a question if you happen to ask it. But thank you for hanging on in here on the stream. I do appreciate it. Well, we got the last of the questions in place. You guys were awesome as ever today. We had no trolls. It was a trollless session. I appreciate all of the new subscribers. Seems like we got a couple of new people in. Boy, I did this last week. I got 50 subscribers in one day when we did this last week. Thank you so much for you guys on hanging in here with me. We got a bunch of people on the chat. We're going strong and steady as ever. Like I said, past 3,000 subscriptions. Got a couple of great Seahawks moment videos I'm working on in the background. Got another little video I'm working on too in addition. So get some content coming to you guys here pretty soon. Let's see. Last couple of comments. Thanks to the streams. TJ says, wait, we should have had 3 Super Bowl wins. We should have had 3 Super Bowl wins. I agree, TJ. 100% agree. What's the next time of my stream? The next time of my stream is going to be not this next Saturday. So not next Saturday, but the Saturday after, and will be 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So next Saturday after 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, then we have, I think the next day will be Sunday, will be the game. I'll probably be streaming after that game. So we might have back-to-back stream days as long as everything is going well. I'll be traveling. I'll be in Western Washington at that time. So we'll see how that all shakes out. But that's the plan in place. Crazy Loner, do you think they restructured KJ's contract prior to create cap room? I'd love to see it, because KJ's costing a lot of money, Crazy Loner. He's costing way too much for what you're going to get out of that position from him, especially considering the depth you have behind him and guys like Barton and Ben Burkervin. So yeah, I'd like to see it, but I don't think it's likely to happen. It seems like they're trying to do a solid by KJ, and I would expect him to probably stay where he's at, but it's not out of the realm of contention. You're not speaking in like there's just no way that could happen. No, there's definitely a possibility that could play out that way. So it's an interesting thought process. Maybe. All right. That'll do it for us today. You folks, I salute you. I thank you. You are all wonderful and awesome. We will be back in 1 week, not next week, but the week after, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday. And then we will be streaming as well after the game against the Falcons, which will hopefully be a 1-0 start to start our season off. I thank you guys as ever. The questions were awesome. Thank you for the donations. Barry Satoro, Randall McDaniel, Toast. I forgot. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And don't you guys ever forget now. Don't you forget. Go Hawks.